thank you. We are convening this morning's info briefing for the House Committee on Tourism alongside with the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism. Alongside me now is my Vice Chair, Shirley Ann Templo, as well as Representative Joe Guillon. The purpose of this information, and we also have the Senate. Do you want to introduce?
Thank you. On the Senate side, you have myself as chair, Senator Wakai as vice chair, Senator Fukunaga, Senator Kim, and Senator Favela.
Thank you. And the purpose of this info briefing today is to review the Hawaii Tourism Authority's interim action plans, current projects, and recent developments. This briefing will also cover contract updates, destination management action plans, and the audit finding issues by the state auditor. Afterwards, we will have time for questions from the members. So, Senator, do you want to add anything?
No, let's get started.
So we have to be here till at least 5 today, so we can cover all of this stuff?
Possibly. Okay,
Hopefully not, but.
Joining us is Ms. Caroline Anderson, the Interim CEO for the Hawaii Tourism Authority, and I understand that she has a presentation for us. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Aloha, Chairs DeCoit, Chair Tam, Vice Chair Wakai, Vice Chair Templo, and members of the committee. First, before I begin, I'd like to recognize and thank our hardworking, dedicated staff, our HTA Board Chair, TOU, members of our HTA Board, and DBEDT Director Tokioka and his staff for their support in this effort. I appreciate Senator DeCoit and Senator Tam's time and initiative to give us this opportunity to update you on our efforts and answer any questions that you may have. On April 14th, the HTA Board appointed me interim CEO. I did not lobby for this position, nor did I ever expect to fill it. I accepted the appointment because I wanted to help address the challenges that we as an agency face. Since my appointment, I have worked as hard as possible, using my abilities to address those challenges. I recognize and accept that I am in this position temporarily. I will leave this position as soon as a new CEO is appointed. Realizing the temporary nature of my appointment, my approach to addressing the challenges HTA is facing is to, one, identify a problem, gather information and communicate about the problem with HTA stakeholders, with staff, identify and implement a solution, and then move on to the next problem. By focusing on solutions step by step, my hope is that we will build trust with each other and overcome the divisions that are preventing us from being a more effective agency. This trust-building process takes time and must overcome the current dynamic. HTA now expends all of its funds from state accounts. We are a typical state agency, government agency. The state government has internal controls and procedures, as well as laws and penalties that govern the expenditure of state funds. Everything a state agency does is governed by law, and any mistake a state employee makes can be characterized as breaking the law. However, there is a difference between a mistake due to a misunderstanding of a process or a timing issue and waste, fraud, and abuse. The state system has procedures for identifying and addressing process errors. Moreover, given the complexity of state approval chains and processes, it is often difficult to determine precisely who is responsible for a mistake. Nonetheless, all state employees should report suspected waste, fraud, and abuse to the Department of the Attorney General. While HTA is a typical state agency, HTA is often asked to do things and undertake programs that are not typical of a state agency. Therefore, I can foresee that HTA will generate process errors in the state system, or to eliminate these errors, HTA will have to change the types of programs and activities it undertakes. One of the reasons HTA was given autonomy in the past was to provide the agency the additional flexibility to respond to the tourism industry's needs in a timely manner. Today, we will discuss the DMAP process. I want to be clear that I accept responsibility for the DMAPs. I take to heart the criticisms raised about the DMAP process, particularly how we can improve the effectiveness of a DMAP plan. The DMAP process is intended to be a community-driven process. The process should not be defined as a process where experts go into the community and identify for the community what is best for them. If it were, the DMAPs would only contain actions that experts believe are the right solutions for a particular community. I have found that the DMAP process uncovers problems that have persisted for years and are very difficult to address. These problems must be identified and incorporated into the state planning process. The questions I think about are, if we don't do DMAPs, what should we do? If we create a high-stakes process where HTA must show immediate effectiveness of effort, how will this dynamic influence HTA staff to include only issues that are easy to address in the DMAPs? In our common effort to improve the DMAP process, I want the community members who participated to know that their time and effort are valued. When the auditor's reports on the DMAP process came out, I directed our staff to review it with the idea of what we could learn from it and how we could improve. I have a document that shows this review and have shared it with our board in our board meeting, and I will share it with you today. It is also posted on our website. I hope that after my presentation and our discussions today, we can make further progress in gaining your confidence that HTA is addressing outstanding issues and taking action to move forward effectively. I expect a new CEO to be appointed soon. Until that time happens, I will work to provide solutions to the HTA challenges and do my best to fulfill my responsibilities while I'm here. Thank you. So with that, I'll get into the presentation. I'm hoping it will be soon. So we are, I'm sorry, I can't answer exactly when is soon. So I'm hoping it will, no, probably not in a month. I don't know when. I'm just saying that I hope it will be soon.
I think Chair Poll, could you please come up and, I know that you're the chair, that you might have. Can you help answer that question?
I couldn't hear the question.
She said that she hopes we're going to have a CEO soon.
Oh, your question is in regards
What
to
is
finding
soon?
the permanent CEO.
What is soon?
Okay. I just couldn't hear the original question from the back. I'm sorry. And aloha, Taupo, currently the chair of the HTA board. Appreciate the opportunity, committee chairs and committee members to be here. So my hope is that we can have that selected within the next 4 months. And we have extended the contract, so the existing search firm that helped start the process that had to be stopped earlier is still engaged with us. We are finally finishing those negotiations to have them continue to do that work. We are revising the position description based on the laws that Governor signed about a week and a half ago, which dealt with the compensation. We also need to finish the paperwork with the Governor's office and DBED for the approvals to hire that position, to finally post that. Once it's posted, we expect to have, and this is a discussion I have had with the hiring company, to get that out quickly, have a shortened period for bringing in applicants, picking a set of finalists and getting through that. So therefore, my hope is within 4 months, we will have that completed and a selection.
So the company will be sending you the names within the next 2 months, is what you're saying?
I would guess within 2 to 2.5 months, they would have a set of, we've asked for 3 to 6 finalists.
Okay, and if it doesn't happen within 4 months?
I'm glad to continue to update the committee on what has held up that timeline from happening and what type of extension is expected. But right now, without knowing what would cause that to go beyond 4 months, I can't say sort of what.
Do you have a
how-
list of qualifications for the CEO?
Generally, it'll be the same job description requirements that were in the previous job description that went out, I believe it was late or early last year. So we're not looking to make any major changes to the job description itself. It's more around the compensation package and making sure that we're clear in regards to, based on the new law, that the position reports to the governor's office and not to the
And
board.
in the meantime, do we have someone there that has the qualifications to do this job?
At HTA, as Caroline sits as in the interim position, CEO position, we continue to look at the leadership team. From a board perspective, one of the duties that we still hold as a board is the job of selecting a CEO. And so I take that as looking at how do we properly form the leadership team that exists? And do we need to find other resources in the interim until the new CEO is selected? But
Well, my
right-
concern is during this interim, it's a very important time,
yes.
right? And that we have somebody at the helm, regardless if it's an interim, that they're qualified to do the job.
I believe Caroline is qualified to do the job. Her history with HTA has been very important to continuing to get things going. Also say, and I'll say it with her, not perfect, not the complete package of everything we need. And so making sure that she is supported and that we scaffold around her with the great staff that exists, including those that are here today, both on the finance and the branding side. And for my part as board chair, I feel like I'm taking more of a role than a normal advisory board chair would do in order to help that effort as well. And as we continue to look at that, if we need to bring in additional resources, we will.
Okay, I'm sorry, because I'm going to hit this right on the head, and I
Okay.
know people might not like this, but, I mean, I'm not sure even the staff, you're saying the qualified staff that you've had, you've come to this point, this lowest point at HTA, as far as I know, with the staff. So I don't know that there's confidence that's going forward. And, we've already made a lot of mistakes, with more mistakes being done. We've got the roof of the convention center, which is supposed to have been done a while ago. I mean, there's so many issues, and how do we get confidence that we're going to be moving that we're moving in the right direction?
And
It's very
Senator-
troublesome.
I understand that, and I share your concern. I'm sure most, if not everyone on this committee does. I know board members at HTA share that concern. And we have what we have right now, and we have to do the best we can with the staff that we have. I believe that the staff that we have do a great job at what they do. There are gaps because there are vacancies, because people have left, because of what has happened in the past has gotten, agree with you, one of our lowest points as to where we are. And we need to start building out of that. And so I can't tell you that we have more than what we have on the staff, but I do have confidence in them. And I think if we can, one, and Caroline talked about this, is correct what errors were in the past. Two, make sure we're not making any more errors going forward, that we can get that time and start showing that we are building ourselves out of the point that we are at and getting to, and I said this, I believe, to you in the committee at my confirmation hearing. I'm willing to put in the time through this year so that by the time we get to January and back when all of you are in session, that we are at a stronger point to be able to talk about what has happened over these 6 months and where we see it going forward. And that's going to be a discussion that we all are going to need to have with you, the legislature, the public, the governor's office, in order to decide how we move forward with HTA.
Well, I've heard this message many times. And when the last CEO left, I heard the same message. And we have the same board, pretty much the same board. And we've heard that message. So, what I'm saying? It's really difficult for me to sit here and hear that.
I understand, and I've had people.
I was the chair of tourism back in 2000 when we fixed everything, when we gave procurement exemptions and all the exemptions because they earned it, not because it's going to make things quicker, and that's true, but because they proved and they earned it. And over the years, it's disintegrated because HTA has not earned all of this, and you've lost everything. You've lost everything, including dedicated funding, which no other agency ever got. And I've said that years ago when Aaron Salah was there at the top of HTA. One day you guys are going to lose this. And it's come to pass. And yet we see recycling of the people that were responsible for all of this happening. get recycled, and it's still there. So it's very troubling for me. Many of these people, legislators, have not been here as long as I have, and don't know all of this that we went through, painstakingly went through. And to see it as this demise, and to hear, and then even at your confirmation, you made statements that I don't believe that you've even held up to it. So it's very troubling. I'm sorry. And it needs to be said. It just needs to be said.
Director Tokyo, can I have you step up here real quick?
Good morning, chairs and members. Thank you. I'm sorry?
Can you respond to that?
Okay, so since Senate Bill 1571 passed, the structure of HTA and the board is entirely different. Of the other 10 agencies that DBED has, they're all advisory boards, and none of the boards approve the budget. It goes through HTA, it goes through DBED, and DBED approves the budget. So what you did with SB 1571 will go through the same process as at HTA. But right now, because the bill was approved a week and a half ago, and we still have contracts that need to be done by July 1st, I know that we're having meetings with CNHA on the destination management side and HVCB on that marketing side to go over the budget and make sure that the things that need to be addressed right away will be addressed through the deliberations. And I've also had discussions with both chairs of the Tourism Committee to make sure that some of the concerns that the legislature had will be addressed in the next budget coming out. But I do know that time is of the essence with some of the contracts, but it is going to be a totally different process. And I think it'll be better in the end because right now, people don't know, because it's on a fiscal year, they don't know whether they're going to get the funding in July or not. So the plan is to change it to a calendar year so that when the budget is approved in June, that the people in July, August, September, October, and the entire year know what they can look forward to as far as grants that are given by the different organizations through Kilohana and HVCB. So that will be the process. And, we're going to have to sit down. What you did was a very, very, very different structure. So we're going to have input from you going forward as to how the legislature feels that the process should work. So that's my job. That's my task to figure all of that out. The governor and his office have asked me to work with Caroline and Todd and the administration at HTA to oversee whatever's happening now. And I think, if you ask Caroline, we've been doing that. We've been meeting once a week to find out. So I know what they're doing, because the last thing we need is to be on the front page of the Star Advertiser every week. But it's true. We need to, like Senator Kim said, we need to develop the trust. And I've said that from the time I started at DBED till today. And obviously, that hasn't happened. And we need to be better at that.
Yeah, let's move straight into the presentation now. So go ahead.
Chair, I get one question for the DBED chair.
Go ahead.
So when the structuring went changed and when we went on the finance in the House and the Senate decided to give dedicated funds to HTA going forward, did anybody discuss with the new finance chair and the Ways and Means chair on how this is going to go forward? Because even though you guys, we had changed it, which is great that we made it to an advisory board, did we get any opinion besides what she said in the news today, that they cannot make the decision on the budget because they're an advisory board? Did we get any opinion from, or any clarification from the AG's office
Yes,
on this?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely, yes.
What was the clarification?
As I said, the other 10
Is
boards,
the AG's office here? Yeah, can you come up?
First, we should clarify, they don't get dedicated funding anymore.
Yes, I was just gonna,
Yeah.
there's no
But the
dedicated
funding-
funding.
Funding that we approve,
Yes.
Yeah, but it's
House
not
and the Senate,
dedicated.
maybe not dedicated, but funding.
Thank you, chairs and members. I think what you're asking is the department's authority as far as the budget goes, and HTA as a board, I mean, before this bill even happened, they would vote on a budget that would then go to the director of DBED, and then he would typically make choices across the whole department and sometimes submit HTA's budget as it was given, or he could also adjust it because he's the department head. HTA was never exempt from the administrative supervision of boards and commissions provision, which allows, you know, the agency director, department director, to approve budgets and change budgets if necessary. So I think in that sense, it will be the same, whereas the director has the authority and ability to adjust a budget that's given to him by HTA, whether it's through the
Yeah,
CEO
I
or
understand
a
that. What I'm
board.
trying to get clarification is that why the board still cannot make their recommendation, their opinion on the board, even though DBED is still gonna make the final decision. But what I'm hearing is that they cannot vote on their budget.
They can
Taking
advise.
Yeah, they can
can
advise, they can give their
They can
opinion.
still give their
They
opinion.
can still
advise.
advise the administration, but, you know, part of this was the concerns from the bodies, House and Senate, that they had concerns and they wanted specific changes to be made on the process. So that came clearly in SB 1571.
Let me just clarify. So just to be clear, the reason why this info briefing is happening is literally because there has been things going on and decisions being made, as you eloquently opened with your speech, about violations, things that's been happening within the board, and commitments individuals have made without authority. And that is what is trying to be flushed out here, in making sure that the people's and the taxpayers' monies is being spent the way it should be spent and not misused or mismanaged. Clearly, what we have seen, as we've seen in Civil Beat and on the front page of the Star Advertiser, is that we're having problems here. We're having problems of the way our funds have been used, not being executed the way it should have been executed. So I would like for us to move forward and go on with the presentation so that we can get into the nuts and bolts of what we want to discuss, whether it be DMAT, whether it be some of the contracts. As you folks know, we have the convention center that is on the front page also. It has been an economic driver of ours as we rent that place out so that we can bring in income. And I'm really wanting us to see what this presentation will be like, as well as the follow-up of our auditor based on DMAP and the functionality of where we go moving forward, and having the people in the community at the table to prioritize the needs, whether it be overpopulations and hotspots of our communities. So if we could start with that, I'd like us to move forward with the presentation, and if you could kind of summarize it so that we don't drag it on, because as you can see, there is a lot of questions, and I'm sure we'll focus on some of that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So I guess we could go to the next slide. And Kendrick Leong, our planner, is moving the slides for me. So our mission, just wanted to bring it out, is to strategically manage Hawaii tourism in a sustainable manner, consistent with our economic goals, cultural values, preservation of natural resources, community desires, and visitor industry needs. And this is what drives what we do. We want to make sure that we are fulfilling our mission. Next slide, please. So this is the structure of our organization now that Senate Bill 1571 passed. So we currently, we have reporting to the governor. We also report to the director. We also report to our board of directors. And at the top is the the Office of the President and CEO, and underneath that, there's 5 areas: the Finance and Procurement team, Destination Stewardship team, the brand marketing team, and the Planning and Evaluation team. Next slide, please. And the next couple of slides, I just wanted to show the faces of our staff, and again, acknowledge them for their dedicated hard work. So we have the Office of the CEO. And I just wanted to introduce our latest member to our team, Jill Radke. She is our Public Affairs Officer, and she's in the room. I just wanted to acknowledge her. She's a great addition to our team. The next area is our brand marketing team. And we recently hired Christina, who is our new senior brand manager, and she will be overseeing the US contract, as well as MCI contract and global support services. The next area is our destination stewardship team. You can see here it's a big team. And thank you to the legislature for allowing us to have 5 positions, new positions last year, which are the destination managers. Patty Ornelas and Megan DeGaia were our destination managers when they were with the island chapters, the Island Visitors Bureau. And so now they're in-house. And all of the team here, all of the destination stewardship team, they're very passionate with what they do. I just wanted to acknowledge them also for their hard work, especially being out in the communities as well. The next slide is our planning and evaluation team. Added to our team is Kendrick Leong as our planner. He started in March, and he has been a huge asset to us. And I want to thank him for all he does for our agency.
Question.
And yes,
The slide before this, destination management,
the
destination,
stewardship team.
what do they do?
Yes. So you can think of this team as they do the product development side as well as destination management. So in here, we will have workforce development, sports, executing the destination management action plans.
What does CNHA do?
So part of this team, they work with CNHA on their contract. So CNHA has 5 projects. And
I thought they had the contract. That's why I'm surprised to see so many people under destination stewardship. What exactly do they do if we got a contract? How many millions of dollars do we pay CNHA?
yeah. So for
How much do we pay them?
sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head. I can get it to you. Yeah, sorry, I don't have it off the top of my head right now.
You were going to ask some of these questions, right?
I'm sorry, I just don't have it. But I can tell you for the CNHA Kilohana contract, their contract is basically five overarching projects. One is to develop the tour guide certification curriculum.
Okay, I don't need to know that. I just
Okay.
need to know if we're spending millions of dollars on CNHA to do this work, then what are these guys doing? Just overseeing them?
So the team is broken out into specialists that oversee certain aspects of their project. So they still have to provide direction to the contractor and work in partnership with them. So if you'd like me to
Go
explain.
into specifics on the direction, because, I read last week this article from Stuart Yurton, and from what it looks like, based on what I read, it looks like HTA just gives them the contract and just provides no direction.
Yeah, that's not
Just-
true. Yeah, that's not true at all.
Okay, can you
Yeah.
explain the
Yeah,
direction?
I'm
they give?
happy to, yeah. So for the CNHA Kilohana contract, there's 5 areas. So the first area, I'll just go over it from the top of my head, is the development of the tour guide certification curriculum. And so for that one, I know that the staff was working to direct them on how to develop this, and the staff meaning the former chief stewardship officer. The next project is the Foundational Technical Assistance Program / Community Tourism Collaboratives. And when this project first started, one of the first things they did was to conduct an assessment of the businesses and nonprofits. And for that, I was involved, and I worked with them in reviewing their surveys, their final reports, making it to form and all of that. So that's how staff is involved there. From that report, they then developed, what would these programs look like? So they used that as a guide. So it was data-driven. And so, again, working with the former chief stewardship officer, they developed the Foundational Technical Assistance Program, as well as the Community Tourism Collaborative. And now, I believe Patty Ornelas is now working with them, overseeing those two programs. The third area is, they help to develop the report about what should go into a destination app. And again, working with the former chief stewardship officer, they developed.
Who's that individual? The former chief stewardship officer?
Kalani Ka'ana'ana.
Is he still there?
No,
So you guys still working with him, though? Or was it contracted out?
no, he's no longer here.
Oh, but you just said you guys still working with him.
No, I'm sharing the different projects that CNHA worked on and the staff that was involved with that project, to show that staff works with the contractor to develop these programs. It's not just, here you go, you do it. We are providing direction to the contractor.
So just like, because, so now Patty is that individual? Mm-hmm. So Patty is that individual as well as the DMAP manager for Kauai.
Yes.
So how does that work? Because isn't the DMAP manager separate from the stewardship person? Does she,
So this is,
you payroll her on two positions now, or?
no, so this is a destination stewardship team, right?
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm asking you, is she the DMAP manager also for Kauai?
She's the destination manager for Kauai, yes.
And she's the chief stewardship
No,
officer?
No, she's a program staff to lead this area for the agency. So working with
Is she
Kilohana.
collecting a paycheck to be that individual as well, is my question.
She's a staff member of HTA, and
You're not answering my question. Is she collecting a paycheck for that staff position as well as the DMAP manager position?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
It's a simple question. She's a staff member.
She's a HTA staff member.
She's also a DMAP manager for Kauai. Is there a collection on two
So
paychecks?
her salary is based on what?
Her
Salary is based on what position?
Her salary is, I'm sorry, so she's
What
a
is her salary different from the rest of those other managers, is my question.
no,
So they all get paid the same amount right across the board. They're all DMAP managers, aren't they?
so
Yeah, all
The-
five of them are DMAP managers for
the
each
des-
island, the bottom five. But you
Yes,
just
the
told me that
destination
Patty
manager.
is a staffer. I
she's.
think it's a simple question.
So she's a member of Hawaii Tourism Authority staff.
We know that.
Yeah,
I'm asking
so-
you, is she collecting two paychecks
No,
for
she's
different
just
positions?
collects one.
How much does she collect?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Why don't you know that?
Because I have a lot of numbers in my head. I don't want to give the
Weren't
wrong
you the
number.
originator of DMAP?
Yes, but you're asking me about how much she makes, and I don't know it off the top of my head. I'd rather give you the correct information.
What is it based,
and
is
Yeah.
it
come
based on,
back.
is it based on if she's making a manager's salary or she's
yeah.
making a staff salary as the, I think is what she's asking?
So they're all.
Because she has a double, she's
Yeah,
wearing
she's wearing two hats.
So which hat is she paid? What salary?
So she's getting paid as the destination manager. And in our team, we work on they work on various projects. So right now, for the destination management action plans, right, we are going through the next process of developing them. And so with that, for the CTCs, I mean, that's how when the chief stewardship officer left, then, tasks were divided per projects, and that project was,
So who does she receive direction from?
so right now, there's no chief stewardship officer,
No,
so.
I get that.
Yeah,
I
so
asked that
right,
earlier.
so right now, the team, I'm working with the team.
So this is my problem. You're working with the team, you're the interim CEO officer as well as the planner. You're
Yes.
dealing with one of our biggest organizations right now, our economic driver in tourism. How do you manage that? Like, I guess my bigger question is, have you ever managed anybody?
So yes, I've managed people before,
How many?
so at the most 3. But, I've worked with the DMAP managers, Patty and Megan specifically, but I've worked with the others on the other islands. And so, I'm very much of a team builder, team player. And so I feel like I know what they do. They come with me if they have any issues or, want my advice.
And that's my problem, Caroline, is that the audit reflects that it's bad, and now you're managing HTA. Okay, so I'm
So-
just gonna leave it at that.
Yep, and I'm happy to answer your
But-
questions
but
regarding the
I don't know
audit.
how we plan on even running HTA. And especially if we're looking at the new CEO, maybe if in 4 months we get that person, which I don't know why we even stopped the process. There shouldn't be a process for us to stop the CEO recruitment, because when we had the conversation, it was the number one priority was to get the CEO. The number one priority, based on bill or legislation, that should have never stopped. We should have still kept recruiting. And that's what is really disappointing about this. I mean, we can fluff this any which way we want to cut the rug, but this in itself is just like, set me so like frustrated, and that I know confidence right now. And
Can I ask another question? So this stewardship team, does that oversee the HVCB contract as well?
No, the branding team does that.
How many brand managers are on the marketing team?
Yeah, 3.
And how many
we can
contracts
go
do
back
they
to
oversee?
the-
How much contracts do they oversee, though?
So sorry, that's,
So the stewardship have 11 people on a $27 million contract to,
so that's not the only contract that they oversee. There's many other contracts.
okay, but they oversee, and by the way, it's 27 million that you folks pay. I would think you would know that. The CHS being that is one of your, you only got 2 contractors, pretty much, right? I mean, 2 major contractors, HVCB and CNHA, right?
We have we have 47
Yeah,
contracts.
but you have all those little ones, but the major contracts is HVCB and CNHA. So the HVCB contract is how much, Aaron?
So we have 5 distinct contracts.
So what is the total? 38 million?
Sure, the CNHA contract is 18.6.
18.6, how come we see
And,
over 2 years, 27 million?
and the destination managers make 76,000 a year.
I think that's what I'm really confused by, is that I'm assuming that there's more contracts under marketing, but yet we have less brand managers, and, yeah. And we have more people on the destination stewardship team, but less contracts in that. Can you make that make sense, please?
So, I'm sorry, let me get out another document. But as far as how many, so for the brand and marketing side total number of contracts as of June 20th is 9. When we add up the total number of contracts for the destination stewardship team, that is approximately 15. Total of 15.
So yeah, machine run by 11 stewardship team, and you've got 3 branding running, overseeing 9 contracts for branding. What percentage of the budget, the $63 million, are actually dedicated to bringing in tourists?
So that would be, if you look at the marketing budget,
So what percentage of visitors?
62. 62%.
62%. But isn't it true that of the 63 million, approximately 70% of them come for sand surf? For fun, sand and surf. And I think this is HVCP has did a oversight, and it's just been stated. 70% of our tourists that come here will come because they come, not because they got your message, but they come because they come for the sun, the surf, the sand. They've been here before. They come. And that pretty much the other 30% is what you're targeting all your programs at.
So if you're asking why are we doing marketing?
No,
Is that,
I want to know, of the 63 million, how many direct dollars go directly to generating more tourists to our islands? Because if we didn't give you a dime today, a dime for marketing, people going to still come, right? Because all of our partners, all the airlines, all the hotels, they all do marketing. And if they don't, I mean, they rely on HTA for a lot of the marketing, and they did cut their budgets way back when they were getting dedicated funding in their marketing areas because the state was doing it as a state. So they got a market. But many of the tourists come because they don't get your message. The surveys have shown, data have shown that 70% of them come. So basically, you're targeting 30% of the tourists, because we have about 10 million, right, that come, on average, 10 million, I don't know average, but. So 63 million is being spent for 30% of what we're getting. And of that, how much does the destination marketing, destination management, how much of that 30% do they generate tourists?
okay. So I don't have an answer to your question. I'll have to,
But do you folks look at that when you're doing your budget? I mean, how many visitors are you actually targeting your programs and what it's generating, the dollar per that we're getting? And that's my concern with HTA right now. Because it sounds good, destination management, let's do this, let's give tour guides training, I mean, whatever it is. But what is it? Is it generating actual tourists coming here?
it does. And I know, for example,
Where's the data? Where's the data?
So, Aaron, so, you know, when I'll just use HVCB as an example. When they finished doing their marketing, like the LA saturation program, they could tell how many
Well,
bookings.
At this point, I'm talking about destination management. Does HVCB do destination management?
No, sorry, I thought you were asking about how many,
No, I'm
the
saying-
marketing
I'm saying,
dollars.
Yeah, of the $63 million, because 70% of the tourists come. They don't necessarily have to, they come because they want to come to some program that's being a little week. They don't come for, they come, right? I mean, we have people that just come because they love Hawaii, they love our weather, they love surfing, they love whatever. But there's that other amount that we're bringing in, 30% of them that you're targeting. And of that 63 million, we're spending 27 million over 2 years for destination management. So my question is, how much of that destination management dollars that we're spending is bringing what percentage of the tourists?
When we talk about destination management and marketing, so, sorry, Aaron. So we're talking about under destination management, we do post-arrival marketing. So when the visitor is in Hawaii, in the islands, then we're targeting them there to provide that type of messaging. So, like messaging about, being sensitive,
Okay, so we're not generating tourists.
not with destination.
So destination management is only educating our tourists.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, right now you're saying destination marketing and destination management. So destination marketing, to me, right now is the brand team working with our global marketing team to get visitors here. For destination management, I'm thinking, when you speak of that, I'm thinking of the post-arrival education program or post-arrival marketing here. So we're targeting the visitors while they're here and sharing with them the many things to see and do here to make sure the dollars stay here with our local businesses and educating them when they're on island about,
Right.
hiking safety,
So that's-
not walking on the
And
reefs.
is that what CNHA do?
That's what CNHA does, is
Okay.
the
So
post-arrival
they don't
marketing.
do any marketing?
They
So
don't do pre-arrival
So
marketing.
they don't bring in any tourists?
They do not bring in any.
Okay, so the marketing-
Pre-arrival is left with the Bureau and our
Okay,
international.
so the Bureau
marketing
does
team,
all the marketing to bring in the tourists?
as well as our international global marketing team.
Okay, and I guess that's what we need to look at. How many dollars do we spend on the contracts? Did you add that up, Aaron?
We have 24 million.
24 million. Okay, so 24 million in marketing. Plus what?
The Maui emergency marketing campaign is 6.5.
So 24 plus the 6.5 million.
Okay, so we're spending approximately 30 million in marketing.
For the
Gen-
US, this is US and global MCI. Should I come up?
Yeah, please come on.
So I guess, sorry. So I guess we could say, then we spend zero.
Zero on what?
But I'm sorry, I don't
on- On
understand.
tourism coming to Hawaii. I mean, zero in tourists that we're really targeting with the funds.
No, it's
No.
No, I know they do
CNHA.
posts, but
Yeah,
in
they
this
don't- they
case,
don't do
you know what amazes me? You guys get money all over the place for DMAP. Like, I've known CNHA to be boots on the ground. I've known them to be in every community and district, and the outreach is there, but yet, a logo has been this. We should not be engaged, it comes in where people are not of this mindset. We should be humble, mindful, and respectful. The reason for this sentiment is that local people are not of the mindset, and that the message worldwide, whether it be here or Japan, is no come.
What message is that? Do we have a campaign going on with that kind of messaging?
Well, it was when we was in Maui. That was the
No, I
messaging.
don't-
You guys were there. We were trying to figure what was the message the whole time.
So Aaron, what program are you guys running right now? You're running a campaign of that mindful messaging?
No, so I think what's important to note is that HVCB's contract on the leisure market with HTA is a branding contract, whereas the other GMTs are lower on the funnel, more driven to conversion. And so if I use 2019 as a metric, as a foundational metric, in 2019, the US market for which HVCB is responsible was 60% of overall visitation to Hawaii. In 2025, the US market is responsible for 75% of overall visitation to Hawaii. We are at 115% of where we were in 2019. Now, I think what's important to note is that HVCB is responsible for the US market, distinct from Oceania, et cetera, right? And so in the leisure contract, we're responsible for overall branding. And so when Senator Kim says, when you make the intervention that people come for sun, sand, and surf, you are absolutely right. That if the state spent no money on branding, people in Siberia will know Hawaii. I would encourage the committee to consider, however, that what happens if hotels are directly responsible for their own marketing and airlines directly responsible for their own marketing, the kind of people that come to Hawaii, we lose control of. And what the state's responsibility is, from our perspective, is to assure that the kind of people that come to Hawaii are the kind of people the state wants to come to Hawaii. And that's where branding is key. And so then a hotel's responsibility, ultimately, operationally, is to sell a room, or an airline sell a seat. The state's responsibility, from our perspective, is to assure that the kind of people that come are the kind of people that we want, be it that a mindful traveler, sustainable-minded, et cetera, right? And so with HTA, we have designated what we now call a Hawaii target traveler. They make a certain amount of money, they watch these kinds of shows on Netflix, et cetera. And so for HVCB in the leisure market, our intent then is to make sure that the proper message is getting to the proper person at the proper time, et cetera. And they then make their own decision to come. We don't drive at the bottom of the funnel. So let me sort of put a period there. This is distinct from the emergency campaign we're doing for Maui, because the emergency campaign that we are doing for Maui is a direct conversion campaign. And so what HTA has decided, and this is in a conjunction with DBEDT Director and the Governor's Office, is that Maui needs an infusion of resources that brings people directly to Maui. And so that was what effected this Emergency Maui campaign with $6.5 million. The majority of that funding is going to wholesalers, which are in the business of driving conversion at the point of sale. And so this contract is distinct from the overall leisure branding contract.
Okay, let me follow up on this,
Please.
Aaron. So you're saying that HVCB, which has the US contract,
Yes.
that's the leisure branding, and that majority of that come for sand surf, right? And you're saying that you want to control the kind of people that come here.
We think the
Right.
state should control.
Yes, the
Yeah.
state, through your contract, the
Right.
state should control. So you're telling everybody else, if you're not going to be mindful, we don't want you to come. If you're not going to be good stewards of our land, we don't want you to come, right? That's what you're saying.
No, not directly, no. So what we're
That's what
trying
you
to
said. I
no,
mean-
what we're trying to influence the kind of people that ultimately come.
Yeah, but I'm getting the message and I hear that, and I'm saying, wow, am I mindful? They don't want me to come? I mean, the Japanese is a good example. So the Japanese are mindful. They are very respectful. So we're telling them, okay, you're not being mindful enough. We don't want you to come if you're not going to do that. So it's like,
Yeah, but we're not responsible for Japan.
no, but the message, whether you're responsible or not, the message will get to anybody who come to Hawaii and hear that message at some point, right? They might not hear it in Japan, but they're going to come here and they're going to hear it because that's what we're paying for you to get that message out. But it's like, okay, so everybody else, we don't want them to come to U.S. Don't come if you're not of this higher spending. If you're not mindful, then don't come.
No, so the messaging was never generated by HVCB on behalf of HTA to say don't come. A lot of that narrative was actually put out by ultimately third parties. So you have a strong-minded community organization, community individual who puts something out on Instagram, who is frustrated on a particular day at a particular time. That parcel, that piece of information then gets taken and blown up in particular. And that's what the study has shown us, is that a lot of how the negative stories have been amplified are ultimately third parties to the sharing of Instagram Reels, et cetera, using social media as a platform. So that doesn't,
But it's based on your original message. So if your original message is saying, we only want mindful people, we only want people who are respectful, you need to be respectful. So then others are going to say, okay, well, they don't want us to come because, you know, we have a lot, and whether we like it or not, we have a lot of visitors that come. I know when we were doing convention center, like we wanted the business traveler because they come in, they don't tax the environment as much, they spend more, and they leave. So we were targeting businesses.
Yes.
But then this message is not just targeting businesses, it's targeting people's way of life to say, you're not respectful. And who's to determine what respect means and what mindful means?
ultimately the state.
No,
Yeah.
we don't determine that.
The-
People determine that, not us. If I to tell you you're not being mindful, who am I to tell you you're not being mindful? Who determines if you're mindful or not?
It's not as direct, Senator, with all due respect.
But yes, it's subliminal in a lot of messages, and we're getting that message. So I don't know that we've looked at. And then isn't this campaign was supposed to start in April? And then we didn't start it till June, which is supposed to be maybe our shoulder period or our slower period. But then you guys are now doing it during the summer period? I mean, there's a lot of issues here. One, I don't even know the message is correct. Two, it wasn't even the right timing. And then you guys, and then you're saying in your opening that we're doing things better? It's now, it's not better.
I think my bigger question then becomes, you know, as we looked at the marketing part of it, whether it be worldwide, whether it be CNH and the contracts that they have. My question is, where are we with the delinquencies? I mean, we've had our challenges, clearly, on these two guys being paid out. Where's the accountability? In your opening statement, you talk about following the law. Have we followed the law with HTA? And I think my bigger question for you at HVCB is, you guys doing half the stuff and CNH is doing the other half. Why we need HTA for? If we're gonna have the message of what we're gonna share to our tourism industry, then maybe the legislature should just say, okay, no, let's just contract it out. And do away with the middle end division, align and all this stuff. Here's what we want you to do, and here's what we want you to do. And just have the oversight at that level with a, by the way, did we ever fill?
That's the way it used to be.
Did we ever fill our financial officer position? Where's that? I mean, who's looking at the money is my question. Who's watching the money while we're having news come to us from the front page and then we gotta go dig for the stuff? I mean, that's my challenge here.
Can I just share the history prior to HTA being created back in the late 90s? Because the legislature was not happy. HVCB was running the entire world. They had the entire contract, $83 million, I think it was. Okay? They were running everything. And I wasn't in the legislature then, but I understand legislators felt that the state should be doing it. So that we created HTA. But when we created HTA, we didn't give them the bodies. We didn't give them all the expertise. So what did they do? They turned around and contract with HVCB. Nothing changed. We just had a middleman. Okay. Then I entered in 2000, took over tourism by itself, because back then it was never by itself. It was always with DBED. And we made that change, and they took HVCB's contract. Instead of going worldwide, they broke it out into many marketing areas. And they fought it, by the way. HVCB, and you're around, HVCB fought it tooth and nail. It was very political, but the board did it at the time. And we split it all up, and so that HTA would be more relevant. But now it's back to the same thing. We're back to contracts, and why have HTA? Because you haven't managed it well. Because DBED can do it again if they're going to just contract it with HVCB. And we didn't have HCNA back, NCA back. CNHA, I can never get that straight. So that's kind of the history is going back.
There was a $300,000 governance study that was conducted last year that basically said that we should revert back to what it was.
To what it was. Yeah, and again, it
But we can
depends. If
talk
you have
about that.
bad leadership in DBED, then things happen. If you have good leadership and bad leadership in HT, you know what I mean? It just reverses itself sometimes. So it's never ideal.
We talk about the delinquencies and the invoice. Have we determined how much of an interest we have to pay for that?
So we have, through their current contract, their fixed price contract, we've handled that. And so now there are no interests that we need to pay for any delinquent invoices.
So you guys didn't pay anything because you guys
So
figured out that you
it was
don't have to?
paid within the current fixed price contract, so it's taken
How
care of.
much was that?
I don't have that figure. I'll get,
So I know I asked for this. I've asked for this many times based on that contract alone because of a late payment. And you said you were gonna get back to me. So you haven't.
So can we get Todd back up here? Because if we can't get answers from the CEO, then how
Yeah.
about the board? Because you folks knew we were gonna ask these questions. Aaron, I don't know.
Aaron,
if
stay
you
right there,
should
Aaron.
leave.
Don't you move. So you know what? Maybe the question should be to you, Aaron. Aaron, since you've been delinquent on your contract and there was interest that HT had to pay, how much was that interest and has that been taken care of?
Since Caroline has stepped in as interim CEO, we have come current. We are still awaiting, I think, an opinion, and I'll defer this to HTA, an opinion from the AG's office on ultimately the payment of interest. And we had been basing our approach to this on two sort of fundamental tenets. On one hand, we charge interest according to the way that our invoice reads on a net. On the other hand, the state's comptroller had put out a memo that said if the state is delinquent on payments, the state is responsible for interest at a particular rate, which changes annually. And so my understanding is we're still awaiting opinion from the AG's office on response to the payment of interest on the set of contracts, which ultimately affects everything writ large. But since Carol,
How much is that? That you folks, HVCB thinks, based on your 30 days,
780,000.
780,000.
Have the director come up and answer that as well. Did we ever get a number that, or AG, do you know the question? Okay.
I don't know that we needed to, because I think it's in statute.
What?
The interest,
What did you-
it's in statute. If we owe somebody money, I think they have the right to collect interest on what we owe 'em after so many days. I don't know what that time period is, but let me just say that HVCB came to me before Aaron was appointed, and I had a meeting with Tom Mullins, chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, Arakawa, Isaac Choi, and myself, and we talked about that amount. And it was $11 million at the time that we owed. $11 million. And then Tom said, well, you know, we have the right to collect interest. And I was very upset, and I told Isaac Choi, you need to resolve this now.
How do we even find out that they weren't paying the bills?
They came to me.
Who came to you? Them?
Tom Mullins. Tom Mullins came to me and said, Jimmy, we got a problem. I wasn't aware of it, but as soon as I was aware of it, I had the meeting. And everybody.
So were you aware of that? No, I wasn't involved at the time. So nobody knew this thing never
Oh,
came up at the
that,
board meeting?
Who was
the
responsible?
previous interim CEO and president knew. He knew. In fact, I'm sorry, he was in the meeting too. And that's not the only situation. CNHA was another one. They were almost $4 million, and it was past 400 days. And they called me at the same time, and I brought them in. Tyler was in the meeting with me and Isaac and Daniel and Kalani. And I told them, we gotta resolve this. I said, can we?
Why wasn't it paid?
Well, I'll get into that, but why? I said, this is not fair for an organization like CNHA to be out I think at that time was like $3 million. Isaac, okay, I'm not going to use his name, the former financial officer worked with Tyler on 2 weekends, and they resolved all of the issues of deliverables, of the contracts, and everything was in email sent to to HTA 2 weeks in advance of each contract. So they sat down and they went through every single one. And I think it took them 2 weeks or 3 weeks to resolve the solution, and then they got paid, I think, a month and a half later. But
Who is overseeing the payments of these contracts?
the former destination stewardship manager, Kalani Kana'ana, on the CNH, on the Kilohana contract.
And what about for the HVCB?
Eva, I don't know her last name,
And that person is still?
no longer there.
Okay, so they were overseeing and they weren't being paid.
The organizations weren't being paid correct,
And,
on a timely basis.
but why?
I cannot answer that question. I was mind boggled myself, because when we found out that,
Because they were aware, at some point they were aware. And
Oh,
they
they
still
were
didn't-
aware.
They didn't pay. My understanding is that they didn't give the approvals or something. I don't know.
who didn't give their approval?
The Kalani and.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, they didn't sign off, so yes,
Sign off.
yes.
Why?
I don't know.
In the
For
meantime, the two organizations are left holding the bag.
Yes. And when I found out about the $780,000 interest, I'm like, this is going to end up on the front page of the Star Advertiser. And, we cannot go back and fix it. I think we did as best as we can
So
to
where
pay
is
them.
that money going to come from?
It's paid already.
Yeah, but
Most
where
of
did
it.
it come out of?
It was in the budget. It was in HTA's
No,
coffers.
it's a $780,000.
Oh, I don't, I think,
Where is that money going to come from?
I don't even know if that legal part is going to be paid or not.
Should they be owed that money? If it gets determined, where is that money going to come?
Okay.
Okay, and what is?
That's a
what is
specific
CNHA's
question.
position of interest?
They don't have any interest that I'm aware of.
So
They
didn't-
did not,
didn't charge you.
they did not in a meeting tell me, or even today, as of today, they just wanted to get paid. I'm not going to speak for them. I'm not going to speak for them, but I think they just wanted to get paid, and they never talked about interest.
So
to their
if
credit.
the interest, where would the $780,000 come?
So as I mentioned earlier, it's coming from their fixed price contract. And I don't have the amount, and
Does it come from their fixed?
Yeah, what does that
because
mean?
there was cost savings, like with travel but it's within their contract.
So in the discussions that we had regarding that, the answer is, we're not going to come to the legislature asking for more money. Somebody's contract is going to be less, $780,000.
I don't think that's right.
I don't think that's right either,
It should
but,
come from somebody who screwed up.
so, Senator Kim, we have the amount that Aaron said, the 24 million, so there is that pot, but we're gonna, if we pay the interest, it's gonna come from somewhere in that pot. HTA doesn't have an opportunity fund.
Director, Director, $780,000, that could be helping the homeless and feeding people right now. That's a lot of money.
Of course it is. And it's-
$780,000.
Yes.
I don't plan on wiping that underneath
I
the
can,
table.
I can promise you.
That's not right.
I can promise all of you at this table that we will not let that happen again.
And then we gotta take this off of somebody else's table? Whose contract are we gonna, have to cancel on the $780,000?
Well, it just means that it was not needed then. I mean, we're spending money we
Yeah.
don't need if we all of a sudden can find $780,000, cut some contract that we actually don't need. So where's this, we didn't owe the interest, was this a slush
Yeah.
somewhere?
No,
We
like I
paid?
said, we don't have an opportunity, I didn't want to say slush fund because that doesn't exist. We're just going to have to we got to pay them, Senator,
No,
we
I
got to
underst-
pay them.
I
If they charge us
understand.
interest,
But I'm just saying that where is it gonna come from? Maybe there needs to be salary cuts or something to make up the money. It's ridiculous that we have this kind of cost.
no, okay, so moving forward, as I said, you folks put a lot of the responsibility on DBED, which is me.
Well,
And
we had to, because it doesn't seem like HTA can do the job, which is why they should be cleaning this up and not you. That's why HTA existed prior to this as a self-governing board. I mean, a governing board versus an advisory board. Clearly, it tells me they're not competent enough where they are to make those decisions.
I think because I came from here, legislature, every time something comes up and there's a concern, the first two people I reach out to is you, Senator DeQuaid, and Representative Tam. Senator Wakai has been on the tourism chair before, and so have you. So I also communicate with you guys on some of the stuff that's, coming so that you have a heads up. And that's the only way that we can develop a trust. If we tried to hide any of this, and you guys found out, and you guys are very good at finding things out, we would look terrible. And
Okay,
so
so
I'm not into that. We're not gonna be hiding.
Explain then the Rams contract, if you're talking about stuff being done correctly. I mean, can you talk about the Rams contract? When was it entered into, and why didn't we have a contract, signed contract that was voted upon by the board, and when did that happen?
Okay, so I can let Caroline talk about the signing of the contract. There are still details.
Can we move on to that, or should we-
Wait, let's finish the interest part with interest. I'm sorry.
No,
Thank
no,
you, Chair.
I-
So the HVCB in the past for whatever reasons, procurement processes, payment processes, and there have been lags in payment before. What happened before I came on board was that HVCB was intent on communicating now what the lag ultimately meant in this fiscal period. And so what I don't want is for HVCB to be seen as this charger of interest. That $11 million ultimately affected our need to go into a line of credit for which we were charged interest. And so as we're, as a nonprofit private organization responsible for our own overhead, our own expenses, the goal really is to assert a need for a discussion on what the process is and how these processes are handled, who approves what, at what time, so that we can get paid on time. So I do want to thank, again, current CEO and DBEDT director for effecting a rather rapid coming current over the last, I want to say, 90 days, covering, this rather large delinquency in payment to HVCB. And so I just wanted to note that and thank the committee for this energy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned, Mr. Mullins told me that. He said, Jimmy, we got to float credit cards to pay our vendors. And he told me that in the meeting, and so what Aaron said is exactly right. I mean, they got to pay. So I don't know what that interest amount is going to be, but he said they had to float credit cards to pay the bills, and that should never happen. And the sad thing is, all of this money was in HTA's account. It wasn't like we had to come over here and ask for more money. We had the money.
Okay, so my question now is, because we're aware of all of these unpaid invoices, was there any kind of repercussions for those that were responsible for this?
So the people that are in charge are no longer there.
And they just resigned on their
For the-
own?
yes.
Or is it because they resigned because of this
I
incident?
don't know
or-
why they resigned specifically, but they are no longer at HTA.
Okay, because what I'm hearing is that, like, this happened and there was no repercussions for them. And what's to stop this from happening?
I had brought up to the previous CEO that documentation should be, I mean, $3 million and $11 million is a lot of money.
Yeah.
But at the point where I found out about HVCB, that person had already left the organization. Whether she had the training to do what she was supposed to do, I'm not sure. But as I said, moving forward, we'll never let that happen again. And that's why I have to continually communicate with CNHA and HVCB to make sure, and I have been. Is everything okay? They know. Aaron knows, Tyler knows, because I don't we don't need, this is not how we should be run. And I'm not there day-to-day doing it, but I call them at least once or twice a month.
You know, I just like to make one comment, Director. I don't think this is your job. I think this is HTA's job to be doing that. You know, that's what I think is more upsetting, is that you're having to jump into the middle of this when clearly that's HTA and the board and everybody else that should be doing this. Isn't that, I think what the best part of the bill is that I didn't believe that you should have any part of being on the board. But now you smack dab trying to clean up the mess that HTA was incapable of doing.
Well, Senator, thank you for that comments, but it's under HTA. I mean, HTA is under DBED, so I can't.
I get it,
I
but
can't
if
just
that
let
is
it
the
go.
case, then why go need a CEO?
Exactly.
So I can fork out this next batch of money to pay for one CEO, that if they screw up, I resort back to the DBED director to clean the mess up? Is that the message we're sending the community?
I'm not.
So I think that's our challenge here as we gear up for 2026 and how we legislate going forward, because we gotta build back the public trust. And clearly, sorry we didn't even get through the presentation,
Yeah.
but, I mean, clearly, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. And how do we fix it?
Yeah, and the people responsible have left, and there's no
Yeah.
repercussions, and yet you guys fired or let go of the person who did the whistleblowing on all of this. How is that fair?
I mean, I heard you say earlier that if it wasn't for your chief financial officer to get them paid in 2 weeks, which, I mean, I don't believe I should micromanage anybody and their staff. But I believe, which is why we have an entity separate alone, that we vet out people through the process of what you're capable of doing by your job descriptions and your qualifications. In the meantime, I feel like now we're literally having to jump in here and say, okay, apparently this person wasn't qualified. But it seems like we had a qualified person that majorly had a target on his back because he flushed out the deficiencies of what we now going to pay, which hopefully we figure out something, which that we shouldn't be figuring this out. You guys come to us to legislate, to help create a budget for our number one economic driver, which is tourism. This is far beyond the scope of what I believe we should be doing in having an info briefing today. I should be home with my grandson right now. But this is too important, I believe, after the discussions we've had and reading Start with Kaiser, even on Molokai, I get it online, but, you know, I'm super, like, disappointed. Like, I don't even know where to start, aside from trying to continue to build some kind of transparency. But it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I know we talk about partnerships and leveraging. And I think we have great partners that we work with right now in HVCB and CNHA. But to build this and then try to make sure we build back transparency and help this industry move forward, we depend on it.
Director, can I ask, what is the former chief financial officer's role in all this too? If any, or the late?
You mean right now?
payments? The late payments, the interest.
What was his role?
Yeah, did he have any role in that?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, at the time, absolutely.
like,
What role? Is he responsible for
was he
something?
responsible
No,
for
no,
payments?
no,
or-
no. And, you know, Caroline can confirm this, so,
Go into
like
that.
I said earlier, each contract, whether it was with CNHA or HVCB, each program contract had to get approved and sent in, the deliverable sent in by the program manager of those accounts. He never, the VP of Finance, never got those contracts to his desk to approve it. And that's why I said I had to get involved to take one of the program managers off the Kilohana contract and put the former VP of Finance on that contract to confirm the deliverables and make the payments. And that's what happened in 2 weekends, 2 Saturdays. Right after we had the meeting, so it was pretty quick. Right, Tyler? Yes. So yeah, that was his involvement. It was resolving that issue and then starting to resolve the HVCB issue. And I know that more work has been done since that time on HVCB because he's no longer
So
at
he wasn't given the invoices from
by
the
the
CEO
by the program managers.
and the program manager.
Yes.
But he was the one that pointed the fingers at the different people who were responsible, which is why he's not there anymore.
Chair,
I
I just going to clear something up
Paige
over
is
here.
gonna tell me not to
Because you
say
guys
one.
kept referring, nobody put a target on anybody's back. Okay, these charges were serious enough that the AG and Human Resources took action in him leaving without pay. So nobody put a target on his back because he was doing his job. It was the things that he was doing while everybody else knew he was doing them. And so the director didn't know because it was told to him. Okay, so when the AG sat on this and was brought to my attention, like I said, in the news, after our vote for HTA, and I just brought it up. Now, if they didn't find anything or they didn't think that had any merit, he wouldn't have left without pay. So it was not no target on his back. It was because of how his conduct was 2023 and fall of 2024 on how he was treating people at HTA. And again, like the director said, he put a little record in his note because he did say it, even though now he's admitting that he didn't say it. But a racial slur was made about our people being dumb Hawaiians. And that is a serious charge. And then the chauvinistic and the racism that was going on, again, after he was reprimanded by the DBEDT chair, he was still continuing to handle him, conducting himself in that manner. Then it was something that went to the AG's office, and nothing was being done. Then it came after the vote, which brought to my attention, and then I brought it back to the governor, who took it seriously, and the AG. So I'm not saying that, well, maybe he never do his work or whatever, but don't clarify it as a target on his back, because that is not true. There's no target on anybody's
I think
back.
part of it is true.
No, it's not.
I think it is. And
No,
I
it's
think
not.
that there's been many racial slurs been made by many people in the legislature as well. So, I mean, I'm not sure if the racial slur reaches that level, but again, that's an issue. But everything points to a lot of it, that people were whistleblown and don't like the idea, and then
But the whistleblowing gotta have facts.
up.
There was no facts.
there were facts.
Wasn't facts.
Bills didn't get paid. Bills didn't get paid. Contracts, people were getting free stuff. Contracts were not signed appropriately, which is why we're here.
Yeah, I would just, Chair, if I may, I just want to respond to one thing the senator from Eva Beach brought up.
Sure.
I was aware of one thing because I was standing there, and it's been documented. I addressed it. Isaac has been my friend for over 20 years. I put it in writing, and I told him, don't ever do it again, and go apologize to the people that were there. That was over 2 years ago.
And did he do that?
Yes.
And has it occurred again?
Well, he said, the senator from Eva Beach said, I know about others. I don't know about others. I was not made aware of others. And if I was, I would have addressed it. If I would have gone and checked to see what happened, but I was not, so.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, I just want to clear this up. You know, accusations are made every day, even in this building. File a complaint. File a complaint. Turn them into HR, do whatever you got to do. But the fact of the matter, we have a problem with HDA. We have a problem here, and we got to fix them. So if we can, Chair, would you like to go ahead and continue the presentation?
Let's continue the presentation. And if we have any questions, we'll try and, Ms. Anderson, sorry about that.
I just wanted to just restate for all of you that the interest that was just discussed about HVCB, it has been cleared up. Myself, our acting VP of Finance, and our acting Chief Brand Officer met with Tom Mullen, and we we're all in a conversation together, and we all confirmed with him that the interest is taken care of. It's within their fixed price contract, and he will not charge any interest to the state as long as we pay on time. And, we have a new senior brand manager. We are aware that we do not want this to continue ever have this happen again. So I just want you to all know that we
So if
move
you can,
forward.
So thank you for that. If you can you have him put it in writing and send it to us, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank
Well, I
you.
still don't understand what it means when you say it's in his fixed price contract, because then the contract, we overpaying them by $780,000?
I believe there was, within the fixed price contract, there were savings, and so I think that's what he used, but I'd be happy to get that information to
Okay,
you.
what kind of savings? And
I
what-
don't, I have to get that to you.
And the money would come back to the state at the end of the?
It's a fixed price contract, so no, it doesn't come back to the
See,
state.
that's the problem I'm having. How can it be a fixed contract and have savings? Because if it's fixed contract, that money is due to them anyway. So I'm not sure, or they're just saying they're waiving the interest. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, so let me get that information to you. I want to make sure I have all the correct
But you
information.
said everything was resolved, so how can it be
according-
resolved if you can't answer the question?
So in our discussions with Tom Mullen, he said he will not be charging any interest.
So don't say that it's part of the fixed contract then.
With the interest that was owed it's within, we're paying it within that contract.
Okay, so we are paying interest, so that means we have overpaid them by $780,000.
I don't know the exact amount. I don't think, we are not overpaying
So
them.
Caroline, so you cannot say that. Get it in writing and tell us exactly where
Yes,
it's
I will
coming
do
from.
that.
Okay? Stop.
When you use
Do
statements
the
like that.
presentation, please. Just get them in writing and give it to us, please.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to have a presentation, we can just ask questions. If anything, just like to cover the 90-day action plan. So, Senator Decote, when we met a couple of months ago, you asked me, what are we doing, right? And then I said, we have a plan, and then this was the plan that I shared out with you. So
What's the date of this plan that went into effect?
So the 90-day is up in July, so April.
So April, this plan went into effect in April, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, or May, June, July. It was developed in April. And so the whole purpose of this plan is to address the issues that HTA faces. It's not meant to be a transformational plan of our agency, but just meant to address what is happening at the HTA. So there's basically 8 goals that we want to accomplish with this plan. The first one is to be collaborative and cohesive as a team, as a staff. The second one is to reduce the overdue invoices. The third one is to identify any outstanding contractor issues.
So have those two been done?
Yes,
So we have no overdue invoices at all
yes,
at this time?
yes.
And folks have identified contract issues.
The purpose was to identify if there's any outstanding contractor issues, and I talked to the staff. There are none. The fourth one is to review, update, follow policies and procedures. And that's all about reviewing our policies and procedures. We know that things have to be revised and that there are new procedures to be made.
Put
The
an
fifth-
asterisk on that, because I want to come back to that.
The fifth goal is to improve board efficiencies. The sixth one is to have an effective tourism policy development and empower our staff. The seventh one is to fill positions. And the 8th one is to establish an administrative framework for the rooftop project. So, Kendrick, if you can just go to the 19th slide, I'll skip over all of this. Was one more? Thanks. And then the next slide. So just wanted to share with you our progress to date for each of the goals. So the first one was in regards to achieving a collaborative and cohesive team that communicates and coordinates efforts and we work together effectively. So this action is in progress, and things that we've done is, one, we now have staff meetings that are weekly. Before it was inconsistent. The second one is, before Jill came on board, we did not have a public affairs officer or a PR contract, and so we formed an internal PR hui to see what we could do to get out messaging about the work that HTA does. The third thing we did was to, work with staff. My message to staff was to stay focused amongst everything that's happening around us and to getting our work done, because we're nearing the closeout of our fiscal year. There's lots of contracts to get executed, procurements to be done, and I just wanted them to keep on task. And also to assess our program's activities as we develop the 26 budget, as well as our strategic tourism management plan, which is basically our operational plan, as identified in our Hawaii revised statutes. We're also looking at looking to see what kind of team building and employee recognition activities can be done. And our managers have either conducted or in the process of conducting employee goal setting and reviews for the upcoming year. And again, this is all to make sure that, we have a cohesive team working together at HTA. The second goal was to reduce the overdue invoices by 100% by May 15th, and we have accomplished that. It's either being processed or paid. The third area is to identify outstanding contractor issues. And again, working with staff, all issues have been identified and addressed. The fourth goal, ensuring all policies and procedures are reviewed, updated, and followed by HTA staff by the end of July. So our staff is reviewing the policies and procedures. We have started to make revisions and also have identified new procedures to develop. The fifth area is improving board work and efficiencies. And so that's what we have been working with our chair on, as well as the board. Our board reports and board packets have been streamlined. You can also see at our board meetings, agendas, we're also trying to make sure that it's more focused and organized. And the work still continues. The sixth area is ensuring effective tourism policy development, setting clear direction while empowering our staff to implement our annual tourism management plan. And so all of our program staff, we worked on completing a yearly activity plan, and this was something new that we introduced this year, and that feeds into our strategic tourism management plan. And with that, we developed our fiscal year 26 budget. The seventh area was to fill our vacant positions by July 1st. So we filled our public affairs officer on June 9th. Our brand manager position, that's under the stewardship division. It's the position, we're going through the applications right now, and we're looking at targeting interviews next week. And for the chief stewardship officer position, we're reviewing the position description and filling out all the internal paperwork so that we can post it. And the last area was regarding in regards to establishing an administrative framework to oversee and manage the Hawaii Convention Center rooftop repair project. And so I'd like to thank our comptroller, Keith Regan for, working with me, as well as Gordon Wood, the administrator for the Public Works Division at DAGS, to assist us in this project. So the team consists of DAGS, HTA, HCC, and the project management contractor, RLB, and the design and architect contractor. And the RFP is currently out, and the deadline is July 11th. And so that is, in a nutshell, that 90-day action plan, and the progress that we've made so far.
Caroline, my understanding is on your folks' HTA Budget Committee agenda, since November of 2023, concerns were raised about the non-payments and the late payments. And I have the minutes here, it was just given to me. So that's been on the agenda and it didn't get taken care of. But also understanding that those that caused this action to not take place has since left, except all but one, who is still working and has procurement violations. So who would that be?
So,
Or maybe not who, but is there someone that's still there that was responsible for some of the procurement violations?
so if you're speaking of the late payments, there's no one on staff that are here now.
So there's nobody on staff that is responsible for some of the procurement violations,
So
contract
for-
violations?
Yep, so if we're speaking of the procurement violations, then yes, I have a procurement violation, and I can explain what that is about. So if I can just,
We can bring that up later then.
yeah,
Go into it right now, but, so you're the one that,
so, yes, so
Okay.
if I can go into it, so our staff keeps a log
and
of,
I think we want to move on, we'll get to that after,
all right,
because it is, just wanted to clarify that.
So I think now we can move over to the auditor's presentation. And then break for lunch. And then after this, we'll take a break for lunch.
Now you know why I asked about dinner, right?
I'm not fine.
Just kidding. Okay, in the meantime then, how long more we can ask more questions? Less? Are you ready to go? Okay. Okay, maybe we can ask then. So do we have an update on the roof?
yes.
What's the update?
So if you want to, okay, so basically on the roof, so as I just explained, we formed a team. DAGS is going to help us lead the effort.
But is the timing going to be the same?
Yes, we're still on track for construction to begin on January 1.
And so it's going to take the exact same time that it was going to before. We don't have to,
Correct, right now as we know it, we're still on schedule. Just the RFP for the proposal for the bids have been pushed back. The date is now July 11th.
When-
But we need,
When was it supposed to be?
so it was supposed to be June 20th, and now it's July 11th.
Okay, so we're going to be on schedule, and you folks won't have to push anything else back.
Correct.
I think I can provide some clarity to some of the questions that you're asking.
Good.
Would you like that?
To the
I mean,
chair.
it's not part of my presentation, but I hear some of the answers and I hear some of the questions, and I'm not sure that. So for instance, you asked about the major contracts. So we have a sidebar, text box, which is on page 11 of our report. So we looked at the contracts themselves. So we looked at, for instance, CNHA's contract, and it's for support services for destination management for the period of 7/1/2023 to 5/1/2026. The contract amount, $27,141,032. That's what the contract says. We looked at the other contract for HVCB. HVCB's contract, and this is the title of the contract, which maybe helps some of the confusion in the discussion. Tourism Destination Brand Management and Marketing Services for the United States market. That period is 6/30/2023 to 12/31/2025. Contract amount $38,350,000. So I heard figures that were thrown out, different titles of the contracts themselves that seem to be different, but those are the contracts that we looked at, and we saw the documents themselves. Maybe there's some explanation as to the documents that we reviewed not being the most recent contracts. I think that they are the most recent contracts. They came from HTA, but that was one of the, I guess, areas that I think there was some confusion about. I also want to clarify, I think there's a disconnect between the destination management action plans that I see on the agenda that we talked about in our audit and destination management. So I know that CNHA has a destination management, I read the title, support services for destination management. Stewardship, I'm sorry. What am I saying? Management. Well, the title of the contract, I think, is.
Stewardship.
Okay, my fault, our fault. In any event, there's a difference between that and the Destination Management Action Plan. So I saw an article the other day in Civil Beat that talked about some money that CNHA had spent for destination stewardship. That is not DMAPs. That is separate expenditure from DMAP. So when you saw when you were asking, Senator, about the new staff that HTA has on destination management, that may be for DMAPs. That's not for destination stewardship. Those are very different aspects. I think HVCB also had destination stewardship as part of their contract. That's moved to CNHA, but that was always part of their contract. And when they did DMAPs, some of those people that are now HTA staff, they were HVCB and Island Visitor Bureau staff, which I think is HVCB. So I think there may have been some confusion in some of the questions and the answers. So I thought maybe I could provide some of my perspective, some of the information that may help clarify some of those questions. I also saw, well, we can get into that later, but mindful messaging, I heard that discussion, regenerative tourism, responsible tourists. I think that we looked at this issue because it's part of what we looked at in destination management. And we talk about how the strategic plan really hasn't changed from the 2020 to 2025 strategic plan, from the prior strategic plan in 2024. In fact, I have some slides about that, so I don't want to repeat myself. But one of the destination management, or one of the big plans, was to get the responsible tourist, the tourist that spends more here. And I think that's part of our plan, HCA's plan, is to limit the impact on the environment, limit the impact on the residents by getting less tourists, which means getting higher spending tourists. That's been part of the plan for probably decades. probably before the 2016 plan. So I'm not sure if that was your question, but I wanted to kind of clarify. That's kind of the responsible tourist, the regenerative tourism, I guess, direction, and that's been part of the plan
Right,
for.
but I think it's a messaging because of the way you put it out there. I mean, like, if we go after business, the business visitor, that's, they're labeled business and not basically spending or mindful or whatever, but.
You know what, that's a question better put to HTA and obviously the brand managers themselves. I don't know how they do it, but I think every jurisdiction is looking for the same guy. The guy that spends a lot and
Right.
spends here,
Do you
stays.
folks look at the difference between management and stewardship? Because that's a confusing thing that I'm seeing there. We're talking about management, DMAP, stewardship. It's very confusing.
We looked at destination management and more specifically, what HTA has done in accomplishing destination management. And the big difference, I don't have to do slides. The big difference is the DMAPs. So then we looked at initially the strategic plan with respect to destination management. Is there any difference? How are they accomplishing the strategic plan or the vision? And the answer is really there's no difference between 2016 and the 2020 strategic plan. Destination management seems to have been part of the earlier plans, and it still continues. The big difference being between those two strategic plans and HTA's approach, the big difference being DMAPs. So then we looked at DMAPs, Destination Management Action Plans. Different than destination stewardship, this was, theoretically done in-house, but it was contracted out.
So what is the difference between the DMAPs, the management, and the stewardship?
I don't know. I think that question is better answered by HTA, but I think that there may be some, whether overlap or confusion, because their terms are similar, obviously, but
I'm confused.
there's, like I mentioned, I saw that article in Civil Beat from a few days ago. Stuart wrote that article, Stuart Yurton wrote that article as well. I thought, well, is that a DMAP expenditure? That was a CNHA expenditure. So I had my staff go back and look, is that one of the DMAP expenditures? Because we report about the DMAPs and their expenditures. It was not. That's part of the destination stewardship contract. So that's a very separate pot of money. And there's other grants that HTA has provided historically, but also has revised or fine-tuned to be more specific towards whether it's cultural events or I'm sure that the CEO can talk a little more about those, but
Did you folks identify in the audit, and I did read it generally, the exact different contracts and how much they each were and what each contract did?
for destination stewardship, destination management?
Yeah.
No, we didn't report it, but we did get a list of all of the contracts that HTA has.
So while you're giving your presentation, HTA, can you provide us with a list of the contracts, what they do, and the amounts, please?
Okay, I'm sorry I
Okay.
took a little different
Before you
tack.
jump on,
Yeah.
can you, if you ever had the opportunity to look at the reservation system, what is the difference when we talk about addressing hotspots for tourists, which is really what this is about? Because residents were just upset about all these tourists coming in. The difference between the reservation system that makes money versus us funding destination management and stewardship.
What is the difference?
What is the difference on its outcomes and its goals of what they are trying to accomplish? Because what I see in a reservation system is that it then addresses the hotspots of which you clearly identify in your auditing.
I think the reservation system is one way that certain hotspots that they've been, quote, addressed, whether it's, Diamond Head or Hanuma Bay. Some of that may have predated HTA's efforts, like Hanuma Bay. Maybe they had some fingerprints on that, but that seems to me to be a city and county of Honolulu reservation system and a project that the city has done. But I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. There certainly is.
So, in Wainapanapa, we have a reservation system. It generates about $3 million. It goes back to funding, fixing, whether it be toilets, roads. It also employs the residents in that area. It allows for people that want to come and visit to go online prior to coming to visit. And at a certain capacity, it then says, we're full for today, so you might want to try another day and then spread out to go to other areas. Something like what Haena has done.
Okay.
But in this case, we've been funding DMAP. I have yet to see, because DMAP is spread out all over the place, and that in stewardship of monies for this, monies in grants, but yet not really coming full circle and telling me, where's the hot spots? And how we're addressing the hot spots and trying to alleviate inundation of over-tourism population in areas that residents have been very upset about.
I'm going to zip through slides to get to your question.
Thank you.
Can I just zip through and talk about them? Okay, we done 5 audits of HTA. Okay, so this is our 6th audit of Hawaii Tourism Authority.
I thought you meant.
Go ahead, Les.
Okay, by law, every 5 years. The last one we looked at was in 2018. HTA was a different entity. I know, Senator, you've talked about how HTA has in essence been transformed by legislative action, no longer exempt from procurement, no longer has dedicated funding through the Tourism Special Fund. So and now we know that it's being moved as an agency of DBED and not as an autonomous agency. So lots has changed. So we didn't want to look at, for instance, contracts and procurement. It was an issue. We saw the CNHA and HCV stuff that was reported in the news, but things had changed. So what did we look at? We wanted to see, what is HTA really about? Really, this is the news for us. It was about all of the resident frustration about having too many tourists, about the hotspot, Senator. You know, and I think that got exacerbated during COVID when we had the lockdown and there weren't tourists in our beaches and in Kailua Town or wherever else they may be. So I think residents felt even stronger about the fact that we had too many tourists. So this is what we started with. We said, okay, let's look at what HCA is doing to address this. And so we created objectives. Objectives being, let's look at the strategic plan. Is there been any achievement of the strategic plan objectives relating to destination management? And the second one, I mentioned earlier that to us the big difference was DMAPs, or Destination Management Action Plans. That was the second objective. Let's see how effective they were. So what did we do? So what did we find? We found that destination management, the focus is not new or effective. I mentioned earlier, it's the same as the 2016 strategic plan. Really no movement of that needle in terms of achieving some kind of better situation for residents, better destination management, maybe if you want to call it destination stewardship. There's no difference. There's no achievement of that goal in the strategic plan. And then we also found, with respect to the DMAPs, poorly planned, poorly executed, rushed, contracted out, and very little assessment of actual implementation of action items. That's what we found. I got to say that I read in the paper yesterday, the Star Advertiser, it had an article about today's briefing, and near the bottom, it talked about the audit, and it talked about the fact that there were HTA staffers and board members that disagreed with the audit findings. That is news to me, okay, because we provide the entity, HTA, we provide them with a draft of the audit. We don't provide it to you, we provide it to them. We have an exit conference. We sit around and we talk about the audit, concerns they have about the report itself. And then they actually provide us, or have the opportunity to provide us with written comments about the draft. This is their written comments. They basically have no objection to the draft report. During our discussion, there was no disagreement with the audit findings. So when I read that in the paper, it was a surprise to me. I'm not sure what those objections about the findings are, but I wanted to make that point. I'm not sure what they are. I'm not aware of the concerns about our report.
Les, did you provide a presentation to the board?
Thank you.
HTA on
I'm glad you asked that. And the answer is no. Okay, we've offered in our letter to the board that provided the copy of the actual report that we issued, we offered to meet with the board, to brief the board, just like what we're doing here, about the audit, about the findings, about the recommendations themselves. We have not been invited. I know the board has had two meetings where they did have, I think, staff provided information about our audit report. But we are not on that agenda. We were invited, but because we're not on that agenda, it's not for the purposes of us presenting the audit. We declined. It's not our discussion. It's between the board and staff or administration.
So in May and June, the discussion was on the agenda, but you weren't invited.
We were invited, but it is not our agenda item. It was for management to brief the board about the audit. It is not for the auditor to briefed the board about the report and the recommendations. So I'm not sure exactly what management did at those meetings, but we declined because it wasn't our meeting. Or we weren't invited to present, I guess is a better way to say that.
Is there a reason why they weren't invited?
I did invite you.
You invited us to attend, but that agenda item is not for us to make the presentation. That was for you to have discussion with the board. So if you're asking us to come and present to the board our audit and our recommendations, we're happy to come. But that was not, neither of those agenda items were for that purpose.
So let me just be
Okay, so
clear.
I-
I was there at that meeting. The auditor was there, but at no time was he asked to present. He sat there awaiting, sitting next to me, and you were never asked to present.
Senator, that's a different meeting. That was about the financial audit, and so I'm talking about the performance audit, the audit that I'm talking about here. I know that Caroline is correct, I'm sorry, the CEO is correct, that she did send me an email informing me that they had it on the agenda, and if I wanted to attend, I was welcome to. But that, like I said, that agenda item was not for us to present to the board the report or recommendations.
What was that agenda item for?
For me, it looked like it was for management to discuss the audit report with the board. A zillion years ago, some of you may remember.
You're the chair. Why didn't you ask the auditor to present anything to the board?
So as was stated, it was on the agenda, the audit was on the agenda. We asked Caroline to invite the auditor, which he did. And so I'm a little surprised that they felt it wasn't appropriate for them to come and present the audit. If they had, because that's what that whole topic was about, if you look at our agenda item.
So how did you invite him? In writing?
Yes, I have an
Email.
email.
An email? Did the email say, we want you to present?
No. May
Well, I
I make
guess-
a comment to Mr. Apo, and Chair Apo would know this. A zillion years ago, I was the director of the Office of Information Practices. We oversee the state sunshine law, which is the open meetings law. And clearly, the agenda needs to be clear what the board intends to talk about. It needs to be, I used to tell people, take it home to your wife or your husband, see if they can read it, and they can tell you what the board is going to do. That agenda item was for management to talk to the board about the report. It is not for the auditor's office to come and discuss or present the audit report to the board and talk to the board about that audit. So while there may be some disagreement as to what the intent was, I read the agenda item. I got Ms. Anderson, CEO Anderson's emails, and it clearly to me was not for the purposes of us presenting the report or even having a discussion with the board about it.
What meeting was that for? The May meeting or the June meeting?
There were two times, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was our last May meeting, and
And he didn't show up. In your estimation, he didn't show up.
he didn't,
Did you follow up? And
I'm sorry, you replied back to me that,
One of them, I was not available, the last one.
Yeah.
The first one, I declined. It
Yeah.
was soon after we had issued the report. I think initially the intent had been,
yeah, my intent was always, was to invite you to be part of it. And I'm sorry if I chose the wrong words, but,
well, it's the
Yeah.
agenda that needs to be fixed, not the words. I'm happy with the invite, it's just the agenda that needs to be specific because that's what the Sunshine Law requires. I think my impression, CEO, is that the first meeting that you had was really intended initially to discuss the draft with the board, right? But at that point, we had already issued, so the agenda item got changed to report, but it was still you folks talking to the board about the report. It really was not for the purpose of us coming and presenting the report. The second time, I'm not sure what the intent was, but like I said earlier, the agenda item was not for us. We're still happy to come. That offer is still on the table. If we can add value by talking to the specifics about our report and about our recommendation, we're happy to come anytime with enough notice.
Yeah, no, agreed. Whether there was word language or misunderstanding, but the other part is, at that meeting, there was public testimony specifically about some of the findings in the audit from those that participated in the process. And so again, I think the agenda item was there to have the discussion around the audit and the reaction to it and where DMAPs are going. Whether the communication happened correctly to get that to happen, clearly didn't. we will find the time to make sure the auditor is able to present on it to the board.
Okay, I think my point still is that, first of all, that discussion is fine, and those comments and that testimony is fine under that agenda item. It's just not us. But secondly, I mentioned a little while ago that I'm not aware of any HTA issues with our findings. We had opportunity for that discussion, exit conference, as well as written comments. And I don't see any objection to the comments or to the findings. We would have had discussion about that and tried to understand what the issues were so that if it was something like, for instance, that was, I always tell people, if there's a box of documents in the corner and we didn't ask for it, and you show it to us at the exit conference, we are not going to issue that report until we look through that box of documents to ensure that our factual foundation is solid. We had that discussion. We asked for comments, and this is what we got. It's really no comments. So, like I said, when I read that in the paper, I was surprised.
And don't disagree with that. I was surprised by some of the public testimony we got in their responses to the audit that we didn't have as a board until we had the public hearing and they're able to get them. And by that time, the response deadline had passed. But that was part of our effort to take public commentary about the process and the
Who
audit.
made the comment in the article that you folks took issue?
I don't know which.
I didn't say took any issue. I just,
I think the reporter's here, but I don't know if she can give her source. But
Just assume it was HTA since it said HTA, right?
it referenced
members.
HCA staff and some board members. I'm not sure who that was. I just read the article yesterday. Front page of the local section.
Who's your PR person? You said you hired a new PR person. So
Jill Radke.
Aren't they,
So
aren't
did
they
Jill
putting
make
this up?
that comment?
Did you guys read it and say
The Star
something? else?
Advertiser, who made the comment? Jill, was that you?
But did
Wait,
you
what
read
did
it, and then did you guys say this
what-
isn't correct and told the editor, told the author that that's incorrect information?
okay, sorry, I need to see what was in, I don't recall exactly what the article or the,
Oh, it was yesterday's paper, Star Advertiser.
yeah, but what is the quote you're referring?
It's not a
No,
quote. It's not a
I
quote.
read
It's
it,
just a
but,
it's just a
yeah.
statement or a couple statements.
So, I mean, you're right. My response to the auditor is that letter. When the report was provided to HTA for comment, it was at the end of the legislature session. There was a lot going on. We did not have enough resources to
I'll
give.
read it. I'll read the quote in the article right now. It says, "Some of the HTA board and staff disagreed with the management's audit finding, and that it's unclear what track they will take in the informational briefing." So that is what we're referring to in the article.
Okay.
Who are those people? Don't you have a PR person or somebody that's supposed to be managing what goes out of your office? As to responses?
I provided my quote for the article. And I just want to thank the legislative auditor for providing the report. And again, we recognize that we can always improve. And that's what I want to come forward with you today, that, we took the recommendations and we're addressing it and we have the actions that we're going to take with the timeline.
Yeah, I understand it, but I can understand what the auditor is saying, because hearing that quote from the newspaper based on board members and staff, but in your letter, you say that HTA remains focused on continuous improvement, strengthen accountability, and advancing our mission to manage tourism sustainably, responsibly. Many of the areas noted in the draft are already being addressed through our organizational restructuring, increased resources, and destination management, enhanced performance tracking. And yet, that comment is in writing. So it really conflicts with what you're saying.
Communication issue.
Right.
So just from the factual side, let me share. If I'm recalling correctly, there were board members who stated at the meeting, after we received the public testimony, that they did disagree with the audit based on the public testimony and what they knew about the
What
process.
meeting
So
was that?
I believe it was the May 28th, 29th, our last HTA board meeting. That was stated publicly.
And you
by
guys
board
didn't
members.
bother to bring that up with the auditor and have them come in to specifically address some of these issues?
Well, that was our last meeting, and this was the meeting where the auditor was invited, and as we've talked about, wasn't there. We had the agenda item, we received public testimony, and in the discussion, some board members stated their concerns about the audit, especially based on the public testimony that was provided. So from a factual standpoint of what was reported, I believe that was accurate based on what was stated at our public meeting.
We're happy to answer any questions that
We'll
they may
continue the
have.
process. We
I
need to dive in.
think my suggestion to the board, that issue is with management. Management had no issue with the findings. So if you have issues with the findings, your issue is with management. But we're happy to come and talk. You know, we're happy to come. We can go past that last meeting, because honestly, I wasn't available the last meeting, and I don't think there was much notice that we were given, certainly not when the agenda was filed. I don't think the email came at that point 6 days in advance. In any event, we're happy to come, and we're happy to answer questions. If HTA has some concerns about the audit today, we can address them. I mean, we're very confident, and we can talk about the process if you want, very confident in our audit findings and the support for it, so we're happy to talk about it. Should I go? Okay. This is our first finding. This is about the strategic plan. Nothing new, not very effective, remains unable to gauge its own performance. 2016 to 2020 strategic plan, they even stopped tracking their performance. HTA uses these things called KPIs, key performance indicators, which are the same KPIs or key performance indicators that they've used for decades. It is not specific to destination management or destination stewardship. Yet HCA has talked about in its 2020 to 2025 strategic plan, the current strategic plan, about the fact that they're putting greater emphasis on destination management. But the KPIs have not been adjusted to somehow measure any new movement towards destination management. These are just additional slides that talk about, from the strategic plan, that talk about the new emphasis, the new focus on destination management. Sandra, you had a question?
Is this related to Samari, the surveys that you folks use? Don't you use that, Samari?
Mari is for our marketing effectiveness.
Is that
Yes, those are some of the KPIs. It's resident sentiment, it's visitor spending. There's 4 of them. I'm sure I'm drawing a blank on the other 2.
And how long have you guys been using Samari?
So Smari isn't for those
Okay.
KPIs. Yeah.
Sorry.
Samari is on.
Smari is for marketing.
And how long have you been using Samari?
2 years.
Okay, we'll come back to that. I have issues with Samari.
Maybe this is the answer to your question, Sandra. The strategic plan defines destination management. Doesn't define destination stewardship, but it does define destination management. I think it's been defined in the statute now. But this is the definition from the strategic plan. You know, attracting and educating responsible visitors, which is the questions I think that you are asking, advocating for solutions to overcrowded attractions, which is really the hot spots to me, and working with other responsible agencies to address many of these issues. HCA doesn't have the authority or the ability to address many of these issues with respect to hotspots. County, private land, HCA had done, and we have another text box in our report. Our report's long, and I don't understand. I know you guys are busy, but there's another text box about same old or something like that, where HCA had commented previously that they were not able to effectuate change because they don't have the authority to do it. They're not involved in, sorry, I'm looking for the page as we talk, but there's another text box about the challenges HCA faces because they have to rely upon other departments, other agencies, even other governments. It's on page
38?
32, a lesson not learned. So this is sorry, I'm going to zip because I know I was given 5 minutes and I'm already 30 minutes in. This is the 2016 plan. This is goal 1, and it is destination management. That was the intent, to show the 2016 plan, really same thing. The difference between 2016 and 2020 is DMAPs, Destination Management Action Plans. And so HCA created DMAPs for each island. There is a separate destination action management plan for every island. So with respect to DMAPs, this is,
Confusing, that term is so confusing because you think it's a map. Destination
I hear you.
maps.
You know what, we talk about HTA and DMAPs, and sometimes even internally, we start using acronyms, HTA's acronyms as well. We start using acronyms that no one else understands. And that's part of our challenge, is to make sure that we can communicate in a way that other people can understand. But I'm going to probably use DMAPs as I talk, but it's Destination Action Management Plans. One on each island, including DMAPs, or Destination Action Management Action Plans, for Lanai and Molokai as part of the Maui County DMAP. Our findings was, HCA our findings really were that it was really largely ineffective. The actions and sub-actions didn't address the hotspots, which our understanding was the DMAPs were primarily to address the resident dissatisfaction with tourists in places where they never were, or the number of people that were in those places. Many of the actions that were funded, the action items that were funded, didn't have anything to do with hotspots, were unrelated to hotspots. And then the last year of the DMAPs, 3-year DMAPs, HCA stopped tracking progress towards the DMAPs, towards achievement of the action items. Goals of the DMAPs: rebuild, refine, and reset tourism in Hawaii. This is really what, again, the same slide, but this is really what DMAPs, I think, we're trying to address. Help resident dissatisfaction with tourists in places where they weren't. Some of the comments from statements that come out of the DMAPs: we must manage the visitor experience with capacity limits at hotspots. Hotspots define recreational sites, attractions, et cetera. Hotspot defined on the bottom, area or site that attracts visitors due to its popularity, which may result in overcrowding, congestion, et cetera. And then problems also in the DMAPs, problems identifying hotspots.
Do we know how many hotspots?
Yeah, we do, and this is the start of the slide that I was rushing to get to answer Chair DeCoite's question. So every DMAP, including Molokai and Lanai, there are hotspots that are listed in the back of the DMAP, the report itself. So I'm going to show you them all. So there's some, this is the Kauai hotspot list. Okay, there's some, and I circled some, I don't know all these places, but I circled some that I don't understand why they're listed as a hotspot. Traffic in Kapa'a, Haleakala access. Not sure that's a state thing, think that's a U.S. Park Service thing, but I don't really understand why they're here. This is Molokai, this is Lanai. On the Big Island, Ali'i Drive, Banyan Drive, not sure why they're listed as hotspots. On Oahu, Haiku Stairs, illegal to go up Haiku Stairs. Hanuma Bay, already there's a reservation system. Kukani Local Birthing Stones, that's an OHA legacy property. I don't think the public is allowed on that site up in Wahiawa. Not sure why it's a hotspot. Waikiki capacity, not sure why that's listed as a hotspot either. Waikiki, I think, is intentionally supposed to be the tourist hotspot. That's where the hotels are, that's where Waikiki Beach is, that's where people are supposed to stay or go to. I think that's our big issue. Oh, this is the tracking sheets that HTA has used. Site certainly currently closed is Kukani Loco. I just put them up there so you could see them. I'm going to zip through them so we can talk a little more. HTA hired somebody to evaluate their achievement of the Destination Management Action Plan, action items and sub-action items. They contracted for somebody to assess how they did in achieving the action or sub-action items. This is the report from Pacific Research and Evaluation, LLC. They talk about achieving on Oahu the percentage that the steering committee members felt that that the hotspot or the action items relating to the hotspot had been achieved. These are other recommendations that are in the report itself. To answer Senator Kim's question, number of hotspots that were identified in the DMAPs in total, There were 97 hotspots identified, total number of sub-action items in the DMAPs, 200. Out of the 200, the number of sub-action items that related to hotspots, only 26, and only 4 of those sub-action items were deemed to be complete with respect to all of the DMAPs. These are just examples.
At what period of time? This was from 2016 to now?
No, it's not 2016, I'm sorry, Senator, it's a three-year DMAP. So the DMAPs, I believe, started in 2023 through 2021, thank you, through 2024 then. So they're, like I think the CEO mentioned, that they're in the second cycle or getting
Planning the
prepared to the next cycle of DMAPs. 3-year DMAPs all executed around the same time for around the same year, the same 3-year period. I think our issues with the DMAPs themselves, which we report in the report itself, I mentioned it was rushed without a clear idea of what they were intended to achieve and how actions would be prioritized. There's no process, no criteria for selecting steering committee members who could be part of the steering committee that met on every island, that developed the action items, the sub-action items. There was no criteria for what constituted an action item or a sub-action item, what constituted a hotspot. That's why we see the list of the hotspots, some of which not clear why it's listed as a hotspot. No funding criteria as to which action and sub-action items were funded through HTA's DMAP funding. And I think this is a big issue that we felt. HTA delegated much of the DMAP activities to contractors, creation, management, assessment of the achievement of the DMAP action and sub-action items, contracted out to consultants or contractors, including, like I showed you, the evaluation of the achievement. HTA, in essence, deferred a lot of their own authority to contractors. In fact, I think every one of the action and sub-action items that were listed in those DMAPs were approved by the HTA staff and then the HTA board. None of them rejected. Sorry, go ahead, Senator.
So the total number of sub-actions that you have here, 200, and each of those sub-actions came out of a group?
Came out of a
Came
group.
out of the group meeting?
They
Like
came
on-
out of the report. So they had, and maybe
so
Ms.
like on-
Anderson was.
Like
in-
on Oahu, 17 hotspots identified, 45 sub-actions.
Yes.
And that was hired, these sub-actions as a result of what? Of a group meeting, of
Yes.
a contractor, or what?
Yes. So here's some examples of what a sub-action item looks like. So action A and the sub-action items are A1, A2, and A3.
What page?
Oh, it's in the appendix, or maybe it's not.
Okay, go on. Sorry, I don't want to stop you.
So this is an example of the report that has a number of pages of action items, A through F, or A through G.
Depends on the DMAP.
And then each of those action items has sub-action items. So when we are
Right,
counting
but is
them,
it a result of what? Is it a result of the group meeting over periods of time? Is it because they hired a consultant? The consultant ran the meetings and came up with these sub-actions, or?
actually, most of those meetings, I believe, are run by HVCB through their Island Visitor Bureau. I see Ms. Anderson shaking her head. I know she was responsible for that. But it's my understanding that they were contracted out, and many of the people that now are shown as part of that destination management branch, they were the people that were HVCB or Island Visitor Bureau employees that, in essence, were very involved in organizing the steering committees, running those meetings, and the action items themselves, and then eventually implementing them.
So she's shaking her head. What?
Yeah, can I
Sure.
elaborate? So when the DMAPs were created, it was a partnership with Hawaii Tourism Authority, the counties, each of the counties' Office of Economic Development, as well as, yes, the island chapters, Island Visitors Bureau. So it was a team effort. HTA led the way. We hired contractors for Maui Nui's DMAP, as well as Oahu's, to write the plan. For Hawaii County, we did hire someone, but in the end, staff took it over and wrote it, and the staff wrote the Kauai DMAP.
Can you
And so-
explain the contractors, they wrote They wrote the what?
So we hired SMS Research to write the DMAPs for Maui Nui
And then for Oahu.
as well as Oahu.
So SMS wrote it.
Yes, for
Wrote what? What did they write?
the DMAPs. The DMAP for Maui Nui
How did
as
they
well
know-
as
Did they have the expertise to write this? SMS?
SMS Research. Yes.
So you folks didn't, it was your idea, but you didn't know how to write it, so you
I
hired
wrote the
them to-
Kauai plan, and then I finished off the Hawaii Island DMAP.
So why did we have to contract?
Because I'm one person and I could not do all the plans by myself.
And how much did this cost?
Sorry, I didn't bring that number with me.
You didn't bring any numbers with you. So we got 40, what is it, 45 action plan?
So each DMAP for each island.
45 for Oahu, 45. So SMS, we paid SMS to write it, and who came up with the actions?
So we formed a steering committee
The steering
for
committee.
each island. So we had a very robust discussion over a course of, I think it was 3 or 4 months with the steering committee. We also took the draft actions to the community to get their input and feedback and see what other actions that the community could come up with.
But out of that, we only got two hotspot sub-actions identified as complete, and then 10 in Oahu, which is pertain to hotspots.
So if I could go back to the purpose of the destination management action plans, the purpose of that was, one, to, as a result of our strategic plan, it called for a focus on destination management. And it was because in 2019, we were at 10 million visitors, and the communities felt it, our residents felt it. So in 2020, when we did our new tourism strategic plan, we wanted to make sure that we were we had a way to focus on how can we help these communities, how can we manage tourism better. And so as a result of that, we developed the destination management action plans. And we know that from our resident sentiment survey that we do annually, that residents want to have a voice in tourism. And that's exactly what the destination management action plans did. We had a process where steering committees were made up of not only visitor industry, we had some committees had agriculture, technology, Hawaiian culture, natural resources. So we brought in diverse voices.
Okay, understand that, and I think that's great that you had all of these voices, but at the end of the day, results speak for itself.
Yes.
Right? At the end of the day, looking back and looking at, like we said, you identify these hot spots, which some of them don't make sense to be even considered a hot spot. But then when you look at the results of all the time and effort that you put into it, and the results, it's dismal.
So,
It's worse than dismal.
we,
And you wrote it, so it's kind of concerning that we went through all of this and we ended up with what we have. I mean,
so one, you have to think of it, one is a plan, an action plan, and the other part of it is an implementation. And so I had our team go back through all of the projects we did, and it's a 168-page document, but it details all of the projects and the measures that we did for each project. So again, this was our first round of the DMAPs. The reason why we hired the consultant to take a look at the DMAPs was because we knew that, even when we were implementing it, we knew, okay, this is what we would do to improve it the next time around. So we hired the consultant to take a look at our DMAPs and then to also to advise us what we could be doing better so that this next round, we can improve. Because no plan, I've always said no plan is perfect. And so we always have to improve, and that's what we're trying to do with the next round of DMAPs and our strategic plan.
what was the total cost for the 2 years of the DMAPs?
So it's 3 years, and
3 years. What is the
again, I'm
cost?
sorry, I don't have that figure with me, and I will get it to you.
So you're going to include all the staff time, all the consultant work, all the stuff that was done. I mean, that's what I want to see, not just, we hired SMS, but it was a lot of effort and time.
There was
by
a
staff.
lot of
So,
time.
and then, so I would think you would have that number and you would evaluate to see whether or not you guys should continue with this DMAP. Because if it's so dismal, why are we spending all the time and effort? Did something, I think that intent was good, but it didn't accomplish the intent. So we need to look at it and not say, oh, we can do it better. Is that I don't think this is working.
So one of the things that we know from the past, from this first run of DMAPs, is that it was very broad because it addressed marketing, it addressed, product, et cetera. So moving forward, the next round of DMAPs will be specifically focused on destination management types of issues, and again, making it more focused. And we knew that last year.
So I'm going to stop you right there. I think when you first started this in 2020, which this is actually over 3 years, it was to focus in on those exact things. And as pinpointed was what was the issue we had in the beginning. Now, basically, you're asking for $2 million more just for your HTA budget. It's like just throwing more money on the fire. I think you guys should come up with a clear plan, exactly what each area wants to do, because correct me if I'm wrong, when the ask first was who would we recommend to sit in these areas, right? You reached out early on when you guys first started DBAP. And it was to get individuals that was a diverse group of individuals. And I'm going to just speak on behalf of Molokai. We did that. We gave you guys some individuals. Apparently, because you guys had representation from HCVB, at that point, Mr. Monahan was there. You guys had your brand manager that also got involved. It just blew my mind that we had a politician there trying to make their own recommendation that also drove policy that came out of Maui. And I said, why would you guys accept one politician on there? They shouldn't be part of that, especially if they're going to drive the policy behind it. But yet, it became an issue where I literally had to get John on the plane for us to go to Maui and deal with this, which to me, the process was flawed in the beginning because you guys didn't have the balls to stand up and say, no, you don't belong on there. Let the community decide. I never even sat on there. I just sat from a side to watch how this process was going to unfold because I believe that this should have been driven from the community up and not the governing legislative body going down. But you guys are more afraid of your own shadow instead of allowing the people to decide that, which is why this is 5 years later. This started in 2020. 5 years later, and we have no priority. I've not seen anybody here that had any priority come from the DMAP to say, okay, if this is the priority, then let's appropriate funds. But you're asking me to give you some more money for go run this program, which is flawed. It's literally flawed. The audit proves that. So why would we want to do that anymore? Sometimes you just got to take a whole different direction, whether it's my baby or your baby. You got to discipline the baby. That's not right. That's not right. And I know Senator Favela has a question, and I'm sorry, but go ahead, Senator Favela, but.
Totally different from over there, I'm going back over here. For your audit on for the DMAP, who did you get information from? How you got the information from the destination management? What in your audit, what you found?
The planning director, who is now the interim CEO, as well as trackers that HC has internally, as well as the contracted reports. I don't know if there's the steering committee meetings. We had asked for a lot of documents that we
Any
had
of the project
received.
managers or any of the staff within that organization?
We didn't talk to external contractors. Is that your question to me?
Within the project managers from destination management.
The destination management people who are now listed, the 5 people that Ms. Anderson talked a little while about,
I'm not sure of who,
They-
but any of them.
they were HVCB employees. They were not HTA staff during,
When you started the audit.
or during the entire Destination Management Action Plan effort. I'm not sure the date that they came aboard, but they are relatively recent hires. They were brought in-house after the first iteration of the DMAPs. Is that what you're asking me, Senator? Okay. May I address something? I think Ms. Anderson and I are talking apples and oranges. I think that and I didn't mean to misstate it, but I think what Ms. Anderson was saying about HTA, the counties, and maybe the Island Visitors Bureau being a collaboration, I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm saying it was the steering committee that drove the action and sub-action items, not HTA, not necessarily the counties. It was the steering committee that drove.
That's a creation from HTA.
The steering
created-
committee that was one of the points that I was discussing. There was no criteria as to who got on the steering
Right,
committee.
but it's the
So
creation of HTA, right?
it is part of the DMAP process, but it was contracted out. So I think that, I don't know if they were involved in selecting the steering committee. I still think that was
But this-
HVCB,
But they did the whole process. I mean, how would HVCB do it if HTA didn't direct them?
well, that was part of the issue is HTA has little oversight or involvement.
Exactly.
Action items, sub-action
Exactly.
items, all approved by the board, none of them rejected. I think the only one that was kind of rejected was Oahu. They wanted to limit the number of visitors on Oahu, and HTA said that's not legal, that's unconstitutional. We asked, I think, the former CEO, Ms. Anderson's predecessor, wouldn't you be able to limit the number of visitors on Oahu if you changed your marketing message? And he said,
What if we don't market? Would that?
well, I don't know that one, but certainly changing your marketing message or not marketing, it may reduce the number of visitors. But I think that's the tension that HTA is trying to, or the tightrope HTA is trying to walk on this. You have board members that are in the industry, they want more people. You have, the legislature and the community not being happy with everyone. Destination management being a new emphasis or new focus. DMAPs being part of that. But they had a company, they hired a consultant, Good Juju. That's how I remember it. That's a good name, Good Juju. They were hired to facilitate the DMAP process, $112,000 or whatever the contract was, $112 to facilitate the steering committee meetings. So these are the steering committee members, and part of our issue was no criteria as to who gets to sit on the committee. So I have another slide here.
Hang on, Senator Wakai.
I want to kind of just address the confusion you just mentioned, Mr. Kondo. And to you, Caroline, thank you for stepping forward. I mean, you're answering questions. You didn't create all of these problems, but you stepped forward to answer questions as to how we got to this point. And the way I look at HTA, I mean, you're the victim of your own success, right? You marketed Hawaii to the globe, brought in 10 million visitors in 2019, and all of a sudden, the criticism started to gurgle, and then all of a sudden stewardship management became part of your focus. And part of me thinks that these are polar opposites almost, where we want you to bring in higher priced visitors, we want you to bring in more money, and at the same time, oh, we don't want you there, don't do this, don't do that. And how can one entity do both of those? So as we go forward, should we maybe contemplate in the future that we separate these two things out? We let you and the marketing team do what you do best, and you've been very successful at that. And we have the stewardship and management go to some other entity, maybe DCCA, maybe Office of Planning, but some other entity, because all this confusion, I don't know how we're ever going to get to a better place to answer all of the questions that are being asked about hotspots and taking care of the INA, respecting the culture. That's kind of not the expertise, but we've kind of just flushed it on you. And then because it's all confusing, then all of us are all aggro over here on this side, and it doesn't need to be that way. So maybe in your opinion, would it be better for us to pull that part of it off, have you just purely as a marketing entity, and have maybe DCCA or some other entity do it? Because I look at, business development. DBEDT is there to promote business, encourage business, and then we have DCCA there to regulate businesses if they get out of line and bad on you and hear the consequences for that bad behavior. We do it in other areas of government. Should we be doing that for tourism? Have two entities doing, one entity doing marketing and a completely different entity doing the management and stewardship?
I believe it should be one entity doing both, because when we talk about destination stewardship, it's holistically looking at everything. We need to do tourism marketing, but making sure it's done right. And we also have to do destination stewardship, destination management, and bridge the two together. HTA is a government agency, and we can bring together other government agencies, whether it be DOT, DLNR. We also brought in the counties, whether it be the Office of Economic Development or their Parks and Recreation, et cetera, because tourism destination management involves interagency collaboration. And, while Mr. Kondo said, yes, HTA has, was in our strat plan since 2016, et cetera, what the DMAPs did, though, was we really did come together, interagency, work together to try to solve problems. And yes, granted, we could not solve every hotspot because there's so many hotspots. We did work on solving, I think, some of the more critical hotspots, like in South Maui, in Hana, with the Maui Hikina program and the stewards there, or on Hawaii Island. We had a stewardship program, again, helping to solve smaller community areas. Again, it's just bringing people together. Also in Waipio Valley, we tried our best to work with the community there. Community issues are so hard. These issues have been with community for a long, long time, generations. And, when government steps in, they're very wary of government. They're not trusting of government. So how can we build that trust with communities? And that's what the DMAP process allowed us to do. And also to become closer to other state agencies like DLNR. Like we could see, I think DLNR can see that tourism really does care about the environment, and we really do want to help. And our visitor industry wants to make sure that our resources are taken care of, and that's what this process did.
But you just mentioned other state agencies, and that's where you're never going to be able to get all of the answers that we want on this side, because you have no control over what DLNR does. You have no control over what Department of Law Enforcement might weigh. So if you want to keep all of that together, going back to the Lingo days when they had the tourism liaison, from what I remember, Marcia Weiner could then, whatever the tourism ecosystem was gurgling at the time, could say, okay, DLNR, you need to do this because HTA needs to, right? You have no ability right now to compel your sister government agencies to do any of the DMAP solutions you have outlined here.
Well, now that with the passing of the new bill, 1571, the CEO now reports to the governor. So that's one of the positive things, I think, that we now do have that direct connection with governor's office, that we can start forming stronger relationships with our sister government agencies.
Senator, can I answer part of your question? I think what we reported is the DMAP process was rushed. 5 months from start to finish to get the DMAPs published. These documents, right, these reports for each of the islands. Other jurisdictions, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, 18 months to develop their DMAPs. England has a DMAP process document. We don't have processes, procedures. We just developed these DMAPs in maybe an effort that was too expedited. So maybe in this next round, maybe there is procedures and policies that can guide, like I said, selection of steering committee members to start with, as well as how you identify action and sub-action items and prioritize them and then fund them. I think the answer to your question about separating to a different agency, I think the issues are still the same. You need to develop these controls, internal controls, policies, procedures, criteria to be able to identify all of these things that we're talking about, whether it's HTA or whether it's a separate destination management authority or whatever. It still needs to be done. We have those recommendations with respect to DMAPs in our report, and whether it's a different agency or not, they should take those, if there is a different agency, take those, and they should implement those recommendations in a different place. Sorry, Senator.
I understand what you're saying, and again, the intent is really good, but what bothers me, and it's not just in HTA, but overall, is that we tend to take simple issues and we create such a mess of it instead of just saying, okay, we kind of know what the hot spots are. We can probably talk about what the hot spots are. We know what the complaints have come in. We don't need to hire a consultant to tell us I don't need a steering committee to tell me what the hot spots are. And maybe we miss one or two. Okay, let's put them on the list. Okay, of the hot spots, what are reasonably that we can really look at and we can control? I mean, it's common sense on some of this stuff. So, but no, we gotta go hire a consultant, we gotta go do steering committees, we gotta meet, we gotta make criteria on who's gonna be on it. I mean, to me, I don't know why government does that. And then we need an app, we need one app to get the survey. I mean,
I know, Senator, you're looking at me while you're talking, but you need to look at
No,
HTA.
I know, but I'm
because
just saying.
those are not things that really are
right,
within
but
our
I think that's
control.
what we get too much into the weeds about, oh, we gotta do this, we have to do that, when, there's some basic stuff that we can do without having consultants and all of that. Common sense.
We wanted to give the community a voice in tourism, and that's why we had the steering committees, and that's why we went out into community, because we want community to know that they have a voice, and, their voice is included in tourism development. That's what the DMAPs did.
Yeah, well, that's fine and well, but a lot of times you go out to the community and you get that, but they expect something to be done because
Yes.
they talked about it, and
Yeah.
yet many of the stuff you can't talk about. I mean, you can't do anything about. So you need to target what it is you're going to bring up to the community and say, we identified these spots, we need your feedback on this. Not, okay, let's start from scratch. What are all the spots? Oh, I think my highway by my house is a hot spot. Okay, we'll put that on the map. You know what I'm saying? Is that you are there as a leader to lead and to help the community, not to just start from scratch and then we end up with a whole bunch of stuff that don't make sense.
We continue on to the presentation.
Well, I'm going to speak for Ms. Anderson, but I think destination action management plans, it really is community-driven. So when Ms. Anderson is talking about community input, that is DMAPs. It's just HTA should have some process to vet whatever suggestions are made in terms of action and sub-action items, hotspots that are
And target
identified.
these, because they could be there all day, right? We got to target where.
I hear you. I put this last slide because these are some of the expenditures that are coming out of the DMAPs, the DMAP expenditures, and some of them don't appear to have a relationship to hotspots for sure, but also maybe to tourism more generally. Funding a HAL that is not open to the public, not sure how that addresses hotspots or maybe tourism, but coloring book, water bottles at some Maui hotels, the sunscreen dispenser on Maui, I think Maui beaches, 24 Maui beaches. I think it also begs the question about who refills those and what that cost is. Is that a recurring cost? But, these are things that are not in only, they're only in, like, for instance, the sunscreen dispensers, only for the Maui DMAPs and an action item that was funded. Asked the question to HTA about other islands have reefs that are damaged by sunscreen or chemicals that are in certain sunscreens, but that was an issue for the Maui community. That was what we were told, and that's why it became an action item for the Maui DMAP and then eventually got funded through the DMAP funding. I think that,
So let me finish up with distancing. With all these meetings, how much did that cost us?
I'll get you the number. Sorry, I don't have that number with me.
Is that the end of the presentation?
it is.
Okay,
It
good, because I
is.
think we're going to take a quick recess.
They were going to take a
Oh,
No, the list. Do you have the list for us?
We don't have it on hand.
You don't have the list of all your contracts and the costs? Isn't that on a computer? You can print it out?
No, we don't have it with us.
Okay.
Do you want us to put it on the screen?
Yeah,
just
but can't you make a
email them
copy?
or-
Can't you make a copy of it or email it to us? I mean, you guys knew you were going to be asked these questions today. It was on the agenda, right? Contracts, so forth.
I didn't know you were going to ask for those specifics, sorry.
You didn't anticipate that.
It just says contracts update, so I just thought you wanted to know where things were at with various contracts.
Then you're not very familiar with the process then here.
We're going to take a recess so that, we can give everyone some time to use the restroom. And then we'll reconvene back at 1 o'clock, okay? Recess. All right, reconvening today's info briefing for the House Committee on Tourism and the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism. So I think right now that we finished the auditor's presentation, we're just gonna go dive right into the questions and answers. You want to start, Senator Kim?
Okay. So, in your action plan, you talked about ensure all policies and procedures are reviewed, updated, and followed by HTA staff by end of July. So can you tell us about the LA Rams contract? When did that contract actually get committed to? When was it signed? And when did the board approve it?
I know,
Because that only occurred recently, right?
yeah, I believe the board was presented to the board in December, I believe, December or January, sorry, I don't have the exact date, but the contract was signed, gosh, when was the contract signed? I did bring the signature date. Sorry. April 21. Thanks.
So it was signed in April 21, but it was
I'm sorry. Yep.
created in December.
It was approved, I believe, by the board, or it went before the board in December. I think it was mentioned about it, that we were looking at negotiations.
Was there a vote taken?
I believe that there was one, I'll have to look. Sorry,
So what was the purpose of this contract?
it was a partnership with the LA Rams, a sports partnership.
Purpose of,
Is to market Hawaii, have a partnership with us, with a NFL to market and promote Hawaii, as well as the community benefits that come with the LA Rams, which,
so how many tourists, or what was the percentage that we thought we would get from this contract, or the ROI on the $1.8 million?
so this contract isn't about getting, sorry, this contract is a branding, it's more of a
Well,
branding.
you just told me it was to market.
Yeah,
Didn't
to
you just
market
say that?
Hawaii, to have a brand
Okay,
partnership
So if we're
with,
marketing Hawaii, marketing means you're marketing Hawaii, we want to get tourism, right? I mean, that's what HTA is, tourism.
branding to align with a brand, a sports brand. And so as far as bringing visitors here, it wasn't, there's no game being played here, right? It's about the media attention that we're getting in the SoFi Stadium where the games are being played. And I believe it's in January that we will have a takeover of the arena with the Rams.
So $1.8 million, so we can
It's-
have the arena plus the Maui stuff?
Yeah, 1.5 million, and if they make it to the playoffs, then it's an additional 300,000, so total of 1.8. And it comes with all of this, with the media, social media, all of those assets, those marketing assets, to help us get in front of the California market, which is our #1 US market.
Okay, so the $750,000 was supposed to be paid on April 30th? On or before April 30th?
Yes.
So it was paid.
I don't know, I'll have to look into it. I don't know it offhand.
But you said in your thing that all contracts were up to date.
All of the late payments were up to date.
So this would be considered a late payment if it's not?
So I'll have to check with our team if.
Who's
or
here that
when-
can respond to this? Anybody here from HTA? Okay, I see a hand raised up. Okay, thank you. And so was procurement followed on this contract?
I believe it was.
Okay, so you went sole source. Was there a reason why we went sole source on this and not checked with any other teams?
So that details I don't have the answer to.
Okay,
So
so is there a
you know,
board member here? The board member this was brought up on the board in December? Was it discussed? Todd?
So it was voted on by the board in December. The staff members that were working on it are no longer with HTA. This happened before Caroline was in the position she's in. I do not recall the exact specifics of why they went sole source, but it was discussed and they said it was approved through the proper procurement channels. That's what was presented to the board by the staff at the time.
Okay, but, and nobody's here from the staff that did this contract?
That worked on it, no. This contract was being done by Kalani at the time.
And there's no trail, there's no,
I'm going to guess there is, but.
because I guess,
it's-
that's the whole thing. Is the board, or was the board actually looking at getting the most bang for our money? And was this getting the most bang for our money? Was this the team? And I'm not questioning LA Rams or San Francisco Giants or Seattle. I mean, these are all teams, right? But it's like sole source, so somebody had to have kind of talked with them for some reason, or why we went sole source. I guess that's my concern.
So if you're asking, for the sole source documentation that was approved or got approved by the state procurement officer, I can go back to the file and get that. But yeah, I was not involved in the contract negotiations or anything like that, so I'm not aware of the background and how that was done.
Who was involved with the contract negotiations?
The former chief stewardship officer.
Just him?
Just him or any board member?
Our board member, Mufi Hanneman.
So accordingly, this contract is worth 1.8 million, right?
Up to, mhm.
So is that everything involved with this contract, that's all we have to pay?
Under this contract. The contract is 1 point,
Right, so any expenses regarding the contract, comes out of the contracts, like, is all the airfare to send over the players from the Rams and for them to come and visit and put on a show, who pays their expenses?
so it's my understanding that we did not cover that cost.
Okay, so
For the
that's,
airfare.
so that's all in there, their hotels, everything, in regard to any expense that the Rams would have when they come here, it's all within this contract?
Yeah, I don't have the exact, I don't have the budget with me, so I can
No,
get
it's
it.
not the budget, it's like the policy. We have a contract here, and accordingly, this contract shall be total sum not to exceed $1.86 million, tax inclusive. Okay, so if I'm reading this contract, it's, this amount is for the entire project or whatever we're doing with the Rams.
But there might be some costs that the LA Rams pays for too, so that's why if.
Yeah, the Rams are paying it, I'm just saying
Yeah.
us, for Hawaii, this is all we're gonna pay the Rams. We're not gonna be paying anything else. We're not gonna be paying for hotel rooms, we're not gonna be paying for rental cars, or any of that, or are we?
Directly to the Rams? No, we're not gonna
No,
pay.
not directly to the Rams, anything involving the Rams being here. Who's paying for that? It's part of the contract. We don't pay for that. Like when they went to Maui, did we incur any expense outside of the contract when they went to Maui?
So we, One of the things that we may be incurring expenses for the Rams welcome reception.
Okay, and why is that?
Because there seems to be some language in the contract that was not clear about what the state is paying for and what the Rams is paying for.
I just asked you that question, what are we paying? And I'm reading the contract, and the contract is a contract. So what is it in the contract that is not clear? Can you point that out? Or can somebody who's here can point this out? Would you know this? You? Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Talent.
Talon. Because my understanding is how much was that welcome reception?
We don't know yet.
Approximately, guess, how much you think it cost?
I don't think we know that.
Yeah, we have not got the,
How can you spend money and you not know how much it is? It's not
Because
part
we've
of the
been-
contract, so how are you going to spend money on a welcome reception without knowing what your budget is? How much did you budget for the welcome reception?
so we did not know that we were paying for that portion.
And how did you find that out? And when did you know?
Yeah, so we found out approximately 2 or 3 weeks, or 2 weeks before the event. 2 or 3 weeks before the event.
And why was that the case? Was it just not detailed in the contract why, on who was going to pay for the reception?
So, yeah, it was not clear to the staff that we would be paying for that.
Why, who even put the reception together?
So who ended up paying?
So the Rams had put together their reception. Not this, yeah, the Rams put together their
So
reception.
shouldn't they pay for it if they put it together?
Or did we pay for it? Who paid for it?
You paid,
I think
they paid for a
I think
small
the
portion.
question is, who made the commitment for the state to pay?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah, so it's not clear who made the commitment.
Was it written
No.
at all? So,
We-
okay,
we're waiting, no.
this is my concern here. Is like, are verbal agreements and commitments a common norm at the Hawaii Tourism Authority? Because this is what it seems like it is. And if we don't have anything written, it leads to this kind of confusion where people don't know who's going to pay for what, and now our reputation is ruined because of it. So, are verbal commitments a norm?
No, they're not a norm.
Can we get Todd up here too, Todd? And I don't know if David wants to come up.
And regarding about the first payment, it was paid on May 30th.
Okay, so that you guys paid it. So Todd, when you guys discussed this in committee, in the board, and you approved it, what did you approve?
So it was up to 1.8, a base
Up
of.
to 1.8,
A
right?
base of 1.5, up to 1.8 if there were playoff additional. And my understanding was for them to come to minicamp, to do sweepstakes, so for exposure both in California and in Japan, and for us to be part of ongoing marketing throughout their season, including, as Caroline mentioned, the takeover day for one of their games.
So there's a lot of questions on marketing, but right now I'm focusing on the dollars. Okay. So any expense occurred from them going to Japan or them coming to Hawaii, it's all on the Rams. They're part of this contract. We don't pay any of that.
That was my understanding of what we were approving
That's
at
your
the board.
understanding, but is that what's current?
And I'll say, as a board member, I have not read through the entire contractor. So this issue
How
that
can
you're,
you guys vote on something when you don't read the contract?
my view, I guess, is that the board's job is not to review all the terms of a contract. Our job is to approve,
I beg to differ.
Okay.
How can you approve it if you don't know the details of the contract?
because we're told what's going to be in there.
Yes,
We're-
but you got to double check.
Again, I don't agree that the board should be reading the entire contract and approving that. The board approves what staff should be moving forward
So-
with, and it
So in
is,
the contract, if there was something that was bad, I'll give you an example. When I came in here, HTA had a contract with the CEO, and it said that he could not be fired for poor performance. It was in the contract, exact words, cannot be fired for poor performance. And I was appalled, because he was doing a bad job, and the contract said they couldn't fire him for poor performance. And I asked the board members, did you guys read that? Nobody read it. Nobody read it. It didn't come up. But those are the things, why approve a contract if you don't know what's in it?
and the distinction I have on that is specifically the board's job, is the selection and hiring, and therefore the contract of the CEO. I would expect the board members to be in detail of the CEO contract.
Okay, but not when we're spending $1.8 million. They shouldn't read, they don't have to read it.
We need to understand what is going to happen with the program that is being done.
Okay, so
And
what-
we approved the dollar amount set as to what that should be.
So what was your understanding about a welcome reception?
That there would be one. Okay, and again, whatever our expenses are going to be, I expect as a board member from what we were presented, that would be within $1.5 million.
My understanding is it's not.
Okay, and as I said,
So you
this
guys
is
are
the
not
first
gonna-
I'm hearing, this is the first I'm hearing of that
So you're
today
not
as
going to
well.
pay for it. My understanding is this, and again, I don't even sit on the board, I'm not the CEO, but I know these numbers, that maybe, Jimmy, can you give us the numbers of the welcome reception? 'Cause my understanding, it went into what, $100,000?
Perfect timing.
50,000, 100,000, something like that? That the Rams is paying what?
Made an inquiry with the management at the Marriott Wailea, and I haven't gotten that information back yet. But, you know, if you just take a normal luau, and this one, the bar was hosted, so it's going to be a minimum of $200 a person and 400 people, minimum.
400 what? 400 people.
People, over 400 people, yes.
So what's your estimation? This is going to cost?
What's that math? 800,000? I'm sorry, no, 80,000.
And how much
Wait,
of
wait,
that
wait.
is the Ram paying?
Okay, so when I looked at the contract, it states in there that the amount that they're committed to pay is $5,000.
That says in the contract? I didn't see that when I read the
Line
contract.
13.
Director, were you
Yes.
aware of a commitment made for this?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out right now. And before, and I'm sorry I was late. I went to go answer some calls and get lunch. But I will start by saying that we had Jill and Milton that were running the point over there. They did a great job. Now, the question on the reception is, it's my understanding that a commitment was made by the previous chair to pay for the reception,
By who?
the previous chair
Previous chair,
of HTA.
board chair.
Yes. Now, we don't,
Well, did you ask him? He's still on the board. Did you guys ask
Caroline
Caroline
asked
asked him?
I asked him, and he said he did not commit.
So then why are we paying then? Why do we even have the reception?
the obligation was made, it should have never been not in writing, but at the point that it came to my attention, it's like the thing is already going. It's happening. So,
Okay, but is it the policy of the state that we have a contract, a legal contract, but something else is going, so it's already going, so what, we got to do it? Is that how we operate? Anybody can make a commitment, and
well, I don't know why they made the
remember Stevie Wonder
commitment.
came on, and that was a big mess.
I don't, yeah, okay. So,
What did the Rams say? Who did the Rams say they made the commitment?
with the previous chair.
The Rams said that the previous chair made the commitment.
Yes.
And the previous chair is saying they didn't make the commitment.
Yes, but we have not secured, and I don't know if Caroline has different information. We have not received, I have not seen, I shouldn't say we, I have not seen anything in writing that confirms who was responsible for it or not. But if you read, 13, to me, in the contract, line 13,
Line 13.
to me, it's clear, the Rams are in for $5,000. It's the second to the last line.
What page?
Have we ever been,
Second to the last line?
let me
or
just
we
ask this
sub-
question. Have we ever been hit with, state procurement oral violations? Now, there's oral commitments that we've made via HTA. Has HTA been hit with state procurement violations on oral commitments?
I'm gonna,
I would like for you to check, and I would like, on record or on reporting of all oral violations by state procurement office. My other question is, I know that you have the deputy AG here as well. Has this been also, because deputy AG sits during your board meetings, and I think at our last meeting, which is why I find it very hard that in your budget that we wanted to see on, I believe it was 125,000 line item, really, because you guys need an attorney. You need an attorney. I think it's very ironic that some of these questions that, and commitments that have been made should never have been made if you had somebody to give you guys legal advice. Because apparently, if you're telling me that you guys just agreeing because the other person told you was good, and you're agreeing to stuff, this is like me giving my business to my granddaughter and saying, hey, yeah, just go run wild with the checkbook.
yeah, so let me clarify, senators, that when I read this in the contract, to me, I couldn't stop it because it's clear in here, to me anyway, and if you read it, maybe John might not agree, maybe you might agree or disagree, but when I read it, it's clear.
They shall contribute $5,000.
Yes.
Okay. But
To supplement food and beverages for the event. I don't know how it can be more clear than that.
okay, but
So,
it does say the state shall be responsible for coordinating the reception with the Rams.
yes,
As well as booking the venue.
Yes.
So we had control over that price, over the cost. Over and above the $5,000.
yeah, but there's no way it was gonna be less than it was gonna be $5,000.
No, I understand, but when you say like no hosted cocktails and this, how many people, who decided how many people going to come other than the Rams?
The Rams and,
So how many people were at this reception?
I know it was more than 400, I don't know what the exact amount was.
I have to get it from our, but
How many people did the Rams bring? The Rams brought 400 people from the mainland.
The players, they had all of the players, and they paid for that. They paid for that travel and all of that,
Right.
but now we're talking about the luau.
Right.
And there was county officials, there were state officials. Yeah. I don't know that county and state total was more than 50. I don't think it was. I don't think it was more than 50.
There's a lot of people, though. I know I
Plus,
was
this
there.
doesn't include all of the costs incurred by HTA for travel and so forth.
The other
Hotel
parts,
rooms.
the other parts of the contract, no. That's
So what-
separate
so
line
what's-
items in the contract.
So was the budget set aside for this RAM contract as far as costs and expenses? What was your budget for that?
Well, the contract was 1.5 million.
No, you're not listening, and I'm asking this
outside.
to Chris. What was the budget for HTA outside of the contract for staff travel, staff follow-up, staff coordination? What was the, what's your budget?
I don't have the figures, but the staff that went to the reception, and again, this was to help with the coordination, are the brand manager for sports, our public affairs officer, because it,
Okay, that's not the question I asked, Chris. I asked, what was your budget
50,000.
$50,000 for the overall,
That was a very general number that was given to me by the previous leadership. And he didn't get into detail of what that 50K would cost, but he did briefly mention things like travel to LA, stuff like that. But the reception, I was never made aware of.
Ali, why don't you just pull up a chair and just
Yeah.
join us?
so the $50,000, is that in writing somewhere, or is that part of the budget?
So when I was given that number, it was during the budgeting process. So whatever we have to fund for the remainder of the Rams contract, I set aside, which is about $450 out of the 26 budget. And then the previous manager told me to set aside another $50K for the follow-up costs that you're referring to. So that's what I did. It wasn't in the contract yet, but I just set aside $50K for travel costs,
So
et
total
cetera.
was,
Out of the 26 budget, we would have spent about $500K more for the LA Rams.
okay, 500, including the $50,000?
No. Yeah, yes, about, approximately.
And that's for the travel to LA and all of that?
I
So the
believe
total-
so.
So the,
When you say 500K, that's to
That's,
cover
that,
contract.
yeah, just the, well, 450 for the base contract, the Rams. And then Kalani told me, the previous CSO officer told me to set aside $50,000 for travel, et cetera. The follow-up costs, not included in the contract. So about 500 total,
so 500 total for outside?
all LA Rams stuff.
LA.
Yeah.
And how much have we spent so far for all the LA Ram stuff? Besides the contract, not including the contract?
Well,
And not
estimating,
including the welcome reception?
not including the welcome reception, we.
I mean, the travel too, but not the reception itself.
I see. So the reception director estimating about $80,000 to $100,000, and then we have some airfare, maybe $5,000, and then maybe some shuttle costs, a couple $100.
So we're close to $90,000 in expenses?
Approximately so far, yes. All of this happened very suddenly. We were, even the current program manager was not aware.
But that's the thing.
all the-
How can you guys operate, do everything that you said, be efficient, follow the laws, do that, and yet this contract is happening while you're talking about all of this, while you wrote up all of this 90-day list, and yet we see all these violations occurring. Why are you doing that?
So Senator, that's why sometimes it is difficult to move in this space because things pop up that we do not anticipate. We did not anticipate this happening. And we are doing the best that we can, given the situation we're in, to address it within the confines of the procurement system.
So I think what we're trying to say, this had to be based on somebody's direction. And for me, it's, in this case, you have your new board chair. He wasn't there when this arose.
No, but he was there when the contract was.
It was, but
voted
the
upon.
commitment was made prior to his arrival. You were there. You might not have been in this position, but commitments were made, which is why, again, I will remind you, I want to see any violations that was issued by the State Procurement Office to HTA based on any type of oral commitments.
Well, my issue is, this is inherent in HTA, which is bad, because if you're not reading the contract, if you don't know what's in the contract, then of course things are gonna happen that you're not in control of because you folks didn't exercise good judgment and good execution. Had you done that, then you would have said, hey, wait a minute, $5,000, is that gonna be enough? How many people are they bringing? Then you gotta say, well, you know, we will cover whatever up to this amount, we will cover whatever, but you, I mean, it's inherent, you folks are just not paying attention to the details, somebody's not paying attention. And if it's not you guys, the staff, and if it's not the board, then who? And this is not just this one contract, this is inherent, and that's why I'm really focusing on this, because this is inherent in your whole system. Something is wrong. DMAPs is so confusing. All of this thing, the reason why it's so confusing is because you guys created stuff that's confusing. Stewardship, management. the public can't even understand what is what. And that's why it's to the core. We have to fix the core. And you folks are just reacting to individual issues that have occurred because the core, the foundation, is bad. You're not following what you're supposed to be doing. You're not dotting your I's and crossing your T's. Do you agree? Do you disagree? I mean, how is this possible? It was your money. If it was your $1.8 million, TOU, you're going to pay this amount of money. Here's the contract. Would you have read it before voting for it?
If I'm responsible for the contract, yes.
Yes. No, but you're voting for it. You're approving it. If your money's going to pay for it. No, you voted on the contract.
And I disagree with that.
You didn't vote for the contract.
We voted for the program, and if it's staff's responsibility to implement.
What is on the agenda for vote? What was the vote taken? What was the contract? What was on the agenda? Was it for a program or was it for the contract?
The contract wasn't created in December. You voted on the program.
Okay, so nobody voted on the contract then. When I asked the question, when was the contract put up for a vote, and you folks told me December. So I'm assuming you voted on the contract. No wonder you didn't read it, you didn't have a contract. So that's a whole different issue now. How can you vote, you voted for a program, but they got to follow up. We're saying, okay, here's the contract. Board, here's the contract. Okay, you're shaking your head. Come on, David Arakawa, you've been on for a long time on the board. So what did you guys vote on?
We voted on the program, but as you have, my name is Dave Arakawa. I've been on the board about a little over 6 years. No, I'm budget committee. This came through, not to say budget committee is involved, we're involved with the budget, but this would have come through the branding committee. Branding committee would make a presentation to the board. I would have expected, I cannot recall right now, I would have expected that presentation to say 500,000 for this, 400,000 for that, 50,000 for the party, right? Whatever it is, right? So while Chair Apo is correct that we don't approve necessarily, in this case, we may not have approved a contract, we approve a program. Right now, I cannot remember whether we have a program, we had a program presented, but I do believe that it's good practice if you're going to approve a program, that it has the basic terms of the contract in there, like the costs. What do we pay for? What do they pay for? Those basic things. So I agree 100% with you folks
Wouldn't
on
the
that.
board say, okay, and I know I would do this, okay, I'm voting for the bill, but I want to see the bill, and I want to see the committee report, right? I mean, I'm not going to just say, okay, yeah, I agree with the concept of this law, but I want to see it in writing
Yes.
before we do it. And the same thing, okay, we're approving the program, but what does that mean? Then,
Yeah.
wouldn't then you want to see the document that we're actually signing on the dotted line that commits us to all of this stuff? Isn't that the responsibility of the board?
I think that it's the responsibility of the board to approve certain programs and to know how much we're spending for what. As to approving the individual contract, I'm not so sure if we do that. But let me tell you this, I know where you're going and I agree with where you're going because we had a LA activate, West Coast activation, and it was for 6.5 million. And there was a program that was, that the governor and the administration approved, and then it went over to HTA, and some board members put things in it that weren't the same as what was expected, and it took us 2 or 3 extra months to work our way through that, right? You know, it was very simple when it came for the board. Originally with the program, we knew how much was going to be spent on every line item, and there was a question on, what was it, Todd, $300,000 or something like that? 500,000? 50? Yeah, Maui market. And so it was only that question, only 300,000. There's a question about 300,000. No.
The amount was 3 million,
Oh, 3 million?
Yes, so let's go back and get factual here. The
Yeah,
contract
yeah.
you're talking about, David, was a 3 million. right?
Okay.
And, but the motion, same thing, we voted on the program, and we laid out, here's the 5 buckets how that's spent. We approve what we expect to happen with the program and the dollar amount. So bringing it back to this contract, my expectation and what we approved was 1.5 up to 1.8. So what is now being talked about, as I said, is a surprise to me. I'm just hearing about it today. That is beyond what the board approved.
How can it be you're only aware of it today when I don't even sit on the board and I was aware of it? How can you be a board chair and not be aware of it until today? That's troubling. But ultimately, and not anymore because the law changed, but ultimately, when you was on the board, you had oversight. You had a fiduciary responsibility, you had oversight. And whether oversight means you're not going to read the contract or ask for the contract, then that's on you guys. Because as a board member, if I'm on that, I want to know what I'm voting for. I want to know what's in it. I want to know what we're going to be paying. Because anything, when you support a program that says up to this amount of money, that's what you approved. You didn't approve anything over and above. I don't care if Kalani told them put in an extra $50,000, $100,000. That was not what the board approved. Was it? Was that what the board approved? How can you take a directive from a staff person on something that was not approved by the board?
I don't know how those things happen, Chair, but they happen. And it happened with the Maui emergency funding, which we stand corrected, it was $6 million. This was the emergency restricted funds that the governor and DBEDT unrestricted. So that was going straight to the Maui emergency marketing plan, which the board voted on one thing, and by the time it went to HVCB, other people went to HVCB and told them, no, you're gonna do it like this. So these things just happen, and it's unfortunate. You know, I can say, yeah,
We're trying.
I can tell you
For how-
that myself.
A decade? You're trying for a decade?
Senator, I can tell you that myself and other board members, including Mr. Arakawa, asked for that LA Rams contract months ago. Oh, we're not done. You know when I got it? When I got the final contract, it was 2 days before they needed to get it approved. 2 days. And I said, I don't have time to go through this.
Why
I'm-
did that, when was that 2 days before approved? What was the date approximately?
3 weeks ago.
So 2 weeks ago, so it's on your watch, Caroline, right?
3 weeks ago. And, you know, Kalani was the one negotiating the contract. The Rams had the contract. It was going back and forth with the Attorney General's office. So I'm just saying, by the time I got it, I was told I have 2 days to sign this contract. And it was already in the second day. And I said, I've been asking for this thing for months. He was, other members were, and we did not get it. So that's the kind of thing that has been frustrating. And
Okay, so what do you do when you don't get something? What do? You guys just wait?
no. We ask the questions, we bring it up in the board meetings, nothing happened.
So then what do? Do you then not sign the contract and say, that's too bad, you guys never get it to? I mean, see, that's the thing. You allow this to continue. You enable people to do these things because there's no consequence.
If you bring it up in a board meeting, what was the response from the people that are responsible for the contract? You brought it up. Did they say anything of why they weren't ready when they were given to you? What did
Yeah.
they say?
They said, oh, we're still working on it. And I said, we need this information. And then, it looks like I'm micromanaging. At the end of the day, I'm the hopa. I'm the guy that's going to get grilled in front of you guys. And it's been frustrating. It's been very, very frustrating.
Senator Kim's question about consequences, the former VP of Finance for many, many years has said that for these types of offenses and for violations, there should be discipline. was never implemented. But to the day that he was suspended, he's always been an advocate of, you got to hold people accountable, you got to discipline them if they don't follow the law or that
We've
kind of
never
thing.
done that in government. Nobody's been held responsible. I always say, you know what, you take the money out of their paycheck and then you'll see who becomes responsible.
Okay. I know we're on the hot seat, but I will say that I put in writing warnings. I tried to do it in front of the board. I gave the board a disciplinary action for the previous president and CEO. The board voted down. And I should have just said, you know what, I'm responsible. This is going to
Why is
happen.
that? Why would the board vote stuff down?
He wasn't
I
on the
wasn't
board
there.
yet.
So I was going to ask, when did that happen? When was that timeframe?
I think I was a dissenting vote on that. Yeah, I was a dissenting vote. I was arguing for discipline. But I've tried to, since November 2023, so Senator Kim is correct, these issues, right, procurement violations or suspected procurement violations, contract violations, and non-payment of invoices have been on the agenda for the Budget and Finance meeting. And we're continuing to go through them, and when we solve them, it comes off the agenda, but there's continuing things going on. But the violations continue, there's no discipline, whatever it is. This past June meeting, I put it on agenda for the Budget Committee meeting. The Budget Committee meeting was canceled without my permission or knowledge, and we asked,
Canceled it.
well, you're going to have to ask the administration, right?
Which administration?
HTA. And then I asked for those same matters, these have been on the agenda. These are problem issues for HTA. I've asked it to be on the board agenda for June, right? To give this board a level set of the problems that are on the table right now and what we need to fix next fiscal year, not on the agenda for this upcoming board meeting. So I don't know
decides the
who makes
agenda?
those decisions, but I was very disappointed. I'm planning to do a closing report on this year to say, you know what, you guys didn't want to address these issues, or these issues were not addressed, and they should be.
Let me ask the question. So why was not put on the agenda?
So for the June Budget and Finance Convention Center Standing Committee meeting, it wasn't, the meeting was not held because we didn't have a quorum. And as the CEO, you know, I respect all of the board members' time because everyone is a volunteer. And if there's no quorum, you can't deliberate, you can't vote, you can't take any action. So why should a standing committee meeting be held if the board can't have a conversation and take action? So that's
Did you have
why.
an agenda? Did you post an agenda?
So I believe an agenda was posted, but that was because but then they took it down because we didn't have quorum.
Okay. But the agenda was posted. Did it include what Dave was saying?
It included, yes, the whole list, but we didn't have
Saying no.
the budget meeting.
I don't think it was posted, right? We didn't get a notice, the board didn't get notice. The board and committee did not get notice of the meeting being posted. And you know what, Senator Kim, in May, I had those items posted, and the HTA administration asked that I remove those items from the agenda. They asked Jimmy and they asked others to call me and get me to remove those items because it made HTA look bad
Let me ask a
on the
question.
front page.
Why did you guys remove it?
So there were certain items on the BFCC agenda in the past that for me, I would like to know what exactly is going to be discussed so that the staff can have ample time to prepare whatever reports there are. Because often there have been times where things were discussed, but there was misinformation presented. So I wanted to make sure that the staff, again, had the time to create the documents needed to make sure that we're providing the most current, accurate information for the board to consider.
Okay, the President of Senate does not tell me when or what to put on the agenda because he want to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row. You as CEO, you work for the board. They don't work for you. You work for the board. And it's
Yes,
not up
I
to
know
you to
that.
decide whether or not the staff is going to be ready or not. Because they put it on the agenda, you better be ready who can cook like today. You better be ready and you're not. You're absolutely not ready. I'm sorry. But that's the same thing with the board. The board, I don't know why you folks allow the administration to control your agenda. Wait, no, I don't know, finish. So it's not up to you to decide to take something down. And how do you know you don't have a quorum if you don't post it and you don't wait to see? You come that day and if there's no quorum, no quorum. But
So-
you don't anticipate it.
Our executive secretary, she polls the board to see if they're able to make it.
She polled the board.
She polled the board, yeah. And for that standing committee, there was no quorum.
So, wait, how long has it been since you guys had your last meeting? How many times have you guys canceled or because no more
You
quorum?
talking about committee or?
No, for
So,
your
so
budget.
for our committee, it was last month, so it was May. We had a meeting in May, but that was the meeting where they tried to
They
make
took
me
off
take
the
off
stuff.
those
Right,
things
they
from the
took off the
agenda, and I refused, right? And Jimmy's a witness, right, Jimmy told me, hey, they're trying to get you to take those things off the agenda. I go, you know what, we're gonna leave them on, right?
Staff does not have that right.
Your question about what right does the CEO or chair has, that is number one, would have been my number one on the administration committee meeting. And the administration committee chair asked for a meeting, same thing, I don't know what's going on, but, no quorum, so no meeting. He says, I want to have the meeting, like today, it's informational, no need vote, you're not voting on anything, but it's informational. So please have the admin committee meeting, same request is please have the budget committee meeting, informational, so the board knows going into the June meeting what's going on with everything. No, the first thing for me, I'm vice chair for the admin committee. The first thing for me was going to be the CEO and the chair cannot take things off of agendas for committees. Because sometimes those agenda items make them look bad.
It's about them.
It's about them, right? So they should not be able, it's a conflict of interest, right? And I put that in writing, right? But that would, if we had the admin committee meeting, if you talk to the admin committee chair, he would say, yeah, David said, one of the first things we're going to cover in the admin committee meeting is no control over the agenda, especially if the agenda item pertains to the person who wants to take it off the agenda.
So what gives the CEO the right to do that?
So I'm about collaboration and just working together to set the
Apparently, you wasn't
agenda.
collaborating. You're dictating.
No, but that's not
I don't-
board oversees you. They hire and fire you. They appoint you. You cannot dictate what they're going to discuss because there's no collaboration. It's not up to you to make that determination. You serve at the pleasure of the board, and the board members are confirmed by us. Not to rubber stamp what you want, not to rubber stamp what the administration wants. You folks go to the barking orders of the board, and hopefully the board is exercising stuff, operating, they're not, because they don't think they have to approve the contract, which is asinine. So that's why I'm concerned about the qualifications. I'm concerned about who's leading HTA now. It's crazy you have somebody, Gestapo, saying you can't have this
I'm
on
not
your
a
agenda.
Gestapo.
I'm not saying, but if you can
And-
say to take something off the agenda, then you are. I'm sorry. The handwriting's on the wall.
I think there were, on the BFCC committee agenda, there were items on there that I heard from multiple people that they're tired of seeing HTA in the paper. And so I wanted some of those items, if we don't have all the information ready by that committee meeting, we're not prepared as staff to present, right? I want to make sure that what's presented is correct and factual.
Okay, so
so-
today, are you correct and factual in giving us all the information?
That's
You're
why
not
I have
ready.
said I have to go back and get the numbers because I don't have it
Yeah,
with me.
but you're not ready, so we're supposed to wait until you're ready for us to have this hearing so that you guys don't look bad?
So
If you had resolved this with the budget, maybe you wouldn't be here today. But that's what the board is for, whether you look bad or not. If you don't want to look bad, then you folks better start doing things right. You better start following the rules, right? You have to be ready. That's why you guys get paid what you get paid.
Understood.
And the board is voluntary, yet when we confirm them, they confirm that they're going to attend all the meetings. And if they don't, then they should get off the board. And so it's easy for admin to say, oh, sorry, no quorum. How do we know that's true? You guys could have called and said, you know what, we don't want this, so please don't come. But we don't know. We don't know what's going on. But you don't post it and you don't allow it and show up. And if it's informational, you don't need a quorum. I can hold an informational briefing by myself, and I have done that. If my committee members don't show up and they're not interested, well, so be it. But I'm going to ask the questions. I want it on record, and they can watch it after.
I think what we're trying to say is that the fact that we're not putting it on the agenda leads to probably more bad headlines because of the lack of transparency.
Exactly.
And if you want to avoid bad headlines, I think the better approach would be to actually address these problems head on instead of putting it under the rug.
Yeah, that's why you have sunshine, because you're supposed to shine the light, whether it's good or bad.
For me, it was about making sure we have the information to provide at the meeting.
Some of it doesn't have to necessarily be information from you. You're not the only people that involved in an info briefing.
Under the past Vice President of Finance, I would send an email, and I would be the Vice Chair and I of Budget would be able to work with the budget staff. And I was recently sent, you folks requested that. I was sent the email saying I'm not to speak to budget staff, right? BFCC Chair and Vice Chair, not to speak to budget staff, got to go through Caroline. Okay, so, whether they prepare the information or not, we all want them to prepare the information. But if I cannot talk to them directly, especially when the subject matter may pertain to the person who's I got to go through to ask for it, right? So anyway,
Do you have like a gag order on you or something? You're allowed
Some-
to only speak to certain people? Or what's the deal here?
I
I would think I wouldn't care if you're in the paper. I would like to see you in the paper for fixing stuff, not just in the paper for, I cannot say this, I cannot say that. The problem still exists today. And it's a bigger problem than normal. But I've been told some of you guys not allowed to even speak to us. Is that correct?
I think that's a matter we should take up in our board meeting. I think that has been,
Well, this is just an info briefing. I just want to know for my own information if I want to talk to you about something else with the budget. Because it seems to me that you guys are being micromanaged and manhandled as a volunteer person.
under the whistleblower law, under the state whistleblower law, legislators, government officials can ask agency staff and people working for an agency for information, that's relevant. And
Let me tell
recently,
you this. Last year, I was trying to figure out how to fund the convention center. And the one person that I needed to talk to was told not to come and see
Oh,
me.
yeah, she's been told that before.
She was told not to come see me. I had to go see the Senate president and ask him, hey, why can't I talk to this individual? Isn't that convention center one of our biggest revenue makers? And lo and behold, when I was able to speak to her, we were able to have my colleagues support the funding mechanism of the $60 million, which is a whole new questions, and we're gonna be at probably 5 o'clock, but,
So
I'm coming back,
for
so
that
don't end the meeting.
for that admin committee meeting, if and when we ever have one, the issue of gag orders is number 2 on the list. Number 1 is they cannot tell us what to put on our agenda, or they cannot take off things on the agenda if it's relevant. These issues have been on the agenda since November 2023, right? Those issues on procurement, not paying our bills and things like that. So I think we're all here because we want to make it better. Caroline, Todd, and director here, we're all here, you guys are all here because we want to make it better. So we're all committed to making it work better. But there are a couple of things we can handle, the agendas, not dictating agendas, not restricting staff from working with legislators or the board
I think what
committee.
is sad is that, when does your term expire?
June 30.
So it look like we're not gonna get another meeting in your committee then. Was it to like not have that meeting, so we couldn't flush out some of this stuff, or?
Who knows? I mean, the 2 committees I'm most involved
Who's
with didn't
on
have
that
quorum.
committee? Who's on that committee that you lack quorum to have that last meeting?
I think
You, who else? Director? How
Yeah.
many people you needed for that committee to?
Four. And the 2 people who couldn't make it were Member White and Member Fund. Couldn't make it, so we couldn't make quorum.
Isn't Fun a new member that just came on?
Yes.
We just appointed him.
But anyway, in any case, I think we're all committed here to move forward and improve HTA and to gain public trust, right? And there are certain things that we can all do to get there.
That was nicely said, but I really wish that was the case.
Chair, can I respond to 2 quick things? So one, in regards to who can speak to the legislature, and this is, so first, there is a written resolution that the board voted on, discussed, and passed that identified the individuals that would represent HTA to the legislature, and that was the board, the CEO of the organization, the board chair, and the chair of the legislative PIG. In that discussion, this was said in open session, that we understood that others would get asked questions, would have conversations with legislators based on their knowledge, their past relationships. We just asked everyone, board members and staff, that be coordinated and that the CEO have knowledge of those conversations. So it wasn't a gag order or saying you can't talk to anyone. It was just making sure that there was understanding across the authority as to what conversations were going on. So that was resolution.
So hang on, let me ask you this then.
Yep.
With that being said, do you guys have a resolution for who can do your public responses in regards to Star Advertiser and Civil Beat?
I don't know that, we haven't passed one since I've been on board. I don't know that we have a.
Maybe you guys should have one.
Yeah, so you have a resolution about people talking to us, but no resolution about people talking to the media.
Well, the resolution was to identify who would represent HTA in front of the legislature and the governor's office.
Yeah, it is really concerning to have that kind of, because it is kind of intimidating, especially if someone does have something that they want to share with us that they don't want the CEO or the chair to know, because they are acting as a whistleblower towards procurement violations.
Yeah. Chair Tam, I think we can ask the AG, but I do not think that resolution trumps the whistleblower law. So I think
I know
under the
that,
state law,
but-
under the state, oh, okay, so you're making a point.
Yeah,
So
but
you
it
should
does
be able to
provide some
ask.
kind of intimidation factor to anyone that wants to bring it up. Because what are you trying to hide, it looks like? It looks like you guys are trying to hide something.
And I'll guarantee we're not trying to hide anything. And the intent behind it was so that there was identified voice of what HTA's position was on any bill, budget, policy, or otherwise. That was the intent of it.
Well, that was my point. You did a resolution for that, but in the comment to the auditors, Star Advertiser, somebody from the board gave their own response of what was said. So I would think at that point, your public relations should be the one under control of who makes a response to the media. I mean, that would make more sense to me. or whoever speaks, basically, is that a reflection of the entire HTA and HTA board? I mean, if that's a board member. I would just think that there would be continuity, right across the board. Like this, you guys picking and choosing the restrictions, and if you come here, you sign in. I'm like, this is the people's house. Anybody can walk into my office and have a meeting. It's a matter of not, what they're laying on the table for me to look at. I would think at that point, my clear response would be, hey, what's your guys' thoughts? This is what they're telling me about you. I mean, it causes me to do more homework and research, which is something my staff have to do a lot of, as most of us. But, this is why transparency and an open door process is what we want to maintain.
So, okay, since while we're on the topic of permanent interactions groups, can I ask when was the last time the PIG for the $300,000 governance study has met? Because from what I understand, this governance study was purchased by HTA, published in June 2024, and nothing has come out of it.
So one of the last meetings that was held with the governance PIG was that first Friday of March. I don't remember the exact date. It was in Senate President's office. That was the last meeting that was held.
And you guys didn't address the governance study program, or did you?
So that was the meeting with Chair Iona and Vice Chair Mike Paishan and industry members. We gathered industry members, members of the PIG, and we talked about our different plans going forward and how in our next, later on this summer, we're going to be holding meetings with community industry to get further feedback, input into the various plans that will help to address some of the governance issues for our agency.
That's what I'm confused by, because it looks like the governance study was very clear about what the recommendations were. And, one of the recommendations is to restructure HTA into a destination stewardship organization. I just don't understand why there needs to be more meetings on top of more meetings on what to do to address it, or I don't know what else there needs to be discussed. It looks like it's very clear what they recommended. What kind of discussions were happening, like specifically, about this governance study and what HTA wants to do with it?
From my recollection, the next step in our process with the governance permitted interaction group is when we have our community meetings this coming summer, late summer, we're going to gather information to, again, further develop what does our agency look like, and it's part of the strategic planning process. And that plan will be completed at the end of the year, and that's when we will be providing it to the legislature.
I'm still baffled by why it wasn't even provided to us at the beginning of this session, because it was very clear about what they wanted. And if you wanted to have those discussions, we have public hearings here about it, and anyone from the public could have chimed in then. So it looks like, here's how I feel that's coming out of this governance study and why I'm a little disappointed in it, is that you looked at the governance study. The first thing in the governance study was that you guys pretty much needed to be replaced. You guys didn't like what it says, so you guys are kicking the can down the road, down the road, down the road, until people forget about it. So that's just appalling that $300,000 that you're spending to figure out how you guys are supposed to be governing. And because you guys don't like what it says, you guys decided to kick the can down the road. That's what it looks like to me and the general public from this governance study. Is Is that like how, is there, any of you sit on that PIG can answer to what's being discussed there?
I'm one of the members of that governance committee, PIG, and one of the important things that came out of that study, it's important, the new structure of HT was a document called Deliverables 2 Report, Phase 2 Deliverables Report. That went through, that was based on interviews of HT board members and staff, and it documented our shortcomings. That has been ignored since that report has come up. And myself and others on the board, including the Vice President of Finance, have repeatedly said, we got to address that Phase 2 deliverable report because it shows us from an independent party our shortcomings and what we need to improve on. So if we go forward with the governance study and presentation, we should definitely address that Phase 2 deliverables report. And I encourage you folks to take a look at that and what it says about how we operate, because that would explain a lot of what's been going on here. I don't think we did anything to address that. I'm not sure if anything in our budget, our proposed budget, is going to specifically address that. And that's what the budget committee wanted to cover. Look at the governance study and see how are we going to improve, use that governance study to improve our budget. But we haven't been allowed to, we haven't had the opportunity to do that, to address that.
Why haven't you had the opportunity to address it?
It's not for lack of asking. If you check the minutes, there are certain people who repeatedly said, you know, we got to look at that governance study and we got to address it. So I think we need more board members to just say, look, let's get serious about it and let's address it, right?
Well, the legislative session is coming up in 2026. I have already started drafting this. It wasn't that hard for me to just take this governance study and to work with our drafting agency to draft it here. What I'm concerned about is why hasn't HTA even brought up a bill on this governance study when it was published in 2024 June? And I did see the deliverables and the interims, and it really highlighted a lot of the problems. But what's more important than the deliverable was the actual 10 recommendations that it provided. So, I do expect a bill and those discussions to be had soon, before we even have the 2026 session.
And as presented in that governance permitted interaction group meeting back in March, the timeline that was presented, that we would have our plan before the leg session starts. And I guess in my mind, I thought that was agreed upon by all, that was the plan that we were proceeding, the timeline that we were proceeding with.
So it calls for an 18-month sort of, or 2 years of a transition to become the new DSO. Are you telling me that HTA has started that transition?
No, I'm talking about the meetings with industry from what we presented at that March meeting in Senate President's office, chambers.
Okay.
I just literally pulled up this article, in fact, it was by Allison Schaefer. HTA pursues governance study and quality assurance program. You seen that article? It was done in July of 2023. Basically, it highlighted and it referenced building trust with state lawmakers and coming several times during a meeting. And even to today, it highlights, and I'm going to say it is, it basically came from Vice President of Finance Isaac Choi, which proposed a new quality assurance policy and program to address some of the stuff you guys are dealing with right now. Mismanagement, government waste, fraud, or abuse. 2023. That is crazy. And we're still talking about how we fix stuff. Is this fixable? can we fix HT, or is HT that far broken that we just move into a complete different direction with legislative action? I think that's my walk away from this, is that I think it's gonna take legislative action to move in a different direction. Because clearly, I don't see any changes that gonna be made to build public trust back.
I'm reading another article here, and this was more recent. And the reason why I brought up these questions is because Ms. Paishon, the vice chair of the group, told the Star Advertiser that this governance study was primarily because we wanted the governance study to help inform and to coincide with planning efforts this summer for the HTA strategic plan. You know, that doesn't look like a transition. To me, that doesn't look like you're addressing the actual study itself and what needs to be done and the 10 recommendations. And that's really disappointing, coming from the person that's in charge of this group. So, you know, what are you going to do moving forward between now and the 2026 legislative session to ensure that something like a bill moves forward for us so we can address it and have those conversations in this building about the governance of HTA?
So I would be happy to meet with you, the committee members, you know, to further discuss this. I mean, all I can do is just, you know, be open and see what
I
you'd
guess
like.
better that this question should be for Chair Todd. You know, are you going to meet with Member Iona and Member Paishon about this governance study and how to move forward and what the plan is during this interim?
I'll definitely meet with them, but I think, given the new law, that it's really a discussion with DBED director and the governor.
I mean, you guys are still advisory. You still have opinions about things.
Right,
and
but
provide
to
those
your
opinions for
question
us.
of how do we get, the authority should lead in shaping the legislation as to where this future goes. So while we will opine and give advice on it, I think it's really, under the new law, driven by the department and the governor. And so that's the key input that's needed. And then we can be advisory to help make sure that the authority is moving down that path.
I know that you're advisory now, but you know, this was done in 2024 and you guys should have been working on this since then, but it feels like nothing has been done since. Only now that we're bringing it up, am I getting this answer that you guys are gonna finally address it?
My understanding, having come onto the board in November, is that this, it's sort of what was stated there, that this was all part of moving towards the new strategic plan. And if the strategic plan potentially says, here's the new structure, if that was the wrong direction to go with it, that's fine. That's what we're talking about now. But that was my understanding as to what this governance plan was being used for.
Okay. Well, you know, we'll see what happens after this interim on this plan.
So let me go back, because you guys said you guys had a meeting in the Senate President's office. Was that a briefing on the governance study of the people involved and of the people that were involved in this meeting? And I'm assuming they weren't just from Honolulu. How much these meetings costing us? We flying people in, we flying them back out on a governance study? I mean, like,
Yeah.
where's this taking us? Because at the end of the day, my question is really, who's on the board and who's directly responsible for ensuring HTA's strategic plan, and that are not only adopted and implemented with the measurable results?
So regarding the meeting, the last governance permitted interaction group meeting, it happened the Friday after Tourism Day was over, and I believe you were both in the meeting. And so, you know, we had, you know, Chair Iona, you know, she was kind enough to provide, you know, bentos and all of that, and then that's where, again, we wanted to bring together industry, our legislators, so that we could hear from everybody about, you know, the direction that they saw HTA going in, where they saw the visitor industry going in. And that was the first start of it. And, you know, again, at that meeting, I made a presentation about the various plans and, you know, letting everyone know that this summer, we're going to start our community industry meetings to get more input, and that will feed into our strategic plan. And that's the plan that Chair mentioned that, would be part in answering the governance, fulfilling the governance permitted interaction group.
So Caroline, I wasn't there, so I just wanted to answer Senator's question. There were no costs for traveling, I think, because people were there for Tourism Day? Is that-
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So I don't believe there are any HTA costs for having that, and the reason it was planned was because Tourism Day was happening at the Capitol.
You want to move on to your next topic? Okay. Can I get so one of the things that, we'll move on to the next one then. One of the things that I want to ask about is the Meet Hawaii contract. What's the status of that?
The Meet Hawaii contract, it's still up and running. We have met all the payments. I mean, the payments are on track.
Yeah, the payments are on track, but like, is there plans to renew it because it's coming up, right?
Yeah, it's coming up, and we plan to renew that contract.
Okay. When will it be renewed?
I don't know the exact end date of.
The current contract ends December 31st.
December 31st. And any changes that we should be aware of?
With the MCI contract? None at this time.
Because what I'm just afraid that I kind of think that this was probably the only thing working right now, because they are selling the convention center, which is going to be closed, right? And the main reason why I brought it up is because I wanted to know what sales are going on in the future when the convention center is going to be open, and that's still going on. So because it's only profitable. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So you guys have, what is Bishop Museum in regards to your guys' contracts or procurement violations?
Sorry, Chair, I'm going to let her answer, but I just want to disclose conflict of interest issue. I'm on the board for Bishop Museum. The grant and the procurement happened before I was part of HTA. I just want to put that on the record in case any questions come up.
So you guys have, February 18, 2025, State Procurement Office was notified of a procurement violation by Bishop Museum procuring computer equipment after the contract was closed. What is the status of the violation, and were there any consequences to the vendor?
So I'm just going to share out that our procurement team has a procurement tracker, a report on procurement violations, a tracking form. So on this form, it says that per SPO determination on February 18, 2025, SPO does not have jurisdictions in this matter. Agency did not violate the Hawaii Revised Statute or Hawaii Administrative Rules. Issues pertain to contractor's breach of contract, which the agency is responsible for addressing. And the corrective action, it says that the staff took is that they completed the essential tasks. The HTA Finance and Procurement team, this is just to remind them to make sure that the contract is, that the contract doesn't close before it ends. But it said no action needed per the Chief Procurement Officer.
Okay, so what we understand, this was discussed extensively in the Budget Committee, and what apparently happened is that Bishop Museum had a contract, they performed the work, But as part of the contract, they were allowed to buy certain softwares, buy certain computer-related equipment. And the invoice and the purchase of that equipment the request to purchase the equipment did not come in until after the work was POW and after the contract was POW. So that's why that came up. It's unfortunate, and we need to do a better job, because if Bishop Museum is going to do the work for us and they need that equipment, we should have provided it to them up front, right? But so far, the procurement office has told us no need to pay for it, right, Caroline? Yeah? So unfortunate, very unfortunate for Bishop Museum, but we got to do a better job in monitoring doing the contract to make sure that they purchase the equipment upfront or when they need to purchase the equipment, not after the contract is finished, so.
You guys just, pattern of contract, just kind of screw-ups all along the way. I think that's even more disappointing. What is this other, a procurement violation in October 31st of 2024? Same thing by HTA vendor, SMS Research and Marketing Service.
Yeah. So for that one, so that's a procurement violation that I have. And so the contract had ended, and I accepted their final deliverable after it ended. And so I didn't know that I was supposed to have extended the contract prior. And so that was my procurement violation. I actually wrote up that violation myself under the direction of then President and CEO Daniel Naho'opi'i. So I provided it to the procurement team, and I wrote on the form that we were supposed to fill out that now that I know that I can't accept deliverables after the contract ends, that I'll know better to make sure that I'll extend it before it does. And I just want to point out that, a lot of not a lot, there's only 3 procurement violations that were approved by the SPO. But, according to the HRS, that the violations under Chapter 103D, which are HRS, which are normally inadvertent and the result of administrative error, lack of knowledge, or simple carelessness, may be avoided through the implementation of better procedures, employee training, and progressive discipline. So, I just want to let you know that, there is a section there that says what are we going to do so that it doesn't, to prevent it from happening again. And, for myself, since then, I know, and I haven't had one since. So I just want to be upfront and say that as well. Like, we learn from our mistakes, and we.
Can you elaborate on what kind of progressive discipline will take place if some of these violations were to happen?
So, that's something where, again, we're developing or revising our policies and procedures, and it's something we're looking at on what kind of action can we take, or should we take.
Don't know.
Yeah.
So I'm looking through all of this, and again, per the 90-day action plan, 90 days isn't up yet. And so again, that's something that we're looking at, what can we do better? And I will ask, DBED for, to see what does DBED do when there's procurement violations, and how do they handle that with their staff?
How do you handle that with your staff if there's procurement violations, Director?
Well, I am very fortunate. We have a procurement specialist on the staff, but in my office alone, Don Murata, who came with me from the airport, did a lot of the procurement from the airport. So she is very, very, very knowledgeable on procurement and what's involved in it. And then one of our newer staff members who was an intern and is now a full-time employee, her involvement is learning way more than she should be about procurement, because it is such a big thing in the department. So, whatever it comes up, people will meet with Eileen and Don to figure out what needs to be done, and then if we need to go in for requests for an exemption, then we will. But there are many steps so that the violations don't happen. And I know Caroline was talking to Don last week about some of the things, or maybe over the last 2 weeks, about some of the things at HTA. So, experience and knowledge is very important when it comes to procurement. And there's additional courses that need to be taken as time goes on with procurement. So that's how we deal with procurement and DBED. And I'm not going to sit here and act like we're perfect, because we're not. But
Doesn't seem like you get any procurement violations. Would it be better suited that HTA fall under you, since you guys seem to have that in training all in place, versus us trying to train people that we got a hard time training where they're at?
Yes. Well, I'm not going to sit here advocating for that, but what I will sit here and advocate for is to do what SB 1571 mandated, and to make sure that oversight with HTA, with Caroline and whoever is the president and CEO, is done. And I think we've been doing that. I talk to her at least twice a week. And we just go over a list of things that need to be done. So I'm focused on that, but some of the mistakes I made as DBED director before 1571, I'm not gonna make them again, which is going to get approval on things where I didn't need to do that. And I think what you did with 1571 was because of the frustrations of the trust that was lacking, the things that have happened, many of them you're talking about today. And I'm going to do my best not to let you down, because I understand that the legislature is the bank, and you folks control the appropriations that we get, or more importantly, that we don't get. And if you're not going to be trusting of what's happening, then you're not going to be giving us more money for programs at HTA. It's simple. It's simple. So, communicating with you, and I think we've been doing, a lot of that, is critical to what I'm going to be doing going forward.
So I want to thank you, Director, because I know the conversation we've had, it hasn't been that pleasant for you. We've sat and we've watched the board meetings. I think it's really disappointing that many of the stuff that you called out on, you were literally left there being the bad guy. As you asked the former interim CEO, with nobody defending you. Oh, sorry. Mr. Arakawa put his 2 cents in.
And others, yeah.
And a few others, but it felt like it just became a dog and pony show, of which I think is really shameful. But since we talked about SB 1571, and Allison asked me this question the other day, the directive by the governor has asked the board members to step down voluntarily from their positions and then to reapply. Has that happened? Has any board member voluntarily stepped down to reapply for the advisory position?
I don't know that any of them have as of yet. I know the governor talked about it on Spotlight. He has mentioned it to me before, and so has his office. Let's see, next week is the end of the month. The new board, or one board member is terming out. So if something was going to be done, it would be in the July board meeting. And the governor hasn't, he's on vacation, so he hasn't sent that memo out yet, but it's my understanding that that's what he's going to do. And I know he has talked to board members about what his intentions are.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that, with your term expiring, whether or not you'd consider coming back on as an advisory level, being that I think you're passionate about where you want to see HTA go in that direction.
I think all of us here want HT to improve, and yeah, so whatever whatever capacity that is, I'd be willing to help. I just want to mention, because you folks mentioned, there is training, and part on procurement and on contracts, but you cannot force people, well, in the past, you couldn't force people to attend training. So the people who had the violations did not attend necessarily all the trainings, because the finance section does training. They also have a big video board. If you folks have a chance to go to HTA, they have a big video board when these contracts are going to expire. So, hey, do your modification, do your RFP, whatever it is. So there's a huge video board that puts all project managers on notice on when your contracts are going to have, you're going to have to do something on your contracts. Whether people look at that or not, who knows? There was no discipline that we know of. And the issues on contracts and procurement, while they are bad and not excusable, it's for a select few. So we have here the acting chief of branding, J.D. Gu. She has worked for many, many years, not one problem with a contract, not one problem with procurement. So we have great program
Does she
managers.
show up for work every day?
That's true too.
But
So,
but I want to go back, because for us, we get mandatory. What wrong with having mandatory, especially when you guys get so many problems with state procurement?
you're talking about mandatory attendance.
No,
Come to work.
mandatory training.
Oh, mandatory training.
Mandatory training. You guys should put that you have to get mandatory training.
Yes, so we are at DBED checking everyone's, anyone who touches a contract with all the agencies, and especially at HTA, that they have to make sure that they complete the procurement training. We check it now. We're not waiting for HTA to tell us. And we can do that through the procurement office. So we are doing that, Senator. Thank you, Don Murata.
I don't know if you covered this. If you did, just tell me. But of all the contracts, what percentage of your contracts are extended versus renewed? Not renewed, extended and renewed versus new?
I have to get that information to you to calculate it. Some are supplemental agreements and some are new. I don't know that number off the top
I
of my
guess, is it 50/50? Is majority of the contracts just renewed or extended?
They're not automatically
No, not
renewed, but-
automatic, but I'm just saying, without going out to bid, you folks renew or extend?
So I would say,
That's not my understanding.
Okay.
In the meetings that I had regarding this at the State Procurement Office and with the VP of Finance, no, it's not automatically renewed.
No, I'm not saying automatically renewed. It comes up and then you end up awarding it to the same person.
No.
Okay?
I'm,
we
okay,
follow the,
I'm not going to say it never happened, but that's not the procedure now.
So how many have been extended or renewed, the same entity continuing on?
I'll have to calculate that for you because
About,
it's,
about how many?
I would,
1, 10,
no, I would
5?
say half
Half.
they have options to renew. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that you've
Yeah.
renewed them, and it's not a new person that you've allowed. It's like, HVCB has been renewed
But, yeah,
over and over again.
but it's per the contract terms. So they have, it's part of the
No, I
contract.
know that. I'm asking you how many new contractors did we get to replace any of those
Any of the,
existing?
So
I'm just trying to find out if
understand.
we're having a turnover or we're just continuing on. And some of them, they're good, but, just status quo.
no,
Because a procurement contract requires you to go out to bid every so
right,
often.
right.
Yes.
But
We're
in
following
the contract, it also has extensions that are part of the
Extension.
contract.
Right, so what I want to know is how many times you do that versus going out to bid.
Well, it ends after the extension, it's supposed to end.
Yeah, it's supposed to end, but anyway, that's
I'm
something that.
I'm just ballparking
But-
it's half, but I can get you that
Yes, if you can
information.
get that information. I'm not sure if this question was asked. So on the Rams contract, it talks about organized team activities, OTA. Does that mean only local promotions or tourism promotions, or how are you folks managing that?
For that specific detail, I'll have to ask our sports manager. I don't know that.
And that person's here?
No, he's not.
Well, that's
Milton's not
good
here.
that we're having this contract and you can't answer.
I mean, I don't know the specific details of what that is.
As far as advertising and marketing, can the Rams advertise any other destination or only Hawaii?
Again, that also I will need to ask Milton for that.
And if other destinations can be advertised, has any study been done on the dilution of the effectiveness?
Yeah, I'll get back to you on those questions.
Well, I think specifically to answer the question, the answer is no.
What is no?
Did we do a specific deep dive on whether, if they marketed Jamaica and Hawaii at the same time, obviously it dilutes one or the other, but we have not done. I cannot sit here and say this is the data that we did with that.
Okay, so we
But
didn't
we should.
strive to get them to say, okay, we're going to have this contract with you for this period of time, and so we don't want you to be doing advertising in other areas.
Senator, I hate to, bring it up over and over again, but this contract was negotiated by somebody who's no longer there, and it took over a year to get to a place where I had 2 days to sign the contract. So I cannot answer those questions, but that would be obvious questions that should have been asked.
And that's why I'm doing it for the record, because I want HTA to realize how deficient they've been, whether it's the board, whether it's the administration, of not looking at the contract and answering these types of questions. So what can we expect from the Rams, and what do we know that they're not going to be doing that conflicts with our messages and so forth? What are we really getting? I mean,
So I know there are deliverables in that contract, but I think the best thing to do right now, because I don't want to try to wing it, or I don't think Caroline wants to wing it either. We'll sit down with Milton, and I'm sure Caroline will after this meeting or tomorrow, and get exactly those
So
questions answered.
are you folks going to be auditing the contract after the fact to see what we've got and so forth?
Absolutely. I signed it. I better know if we got what we got, what we were supposed to get.
And that's going to be made transparent.
Yes. You know me, Senator. I have nothing to hide. 'Cause
No, I
I
understand.
know you're going to find it. You found somebody's bought Visine at 2:00 in the morning. And I tell all my departments.
I didn't find a Visine.
Well, you found a receipt that said Visine at 2:00 in the morning.
No, it was in the report that I was there. And I'm asking, right?
Just saying, I heard the question.
I think we have to keep in mind, or HTA needs to keep in mind, that when we expend taxpayers' money for a particular purpose, is that, I mean, hey, LA Rams, great, autograph this, oh, they got big, but is it going to bring in visitors? Is it going to bring in the type of visitors that we want? Again, you folks want, high-spending visitor, mindful visitor. Well, people watching the Rams and people, doesn't necessarily mean you're hitting your market. And so what exactly are we getting? What's the return on investment? What's the purpose of 1.8 million? Now, I know UH, you're doing the game with UH and the Rams, right?
Yes,
Which is
that's a
great.
discussion. We're in the
Discussion, that's not part
negotiation
of
phase.
this.
Yeah.
That's not part of this.
I made it a part of it, but that wasn't a part of it.
Okay, because I'm saying, if we wanted to help UH, they could certainly use $1.8 million because they're in a deficit to help their program. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, okay, well, we're going to throw them a bone. You can go have a game
Yeah, that
sponsored with, but how does that really help the program? So,
I understand your question, and you're right.
Because
But
if, we can take money out from HTA and give it to UH if that's what you guys want.
no.
Okay. But I mean, again, what is the purpose and what are we doing, right?
Yeah, so again, what you're talking about is a discussion with the executive team at the Los Angeles Rams, with my office, DBEDT, and myself, and the governor, to potentially play a home game for the University of Hawaii at SoFi Stadium. I had the discussion with them before I signed the contract. I said, hopefully we can add something else to this contract that's not part of the contract. And we did have the discussion on the phone, and when I was on Maui last week, Tuesday, I had the conversation with the highest level of executives for the Rams to confirm that we are moving to discussions and confirmation of the opportunity for the University of Hawaii football team in 2027 to play UCLA in SoFi Stadium. And
And what's the cost going to be?
that's all, that's everything that we have to
So
negotiate.
that's
because-
not, so that's not part
No,
of this contract?
no.
But see, that's why it's misleading, because when I got the message and I read the article, it doesn't talk about anything about us paying extra money for it, it's gonna cost us, it seems like they're gonna host us, and this is, the team flies in, everything's taken care of, flies out. No, that's not it.
No, are you talking about the football game, or are you talking about the Rams coming to
No, I'm
Maui?
talking about UH playing at SoFi.
Oh, yeah, I never said it was confirmed.
No, I
said-
know, but I said that's how misleading when the general public reads it, thinking that in relationship to this contract, right? Because it was kind of written, the whole
At the
thing.
same time.
Yeah, saying that, oh, in addition, we're going to get them to sponsor a game for UH to play UCLA.
Well,
And of course, some of my members felt it should be USC, but that's besides the point. I mean,
yeah, I'm guessing which member, yeah. Whatever it is, I think it's a great opportunity if we can do it. And I feel very confident that they're on board to make it happen. Is it free? It's not free. But it's a home game for the university, and UCLA would be flying to Honolulu for that game, so they don't have to do it. They don't have to fly anymore.
but
It
if
would be
had we
right.
thought about it earlier, it could have been in the contract, right, for free.
Well, like I said,
been
I was only given that contract 2
No,
days
but I'm-
before I was
yes,
supposed to
but
sign it.
I'm not saying, I'm saying those are the kinds of
Yeah,
things.
I agree.
That HTA is supposed to be in the sports. I mean, it's not like they got this job yesterday to be doing sports. I mean, these are like, okay, these are the ideal things. If we're gonna have a sports contract, what would we want to see in it? What do we want to see it? And obviously, HTA is just not equipped to move on a dime like that.
So
Well,
let me,
we will
let
work-
me add something here. So I was there at the LA Rams clinic on Maui. And I can tell you this, before, which, like you, Senator Kim, that contract was done with somebody else at the helm. And the individual's not here, and he had made commitments, that individual had made commitments. I can tell you this, for them, even before this contract arose, the Lahaina fires that occurred, the LA Rams came up and raised over $1 million in trying to help while they were dealing with their own issues in LA. It also became apparent that at that time, as they pushed forward into promoting girls' flag football, that also became part of a sport, and I couldn't vouch for anything that was done because I never see the contract myself. I wasn't happy about it. But I wanted to take that piece and so I spent my own dollar to go to Maui, to stay there for the 2 days or 3 days. I tried to get some R&R at my expense though. But, I wanted to make sure that what I saw on the ground was truly impactful. For many of us in the rural areas, our challenges has always been having kids learn and educate themselves. And I find that in these areas, education through sports have been super beneficial. Because in this instance, most of them that want to play now got to get educated. They got a whole GPA. I thought that was really good. It allowed for that interaction of NFL, which we're never going to have an NFL team. Granted, we ain't going to have it here in Hawaii. But I think watching those past 2 days of one, and most times, it's always been, right, the guys first, the girls later. I saw the girls flag football on the field while they put the boys in the corner. I mean, I seriously, I was grateful for that because I was there when the girl like outsmoked Puka on there and got the ball, won the necklace. I was like, wow, must have been his girlfriend's. But anyway, you truly saw this clear interaction. To me, that was value. That was value. At the same time, the second day, Dan pitched in with Special Olympics. And I saw the interaction of these Special Olympic kids with the football players as well as the coach. And, they spent a lot of time there. They also went to Lahaina and they put in some time working with self-help, housing, and so forth. All is said and done, this body has also been guilty of putting in money where we get no return on investment. I think our return on investment on our kids and our youth, especially since we've seen some of the best come through with starting off without an education and nothing to climbing the ranks of whether it be baseball, football, and so forth. And we could probably go on and on, but I'm glad to see that even after this point, and we've made a lot of mistakes. Maybe not me, but some other people did. But as director was also there in Maui and had the opportunity to see, okay, what can we get off of this? Because I went to SoFi Stadium and I was amazed because this place is 49ers. I see nothing but red and I see spots of this blue, and I'm like just there being underdog at that point. And what I really saw was the best social media coverage I've ever seen. We can get 500 49er fans, and there was 10 of these guys that was just focused on. If you weren't in the stadium, you would have thought that the stadium was full of LA Rams. But they sold every bloody seat. And at the end of the day, it mattered that that seat was sold and that the flashing of HTA coverage of that media. My bigger question was, what was the cost of that? If there's a price, I want to know what's the price on that. Because I know the 63 million, which really, I never see value. I don't see my money working on a 10-1. I saw my money working there. I saw my money giving value because I would have thought that the LA Raiders should have been here. Because of all the money and all the people that go to Las Vegas. I never see that. But I saw the LA Rams wanting to make that commitment. And that's where I believe we missing the boat, is on those areas that have taken advantage of Hawaii. Those areas that have piggybacked off of our community and our people going to Vegas, what they're giving us back. So I just wanted to say that because I saw value for me, because I see plenty kids take the wrong road, whether it be selling the drugs or jumping in a gang, but they took very huge interest in this clinic that was there, and whether or not that would be, I think, a priority project of mine, I would love to see the value and what the cost factor gonna come off of what happened in Maui and the clinic. Because to me, I would like to see that across Hawaii, but because of the Lahaina fires, the target was there, and that their commitment in what they saw, what happened to Lahaina, that they did their own fundraising to give back to the people of Lahaina. I also made it clear that it wasn't just Lahaina, it was upcountry Maui. And they acknowledged that when I attended LA, myself and Representative Tam at that press conference. And they were like, thank you, because it was all eyes on Lahaina. And I didn't want to forget upcountry Maui as well.
Yeah, so the intangibles of the contract is the $1 million that they donated. They put new lockers in at the football stadium at Lahaina Luna. They did the Habitat for Humanity, 13 homes. This wasn't, just write it in and collect the money trip for the Rams. They were in the community. And like Senator DeQuaid said, when you see Puka Nakua, probably the most popular Polynesian wide receiver playing right now, just having a blast with the kids. Like for a couple hours, just running up and down the field, playing with the girls. He didn't play with the boys, he only played with the girls.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Girls flag football teams, and the girls were throwing the passes and he was catching them. You cannot, you cannot put a cost on or a price tag on that. Coach McVeigh was very, very excited to be with the team. But the social media that she's talking in the stadium comes with the contract as well. So throughout the game, they're going to be putting stuff in. And they want to come back. They want to be the partner of Hawaii. And, you know, they showed it clear that they're committed to the community. And that's one part of it.
I think it would be helpful that the breakdown,
Yes.
you know, it would be easier for us to understand, because even for me, I was like, okay, I gotta guess this thing out. You know, I understand what Senator Kim is saying, because all of that need to be listed, which is where you
I'm
come in.
getting-
You know, but it cannot be done like that, which is why, you know, you gotta bring your circus back in. Because the circus is like, one is like flying through the hoops, the other running through the fire, but you're the ringleader. And you gotta bring them back in front, and you have to have these things listed, so we're not having to try and list it. It's not our job. It's your job to tell us where that money is going and what we're getting, what is the return of investment. And that's the challenge that we're having. We're doing your job for you. That's your job. It's not our job. And I can tell you this, even when I went the second day, I couldn't believe it. Puka took off his shoes and his insoles because these kids were screaming for him. I was thinking, what are you gonna do with this shoe? What you gonna do if I give you one shoe, I give you the other shoe, and the other kid had the sole? And I was like, I was standing there like, what is happening here? But it was like that type of impact that I saw, which I thought was good, even though I was sat by the pool after I was paying for my own trip and stuff. But I thought, you know, just that impact alone, and then seeing how most people that never had on football team then became like a Rams fan overnight, and it was that.
The sad part is, all of that other gains gets shadowed because things weren't handled correctly.
I was going to say that,
It
Senator Kim,
negates a
that
lot of that.
the goodwill, yes.
Yes, and it
And-
casts a shadow because it wasn't done correctly, and it was something that wasn't followed. So all the goodwill is kind of,
I would say to all of you that trust that it's not going to happen again.
because it's not against the Rams.
It's not.
Yeah.
They were awesome.
Right.
And I
It's not
don't want,
against them.
I don't want the news to be questioned on the Rams contract.
Right.
Because whatever happened was our fault. It wasn't their fault. They did everything they could to fulfill a contract and to do goodwill in the community.
It's-
And I want to make sure that that's out there.
And it's in writing. It's what HTA didn't put in, or didn't understand what the commitment was, and wasn't prepared for it,
Yes.
you know? So that's
And
what this whole hearing's about, not about whether the Rams contract, I'm not gonna say whether the Rams contract was good or bad. I'm just saying the way it was done. and
I-
then even while it's being done, nobody knew. I don't know how nobody knew.
Tell you offline what
I
I
think
think.
somebody knew, it's just that they're too scared to say something. And you guys gotta speak up.
Well,
mean,
I just think that they didn't know because a few people were keeping the information and even keeping it from me. I asked. Caroline knows. I've asked at the board, where's the contract? Well, I want to see what the contract entails. Mr. Arakawa knows, but we never got the I never got the information. I'm not sure when Caroline got it, but it won't happen again. I can promise you that. Because I've said to Caroline and other board members, I don't want to be here getting cracks from you guys, and rightfully so. And I know you're not blaming me specifically, but DBED, HTA, I'm responsible. So I understand that. I understand the responsibility of that. And that's why I communicate with you all constantly, so that there is no, you know, you ask me questions, I give you answers, because
And that's the same thing with the board. The board oversees the staff. Ultimately, you gotta know. You know, such thing, oh, we didn't read it, we didn't ask for it. No, that's not it. And then ultimately, you as CEO gotta know what your people are doing. And if you don't have the time to do that, because you're doing so many other stuff, well, then it's on you.
so
So you gotta figure it out.
I think our responsibility now too is to figure out as quickly as possible, because there were over 100 names that were submitted for the last time the pig got names for the CEO, president and CEO. So it's not like we're waiting for a list. The list was already gotten. Now that there's more information on the salary, I actually think it should be a more attractive offer than it was prior to. So that's,
I got one more question. So moving forward, Caroline, what are we're still using, you're using Samari, right?
No, we no longer have a contract with them.
Okay, so no longer we're doing a survey, using a survey-based contractor.
So we're gonna procure in the next couple of months for a contractor to do our marketing effectiveness study.
So is it similar to this survey-based kind of contract?
So we haven't put together the scope yet for the project, but the objective is to measure how effective our marketing, our advertisement is in our two largest markets, the US and the Japan market.
And you are gearing it towards what type of company? Is it more survey-based, or, I mean, how are they gonna measure the effectiveness?
Yeah, that's
there's
what
a
still we have to scope out. I don't have the answers for you right now. I haven't worked on the RFP yet.
Okay, but
If there's something you'd like us
the
to,
key in a RFP is to be able to delineate what it is you want to get out of it in order for people to then put in bids for it.
correct,
And if you're
yeah.
asking for the wrong thing,
Yes,
then you're going to get the wrong, not exactly what we needed. And I guess what I'm going towards is that, with AI and everything that's going on now, that we need to step up and get into the electronic way of measuring how effective some of this stuff. I did a search on ChatGPT just to find out the pros and cons of using an AI electronic type of measurement versus a survey type of measurement. And they both have their pros and cons, except I think the pros and for the AI is much greater and probably less cost. But are we moving in that direction?
so we haven't put together the RFP yet, and, you raise good points, and we'll consider it. But right now, we haven't taken the time to scope out what that RFP looks like and all the components of it. We have it in our budget for fiscal year '26 to do a marketing effectiveness study. And again, we still have to.
What's the budget for that?
I believe it's 300,000. Like 315,000 or something like that. $260?
$260,000?
No, I thought it's 300. 350,000.
And what did you base that budget on?
So it was based on, I believe, our past contract and,
Which is survey-based, right? Your past contract was survey-based.
so, yeah, we went out and surveyed people, in the markets, in the US and Japan market.
So I'm trying to find out if that's the intent to continue to use a survey-based type.
Yeah, and like I said, we still have to discuss it as staff in regards, and then we'll put together the proposal, the scope of work for the RFP. So sorry, I don't have an answer for you right now on that, but I'll let you know before.
Okay, well, I hope we're not going to do the same as we always did. Because survey-based, I don't answer surveys. I delete surveys. I don't answer surveys as much as possible. If you look at the your visitor form, everybody said optional in the survey. A lot of people don't even respond. So I think survey-based type of ways to gather data is not the best and the latest ways of doing it. And so I don't know we're gonna get the best bang for our dollars. And unless you're forward-thinking and you're gonna move forward, and that's my concern, because you're interim, you're gonna put out these contracts, and we're gonna be stuck. We're gonna be stuck with a certain type of contract that perhaps is not gonna be based on what we need. You know, when you look at an AI type of tracking, you've got real-time tracking. You can actually monitor actual foot traffic, high sample size. You've got granular insights to the pinpoint ads that's led to visitation lift, overnight stays and spending, attribution modeling, such as on the channels and the TV, print-generated, real-world, cost-effective, and, you know, compared to survey-based. So I hope you folks are looking at that, and you're not going to just do things as you used to do it. But if you're not even aware of it, then I'm not sure how you would even put it in your specs. Because once you put it in your specs, it's two different animals that was going to respond to this RFP.
So yeah, usually when we put out an RFP for a study like this, we ask the vendor to describe their methodology in collecting the data to get us to the objectives and goals of the study or the research project. So
No, but you have to put, okay, you're going to get somebody, you're going to have a contractor to tell you what to put in the RFP? Is that what you're telling me?
no, we're asking for the methodology to get us to the objectives of what we're trying to get to with the marketing effectiveness study. So
Yes, but before you can even do that, you need to look at what's out there as to what type of data you're going to get.
yes.
Well, I guess the
We, I'd be more than happy to meet with you to further discuss this. But yeah, and like I said, we're not at the stage yet where we're even drafting this RFP yet for this project.
okay, I understand that, and that's why I'm inputting. Hopefully, you will look into what are the newer ways of doing this so we can get better bang for a dollar and good data. Because right now, survey by individuals is very difficult to get good data.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe it's the HNA.
Oh, you know what, you have to put money inside a pocket.
Okay. Can we be updated when the roof starts and stuff like that? Because, you told us a lot of stuff as far as what's your plan for the next 90 days, but we don't know when it gets launched, when it starts, and then come back in January and then find out, oh, yeah, we got delayed, or we didn't do it until September. It's like the contract, marketing contract. Yeah, we're going to do it in April, and then now we find out it doesn't go till June, started till June. So can we get on-time updates?
Sure. And how would you like to receive those updates? Is it just email the tourism committees?
Yes.
Or do I work? Okay.
The entire committee. Or at least the chairs.
Email the chairs?
Then you want to just email us and then
Yeah,
just,
then we can form.
and we just email us and we'll.
Okay.
I know in your, sorry, I lost the paper. You guys talked about your 90-day, you talked about the 90-day plan for, you had a list of stuff. Your policies and procedures. How familiar are you with your policies and procedures?
So, I mean, we have it on our internal, what is it called? Our SharePoint drive. And I've been looking at some of them, not all of them, but, you know, the contract ones, the ones dealing with the office policy, sorry, the space use policy and stuff like that.
Okay, so the reason why I ask is, you know, like everybody else in the community, we've read everything about HTA, complaints that have been made, I guess for me, because a lot of the questions that we asked today was financial questions that we've asked, of which we do not have the answers for. Normally, when we have our info briefings, or if we even have a committee hearing, normally that financial individual is in this room today. And the reason why I'm asking you this is because I noticed that in your policies and procedures, your financial officer was relieved. What happened to the financial officer?
So he's under investigation, and I can't really comment on what happened because of this ongoing investigation.
So I was alarmed to see this Civil Beat article, top Hawaii tourism official claims retaliation for reporting mismanagement. Okay. And I decided I wanted to know what was your policies and procedures. And clearly, in your policies and procedures, that the department directed leave. If you go to number 5, department directed leave requirements, H, all information associated with department directed leave matters shall be considered strictly confidential. But then, Hawaii Tourism Authority immediately released in May 9th, 2025, exactly what happened to this individual. When your policy clearly states it should have been considered strictly confidential, but you issued this release, which tells me this was never confidential. Why did this happen? Because I think this made it look really bad when I saw this. Can you explain to me why you released this publicly? The HTA letterhead? After I reviewed your department directive leave of your policies and procedures under the state of Hawaii.
So, you know, it was released because media was calling.
Yeah, but your policy says this is strictly confidential. Did you not read the policy?
Didn't you also say you didn't want any more bad headlines earlier?
Yes.
Isn't this like a really bad headline that you want to just release on your own?
Well, it was so the reason why the statement was made, because, yes, to let the media know, because they were asking questions, and it also, you know, to show, to let the public know that when somebody is being investigated, they're put on leave. I mean, that's what other agencies do if someone's being investigated.
I think my concern is why there's repercussions for this, but there's no repercussions for procurement violations. Like, you have, you know, things to do about, you have punishments for this incident, but nothing about procurement violations. Why is that the case?
So I don't, right now, because he's being investigated, I don't think it's appropriate that we talk
No,
about
I'm asking like,
this.
why are there no repercussions for procurement violations?
Yeah, so per the, there are penalties for procurement violations if they're civil or criminal. So if you're talking about me specifically, so my procurement violation was because I did not know that I could not accept a deliverable after the contract expired. And I, filled out the form, and it was not Isaac, not Mr. Choi, but it was the interim president and CEO who told me that, oh, I have a procurement violation to complete the form, and that's what I did.
Yeah,
And
but there are other procurement violations, not just yours. Like, why wasn't there any like penalties or disciplinary actions on there? Because like, you were talking about trying to create some, but nothing came out of it. To create some kind of process for like penalties earlier in your.
Reprimands or.
So that's what I'm saying, that I'm gonna do in this 90-day action plan. I'm trying to do what I can to help this organization do better. That's all I can say right now.
But how do you better this? This is your own policy and procedure.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about the procurement violation and how to make that better.
I brought this up. This is what I brought up, and Chair Tam is using an example that we're talking about this, and he's asking why there's no repercussions on the procurement violations, but
You reported procurement violations.
this is a violation in itself of what you just did. So, like, what is this? It's good for one person, but not for the other?
Okay, so I
I'm not talking about the
apologize.
investigation, I'm talking about what you did on your own policy and procedure.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know that
So
about that
you
one.
didn't read your own policy and procedure?
So there's a ton of policies and procedures.
This is important because look at what this is reporting now. Official claims retaliation for reporting mismanagement. I want to know what the repercussions of this can be to us as the state now. Based on your release on a state letterhead of Hawaii Tourism Authority on your own policy and procedure.
And all the people that violated it, it all
Yeah,
came out
and
in today's meeting.
what is this gonna cost me?
It only
Cost
justifies
us.
everything in there.
Yeah, everything was said in here.
This case is solid.
I don't even know what to say to this part of it, but I only went to that because this, and realized, I didn't even realize you issued a press release. Why would you do that if all information associated with the department directed leave matters shall be considered strictly confidential, irregardless of the media? What happened to no comment? If it's on the investigation, there's no comment at that point, so the investigation takes place.
Can I ask a question? Like, are there any anything, like any kind of like violations for non-payments either? Not just procurement violations?
Are there any violations?
Are there any like repercussions for non-payment violations?
Chair, are you talking about what we talked about earlier with CNHA and, okay. At the time, and Caroline wasn't in this meeting, but at the time, I brought up to the interim president and CEO, then, are we going to put any of this in writing? Are we going to document this? Because this is bad. $3 million, $11 million is bad. And he said, I had a conversation with him, we're all good. I said, how can we be good? I said, how can we be good? So, I mean, I don't know, 2 months after that, the resignations came in. So it's, you can't discipline people who are not there. But I think I'm hoping it was a lesson for everyone at HTA, and certainly for me, that we got to be on top of these things, and we have to document things when they happen. And I don't enjoy it. nobody enjoys it. But if you don't take that type of action, then people might think that they can do whatever they want. And I think that's the point that you're getting at. And, you know, Caroline is there now, and I'm sure that she's learned certainly from this meeting, the importance of what we do, and it should be transparent, and it should be following HRS, and it should be following our own procedures.
How can you when they don't read it and they don't know what's going on? So how, again, you know, are you ready for this job? Can you do this job? Because it doesn't appear in today's hearing, I'm sorry, it doesn't appear that you're prepared or ready. So can you also respond to the violations that was brought up in the auditor about free meals, free what?
Like free use of the convention.
Yeah, free use of convention center. Was there any penalty for that or any repercussions for that? I know board chair said he didn't think it was rise to that level, which I don't understand, because in my meeting with him regarding confirmation, we talked about that, and yet, once you get confirmed, all of a sudden you brushed it over. So, can you respond?
So in regards to I know invoices were sent to the two organizations and that they paid it.
They paid it.
I believe so that they paid it, yes. That's what I was told.
So there's nothing outstanding.
I don't believe there's anything outstanding.
Can we get a
To my
copy of the
knowledge.
payment?
That's not true.
That's not my understanding. One organization took responsibility at one of the board meetings and said that it was his fault, not the chair's fault at the time. But that
And they paid.
occurrence, that occurrence was like 18 months before that meeting. And then he wrote a check that morning and paid the balance. But then the other one, it's my understanding that the treasurer or an executive from that organization sent a check for half the amount, and then after that sent an email to the convention center asking for the money back because other people got free use of food and the room rental. So I sent that over to the Attorney General's office to get an opinion. I think we still have the check for half the amount, but it was never supposed to be paid half. Supposed to be paid the whole thing. So that's still,
So how is it you don't know that?
So it was my understanding that it was paid, and I didn't know that the
When you say-
invoices,
When you say your understanding, based on what?
based on, I thought from the board meeting that the invoices were paid.
How did you come to that?
Because I thought in the board meeting, it was
But
said,
one person wrote the check, so what happened to the other one? What occurred at the board meeting that led you to believe that it was?
yeah, so I thought when the GM for the center was at the board meeting, I thought they said the invoices were paid. So I'm sorry, it's my mistake, and I'll
Don't you
look
follow
into
up
it.
on those things, though? I mean, before you make these statements, don't you check,
Well,
double check?
Yeah, so I thought, I took the word that it was paid, so that's why I thought the invoices were paid. There's nothing for me to believe that it wasn't paid, so I can go back and ask the
How
conventions.
long was that?
So was this in April or May? I
it
don't
was when State Auditor Kondo came to a board meeting at HTA. I don't know when that was, like 2 months ago, maybe 2.5 months ago.
And that's when they wrote the check,
Yes,
that time? And only one of them wrote.
only half. Oh, no. Both of them wrote checks.
One was for only half the amount.
One was only for half the amount.
But don't you follow up on these stuff? A good leader,
I
a good CEO would follow up and say, are we done? I'm going through this hearing. They may ask me this question. Where are we on this?
Again, this specific subject you're asking for was one of the major issues that would have been covered in the admin and audit committee meeting that never have quorum.
It keeps getting worse.
Well, the admin committee, committee chair, I'm vice chair, we said, we gotta address this issue. The board gotta vote on whether we give back the money or we tell them, hey, you owe us the other half, right? But, hey, no more admin and audit committee meeting because no more quorum. But we wanted that to be public. The admin and
So
audit
who-
committee chair wanted to make an informational briefing because if we didn't have
So did
quorum.
did the chair of the admin committee express that to the CEO, but that you wanted to have that hearing?
I don't know what the conversation was.
Did they not have that?
Jim McCulley.
From my recollection, yes, he wanted to have the meeting, but there was no quorum. And
Well, no, talk about the quorum. He wanted to have the meeting on that particular issue that you told me you didn't know anything about. You thought it
no,
was
not, sorry, not about this, the invoices, no. He never brought up that, but he did want to have a meeting when there was no quorum. So I said, we can't have a meeting if there's no quorum because you can't deliberate, take action.
You can't take action, but you can talk about it, information.
So the freebies and the sponsorship, the premier partnership sponsorship, those would have been subjects on the agenda, right? According to talking with the admin committee chair. But I don't know if he specifically told Caroline what was going to be on the agenda, what he intended to get into. But it may have been vague or whatever it is. It may have been vague. So I cannot say that he specifically told Caroline that those two things would be on the agenda. But we talked about putting those two, the freebies issue and payback or refunding. And the other one was the sponsorship or the premier partnership, free premier partnership, position.
And had that meeting gone on, whether you had a quorum or not, it would have been brought up, talked about, and you would have been aware of it, and you would have been aware that it wasn't all paid for. But that's why you have info briefing to gather information, not just from the staff.
And maybe at the full board meeting in June, we could have voted on that specific issue. Do we give the money back or not? Do we pursue an investigation on the premier partnership sponsorship? Some guys paid, like, who paid? Hawaiian Airlines paid 10 grand. One organization pays zero, and they got premier billing, right? Premier partnership status. But anyway.
But there's
yeah.
differences, right? Supposedly, if they've bought a package, they may get additional stuff.
Yes,
right?
yes.
But not completely free, right?
Yes.
I mean, without.
But that's something that should be investigated, so
Right,
that.
it should be on the agenda.
and
That's
it
what happens when you do. when
Should
you-
be an informational briefing. If there's not a committee meeting, you don't need vote, but make it transparent.
Exactly. And that's what happens when you cut this stuff off.
Is that the tourism conference? Yes, so for that, I can explain the premier package. They
No, I
were,
don't want to know about the
All
program
right.
package, Chris. See, that's the problem we're having. You get so much into this little details, but the general thing, you're stopping the committees from coming up, getting information to develop policies so that you folks don't get caught up into this kind of stuff. And that you're not aware, you don't follow up with your people. If you don't follow up, I double check, I tell myself, double check, triple check. Otherwise, I'm never going to know. I'm not going to take their word for it. I'm going to follow up. Oh, it's CNHA? CNHA? They don't want you sitting here all day and not even ask one question. Just wanted to follow up with you. So you heard all the discussion, all the concerns raised about confusion, about stewardship, management, so forth. You, having done this contract, or you are doing the contract, is there ways in which we can streamline this, make it clear, hot spots, whatever? How can we streamline this and be more relevant in what we're doing and actually have cost savings? Because I'm not a neophyte at this, and I have a problem with understanding all of the way you folks determine what stewardship, what management. If I have problems, then the general public must be having problems as well.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Tyler Ukepagom's Chief Administrator for Kilohana under the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. Yeah, it's been an interesting year and a half, but I think that there are lessons that have been learned and continue to be learned as we go along. One of which I think primarily is a lot of the work that we do under our contract should qualify as fulfilling goals under the DMAPs. We don't write them, we don't coordinate it. That exists outside of us, but I do think there's significant overlap. And so I think it's a discredit to the work that we've done, that HTA has done through us, that it's not tracked in the exact same way. So that's probably one area that's a really easy win for everybody, right? We should look at what Kilohana has done under the contract and use that as tick marks under the DMAPs. I think, we've also struggled with the similarities between the word stewardship and management under, all of these things, but at the end of the day, our contract really drives home HTA's investment in local businesses, workforce development, place-based support and management, community building, and all of those things I think were echoed in what Caroline's been explaining. And if we all unify under the word stewardship, then it's stewardship or it's management. I think we can be cleaner about the semantics, but I think that there is really, really good work being done. We just have to divert funds. We have to direct funds to those specific things. When I last spoke with you last year, we had 5 programs that we work on. Moving forward, only 4 of those will move forward. And I think that when I look at the proposal I originally wrote 2 years ago, the project area that we CNHA saw having the most potential, which was technical assistance and capacity building within our communities, nonprofits, for-profits, that was where we bid the most amount of money of that original $27 million contract. At the time, I think HTA felt like more money should be directed towards other areas. Here we are a year and a half later. I think they agree with us because looking at 2026, the foundational technical assistance and capacity building now makes up a much larger portion of that contract. And so I think continuing to support community really is something that we're in alignment on. I think we do well in that part of the contract. The director has been very vocal of his support for those tourism collaboratives that we did, and I think the more funding that's available there, those are real tangible things that I think you folks can see that are measurable in terms of not just how much money is going to these organizations, but what the ROI is, and then I think what our community sees, right? We're never gonna solve for all of community sentiment, but I think, these overt and very translatable actions do well as we message them. So, I want to give credit to Caroline and Director Tokioka for, growing with us in the last year and a half. I won't lie, we came in fist swinging. That's CNHA's motto. We're just gonna hit the ground running. And so it was a really interesting adjustment, but commendable nonetheless. And I don't want to minimize Caroline in particular's contribution to any of that.
So let me do a follow-up. So I like the way you said that, CNHA always came in fist swing. And now that the fist palm gets swinged, what is your recollection of how you guys were reimbursed under the Kilohana contract? Fist swinging at that time.
I spent the better part of the last year telling anybody who would listen that I had unpaid invoices. And I think I even told you multiple times, Senator Quaid. And I think ultimately, and this is not attributable to Caroline in any way, I think money came in very small tranches. And so that theme of we're paying CNHA was able to overshadow the fact that there was still a significant amount of money unpaid. One of our contractors was nearly $1 million, or subcontractors was nearly $1 million in arrears. They fronted that money on their own. They probably will never do that for us again. And so it was difficult. Director Tokioka deserves, and Isaac, or the former CFO, deserve a lot of credit in getting that money processed in 2 weeks. I can't speak to what caused it. Our finance team sent outstanding invoice reports every single month. So HTA had an ongoing record that we've got invoices at one point, I think one of them was 430-ish days past due. So we sent those regularly, not to mention countless emails sent by myself, by our CEO, Kuhio Lewis, to HTA, and we would just sort of be grateful for the small checks when they came. That said, to date, we have not had any issues in getting any current invoices getting paid within the 30-day net since Director Tokioka sort of took over all of that. And that was very rapid and has been consistent since then. I'd say that was about March or April.
So Tyler, I reached out myself because I know you guys are struggling to get payment. And basically what I told Mr. Choi was, what the hell is going on? And his response to me at that time was, you give me paper, I give you money. In other words, I need to see the actual paperwork, but it was apparent to me that he didn't get the paperwork in order to finalize. Is that correct?
He's not here to defend himself, but what I will say is that our contract manager was telling us that that paperwork had been submitted to Isaac. And this is what I told Director Tokioka is clearly somebody is not being upfront, but we were told the whole time that the paperwork had been submitted.
Who told you that?
Who told you that?
That would be Kalani. And I think it would just be unfair not to mention that what was conveyed to us was that he was doing it. And
And are you convinced now he was doing it or he wasn't doing it?
I don't know either way. I honestly don't know.
Well, how can you not know? I mean, if you gave them the information, he said he was doing it, it didn't get done, then that means that Isaac didn't do it?
That's the other possibility, right? And I just don't want to be in the position of having to figure out why HTA couldn't process the bills. But we were under the impression that Kalani was making every effort to get that. That could potentially not be
But the
true.
CFO
What's every effort?
That's the internal workings of HTA. I don't know.
But the CFO have to get the okay to make sure that everything was delivered before he's going to pay, right? I mean, that's standard, right? I'm not
Yes.
going to pay the bill unless I know, and I'm not going to know because I'm not on the front line. You have to tell me it's done. You have to write it and sign it so that I can cover my okole and when I write this check. So apparently, he didn't get that because he had nothing in writing, right?
Well, let me just qualify this part of it. And Tyler was in that meeting when I called in the president and CEO at the time, the program manager at the time, and the VP of Finance, and Tyler. And I made it clear. I said, before we start this meeting, let's all agree that Kilohana needs to get paid. And the interim president at the time said, yes. And I said, okay, so what's the problem? Okay. The program manager wasn't getting the information to the VP of Finance. And we were all sitting in the same room. All of us sitting in the same room. I said, okay, you're off the contract. Isaac Choi, you get on the contract and you pay Kilohana. I had to step in because it was past $3 million due. And, for an organization like CNHA, I thought that was just wrong. And like I said earlier, we had the money. So Tyler can attest to this. Isaac met with them on 2 Saturdays, I think in a row, and everything was ironed out. And what he told me was all of the deliverables were delivered to an email box 2 weeks before the contract was due. Is that your procedure, Tyler?
All the deliverables were delivered to the contract, to him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's your,
Him who?
to Kalani. So when Isaac took over, he went through all of that and he saw all of the deliverables that were made. He had some questions for Tyler over that 2-weekend period. The questions were answered. It matched up what the deliverables were, and he paid them.
Okay, so how can you say you don't know then, Tyler? If you were in the meeting, you heard what you heard, you saw that the deliverables, they were asked questions about the deliverables, and it was paid in 2 weeks. So how can you say you don't know what happened?
Well, it wasn't paid. No, it wasn't paid in exactly 2 weeks, but in 2 weeks they
No,
resolved
but I'm
it.
saying,
Yeah.
yeah, you were then why were you saying you don't know?
It's not that I don't know, Senator. It's just with all due respect to Kalani, who I think put in a lot of hard work and time into HTA, and
Yeah, but he got paid for that.
I
That's his job.
understand. But what I'm trying to say is I wasn't there to observe whether or not he sent it. All I have is his word. If it appears from that his word was bad and he wasn't doing it,
Well, that's what I was asking.
That's the
you.
consequence.
Now, after the fact,
Yeah.
what did you think happened? And I know nobody likes to point the finger, but that's why we're in this situation. Because nobody wants to point the finger, and it has to be. Otherwise, we're not going to fix this.
someone did not submit the paperwork. Yeah.
And if he did, he probably would still be here. Right?
Yeah. I mean, without speculating, sure.
I mean, and they have every opportunity, if we were wrong, to come into the hearing and tell me that he did and so didn't do it. I mean, right? We don't prevent anybody from coming in and giving us information. I didn't get one information to that effect.
I did want to offer one clarification that I think came up earlier this morning. Our contract was reduced in value several times over the course of the first year. So from the total $27 million value, I think it might have come down to, can't remember what it came down to date through June 30th, so the end of fiscal 25, it'll have been worth about $20 million. So it was reduced several times, but just clarification where Jimmy had the 18.6. Yeah.
You didn't get the full 27 million. At the end of the day, you got 20 million.
We were told that there were different buckets that were identified by HTA where the funding was going to be reduced because they were choosing not to pursue work in those buckets.
Okay, so that's what happened with HVCB then. Now that I'm hearing what you're saying, is you folks took away within their contract in order to make the money available to pay the $750,000, if you're saying it's within the contract. You shorted the contract in some areas. You have to if you're going to come up with $750,000.
You didn't, from my understanding, and maybe Talon, if you want to. Yeah.
Did we pay them $780,000 in interest?
No, they said,
Yes.
no, her comment was it was within the contract. So I'm saying the only way you can have that within the contract is you have to short some of
Right.
the other areas in order to do it. There's no other way you can get $750,000.
We did not take it from the CNHA contract. It was,
No,
it's,
you took it from the HVCB contract, is what I'm talking about. Within the HVCB
Yes,
contract,
within the-
you told me that it's not going to cost extra money because the amount is within the fixed
Correct,
cost. And I kept
yes.
saying, how do you do that without generating some space? And apparently you're doing it by cutting out certain things within the contract. Because you did it to them, so I assume you're doing it to HVCB. Is that correct? You had to have short the contract in some way. Well, how do you get savings?
You gotta give them back if you get savings.
How do you get savings? You would cut out a program,
Skim somebody's.
right? You would have to cut out a program, which means you shorted the contract. If the contract was for 27 million, you only got 20 million, it got shorted
Take these
somewhere,
and
right?
Give them someplace else.
Well, I don't know that they're giving us
Well, yeah,
someplace else, but
it's
within the
just
contract.
looking at doing it.
Yeah. So that's what you guys are doing. You have a contract, but then you alter the contract down the road by taking out certain things that you thought you needed, but then all of a sudden now you don't need. That's poor planning, don't you think?
so let us get the numbers, and we'll get back to you on that.
You got so many things to get back to us on. We've got to have another hearing. Yeah, I hope you're writing it all down. Okay, so are you going to make suggestions in writing to HTA as to how we can streamline and make better this whole issue on stewardship, management, destination, DMAPs, and make it clear? Because when you say DMAPs, it sounds like I'm looking at maps. Destination maps. Oh, is this the destination map?
I mean, that's not a bad way to think about it. Right? The hotspots all land on this map. We identify communities based on those maps. So it's not a bad way to look at it.
It's confusing because what is it? Is it management? Is it stewardship? Is it destination? What is it?
It's destination management action plan, but we're waiting for the action
Action.
of the plan from the map.
But the plan wasn't really fully developed, so you couldn't have
Yeah.
good action.
We need another 2 million to develop that right
Oh, God, forget that.
I would happily accept $2 million to prepare that for you, Senator. But on a serious note, Senator, we'd be happy to provide some recommendations to HTA about how to streamline, the overlap between stewardship and management. And I think we might also be able to take a look at the deliverables from our contract and help them identify specifically what DMAP goals that maybe it could lend itself towards, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, and find better buzzwords because it's so used interchangeably and it's all kapakahi.
It's to be fair, it's also reflective of the industry sort of globally. Like these words are used very interchangeably everywhere. That doesn't make it any less confusing, but it does track with the global sentiment in terms of what buzzwords are being used. Destination stewardship, destination management, regenerative tourism all seem to get used in the same sort of ecosystem.
Kind of used and abused right now. So in regards to the fixing of making sure you guys got paid, I guess my question is for you or maybe HTA. Have you had any kind of assistance or help with all the stuff that you've actually had to step in to help HTA be us? I'm not even like say whole again, but just on some of these stuffs. Have HTA given you any of their staff to help you fix or correct?
Okay, for clarification, Caroline wasn't there doing some of these things that we talked about. I did bring it up to the previous board chair about the issues. Wasn't on his radar. I had, like I said, I had meetings with Daniel and Kalani to talk about this, and nothing happened. So I had to get involved and I had to do it. But Isaac Choi.
So let me just say, I don't know how the board chair would help you. I mean, half the time, every time you asked a question, it looked as if it was almost an argument versus trying to be realistic and address some of the concerns you tried to share. I mean, that was my perspective because.
I think it started from the budget question, the 70 versus the 80 million, and I will give credit to Member Aokawa because he did 3 different budgets for 3 different increments of $10 million each, so that if the legislature had questions, they could see that this was the priority at 10 million, at 20 million, this was the priority. And for me, coming from this body, what I had said to the board at least 3 times was it should be the legislature and the governor. If the budget is going to be increased, it should be them that does it, not a volunteer board. And the board chair at the time was very frustrated. This is all on in the meetings. And at the end of the day, the number got cut to 63 million, which was the same amount as last year. But it started from there, and it only got worse. And I just tried to give the best advice that I had dealing with, this body, and it became contentious.
Let me
I
ask
don't know
you
why.
this hard question.
Yes.
So, do you think we need HTA middleman now, or can DBED handle that like it was before?
In the current form, DBED can't do this by itself. No, cannot. But, as I said before, the legislature is the bank, and you guys give us the direction of what to do. To answer your question, we're going to have to do the best with what we can do right now. And, when you look at the board, the makeup, HTA is still under DBED. So I'm going to have to make sure that the things that we talked about today, that I address. And I'm not going to just say, well, Caroline, it's on you, because that's not the role that I need to play. The role that I need to play is to make sure that I'm on top of the procurements. We're talking about the mobile app. We're talking about all of these different things. I have 16 other departments, but I have a good deputy that helps me with that. But if that's going to be the direction, Senator, then that's something that the legislature is going to have to talk about with DBED and HTA to figure out that path forward, and along with the governor to figure out, okay, where do we go from here?
Yeah,
And I'd be more than happy to participate in that, but
we are definitely the bank, but again, the bank just doesn't give money for projects or areas in which we don't know what we're going to get back in return for that. It's an expensive one because it's not just managing all of the stuff, but all the staff we have to pay, the costs, employment costs, everything, benefits. It's a huge to have, if they're just a pass-through agency, then it's very expensive because they've grown and grown. This agency of 12 people now is what, I don't know, 20-something employees and so forth. And yet the contracts are still the contractors. They're still the one that's doing the deliverables. We're just having people oversee them.
I think what's unfortunate is, and it's been said before, there's a lot of very, very good people at HTA. And I think you all know, because you guys go down there and you interact with them, if DBED was to take it over, it would be a totally different setup. And I've even had these conversations with Tyler and Kuhil that, you know, maybe the legislature appropriates the money straight to them, and then they on each and every contract, they get audited. That's what Mr. Kondo does. That's what we hire Acuity and other agencies
That's what
to
we
do.
used to do.
Yeah,
We used to-
and the same
HVCB
thing,
was the one that did it.
the same thing with HVCB. I mean,
But that didn't work either, so.
and you have the expertise and the knowledge of what worked and what didn't work. And I think there are other people in the community that share the same sentiment. So, you know, I think DBED's job, my job right now, is to figure out what types of options are good for the situation we're in now, which includes the three of you and others in the legislature, the money committees. And I think part of that is because I came from here, so I know that I better make sure that we have a good plan and that you guys buy into it, because if we don't, then we're just wasting our time.
Well, when HTA was first created, it wasn't working until 2000. Then we came in and then we fixed it, and then they went for like 12 years. It was doing pretty good, 10 years. And then personnel changes, management changes, things changed, chairs changed, and then we're here where we're at. So it did work to some degree, but now we're back to the point where it's going to go in the opposite direction. And I don't know that's salvageable at this point.
You know, to their point, you know, the idea that we just mentioned earlier of somehow CNHA is going to advise HTA on how to do their job just makes me wonder, like, why do we have to have this middleman? I do have a question for CNHA. You know, how do you measure how you drive visitors to local businesses?
So there are a couple of different ways. Under the visitor education and post-arrival marketing, any of the ads that we do, they have to link back to the Go Hawaii website. And so we normally track through the conversion rate for people utilizing those links. Same thing for the Google ads, same thing for some of the directed marketing. For the technical assistance and capacity building, what we're looking at is, you know, helping, in the case of the regenerative experiences CTC, helping existing businesses create a new or develop a new experience on their property, and then we're able to get direct reporting from them about what that looks like in practice. I think the same is true of our management of the funds that are provided under UMEKE. We track attendance for all of those events. We're required to attend and evaluate each and every single one of the events that are funded under UMEKE. And then I think that's probably the extent of it, how we track support for local business.
Do you have any statistics that you can just send to us when?
Sure.
So, you know, all you guys tracking that. So I've always had concerns about the funding of applications that were repeat funding, that basically, here's my application, the review board, and this is before you guys came in. And I noticed it wasn't basically what the application was. It was based on who the individual was. Do you guys have outcomes and measurables on, this guy's got funded 3 times.
same pitch, no advancement, just fun because we know 'em. I mean, there's so many good nonprofits that are out there that really deserve that hand up, you know, knowing that you guys have worked at many different organizations. I would assume or think that, you know, this has always been status quo, and I've seen it when I first came in. I'm like, okay, we're funding the same characters. I don't see them doing anything different. I don't see an increase of visitors. In fact, at that point, I just never even see the fact that they wanted any tourism, but yet we were giving them tourism dollars. Like, you guys have metrics on that or the scaling of that? Because I don't think that's right what we're doing. I think if there is a tourism initiative that is there, then those tourism money should be used for that.
So how the procedure works currently is we create a list of proposed evaluators and send them to HTA for approval. And then they make whatever approvals or denials they have. We then arrange those committees based on the 5 different program areas that are funded. Those committees individually, each person evaluates a set number of applications, and then they meet as a group and they go through all of the scores based on average and individual score. And then generally we get how much we think the budget is going to be allocated towards that award program. And then the committee has to make the hard decision about who's getting funded and how much. You're right, there are applicants that receive year after year. We are not currently being directed by HTA to not fund those who have been awarded prior. The committees are allowed the discretion to decide whether or not to fund them. That said, there are some events that occur every year that economically are worthwhile, right? Things like Hawaii Food and Wine, the marathon, those attract significant numbers of people every single year. The ROI multiplier there is 10 plus in terms of the amount of in-state spending that happens. So if there's a directive that needs to come down that says repeat applicants no more, we'll follow that if that's how we're directed, but that's not where we're at right now. And so while I understand your concern about, well, what happens about the people at the bottom when we say we've run out of funds, that's always the super hard part, and Kilohana has to do the interface there, right? Sometimes it's not they're submitting poor applications. Sometimes it's just there's not enough money to go around, and it doesn't make sense to give people $5,000 awards. The amount of reporting they have to do probably costs them more to do all the reporting than it does to take that $5,000 from the state. And so it's a pretty difficult balancing game, but the current directive from HTA does not prevent us from re-awarding individuals year after year. So that's what the current status quo is. But I concede that, sure, there are very valuable organizations who don't get selected, not because they're not meritorious, not because they don't have something to offer, but simply because there's just not enough funding. And sometimes these very experienced applicants, they know exactly what they need to put in. That doesn't make them maybe unfairly advantaged. It just means they know exactly what measurements we look for in evaluating them, and they provide it very, very easily.
But I think at that point, you guys gotta use your own discretion to know that you're not the same guys. I mean, I can pay the best guy to write the stuff and hit all those key points, but what is the deliverable? Case in point, we had 2 events happened on Molokai. One got 20 grand, one got 10 grand. I'm like, why are we funding the same 2 when you have a population of 7,500? And I attended both of them. So now I want to see the report on, we spent 20,000 for 200 people show up when the other event had 10,000. And that initially was where the event started and was created. But yet sometimes I feel like we're just looking the other way because we know the individual. And I think that is so BS. I think that we gotta take a better look at these bogus, which is what was happening internally within HTA, because that was a friend of the friend. That's BS. I don't care if that's my friend or my family member. The money needs to go to those that are literally promoting.
So once the committee makes its recommendations, it ultimately goes up to HTA for approval.
That's the problem.
I can't speak to, I mean, I know exactly what events you're referring to, but I can't speak to if there were thumbs put on the scale at any point. What I can say is the committee probably didn't know the internal politics of all of that.
Yeah, they knew.
I don't
Not
know.
you, but the other guys knew. They knew.
Some of the committee members, I honestly don't think knew. Some of them are, they're just not involved, right? However, one of the other challenges, and I don't know if this was a factor for those two events, but one of the challenges is sometimes we don't get a significant number of applications for a specific program on an island. And what is really important to us is to make sure that we're not just funding Oahu applications. So it might also be that maybe there were only 3 or 4 applications from that island that year, and those were the 2 that got selected. I'm not going to add into any of the speculation, but sometimes when the pool is really small, the committee's going to make an effort to select 2 or 3 from Molokai, for example, simply because we don't want, to concentrate the money on every other island and ignore Molokai. It might also be that those were the top 2 scoring applications that year in that program.
I think at that point, you guys should resort to whether it be the individuals that represent those areas to say, okay, what are your thoughts on an event on such a small island population, irregardless, because there are other small knit communities, whether it be here on Oahu, even though it's a bigger population, you got the smaller ones on the North Shore, that those should be considered as well. I just don't believe that we should be funding in areas that do not promote what this was designed to. And it was to promote tourism, whether it be via culture, diverse cultures, and that can benefit. And again, as Senator Kim said earlier, what is our return on investment?
We
Without
can
giving out any type of money on behalf of the state.
we can reevaluate that. The next award period will be fiscal 27. We've completed evaluation for fiscal 26. And then when we prepare those RFPs, we can work with HTA and ideally you folks to maybe refine the RFP to address that specifically. And then I will allow HTA to decide how they want to interface once the committee gives them the list of recommendations, how they want to work with individual legislators from those areas to make sure that, it's appropriate for those communities.
I think you just need some flexibility in how you decide on these things, because you have 2 applications that are doing events on the same day on a small island. Like, I think that's a huge waste of money. Like, you're splitting the entire island in between 2 events when you can have another event on another day. So, like, you talk about scoring in their application. So, if 2 applications score the highest and their events are on the same day, are you guys obligated to fund those two applications?
Nope. The committee could make a recommendation not to fund the 2.
So I guess that's the question, is why were those 2 events held when you guys have the ability to have discretion and flexibility?
I honestly, I don't know off the top of my head.
So in this case, it wasn't 2 separate days, but at the same time, which was good because you guys had, what's his name?
Fred.
Fred that came. And I like that he was there because the look on his face was priceless. All the people that are here. I'm glad you get the same look as me, Fred. Because I do attend the events because I want to know where our money is going. I mean, that is my obligation to make sure that those monies are going. And what I really saw was that made it a divided community because it was the Prince Kuhio Day event. It started in Kalamola. It was the first homestead that created at that point the HHL, Department of Hawaiian Homeland. And now it was being held up in Ho'olihua, which this is in a Kalamaula event. And Fred's face was priceless. Like, oh my God. Like, I said, Fred, this is not good. Because now you get 2 associations now fighting against each other. Native Hawaiian.
That information does get tracked down in the closing reports for every single event. So our evaluators do make notes about how many attendees there are, is HTA and the state getting appropriate credit, the quality of the event, all of that gets noted and then filed. And so
They got to work together. The idea is for them to work together. It's the same event, they get the same mission, but then they become a power struggle. And that's not good on a small island like that.
Because we're not having events just to have an event.
Yeah.
It has to be purposeful. And again, remember, even though you're talking about stewardship and community, you're a tourism entity. Tourism. You want to bring the visitor, an appropriate visitor, as you folks put it, to the island. So just because you have the money and just because you want to have an event on every island doesn't necessarily mean all the islands are the same. So you have to qualify it, otherwise you're going to have this kind of criticism, and then it's all going to go away.
That's fair, and we can improve upon that. I mean, I definitely am not familiar with the politics of Hawaiian homesteads communities fighting over things. Never experienced it before.
Then you have been under some rock.
As the former deputy director.
However, you're absolutely right, and we can work with HTA and with you folks to make sure that, you know, when it does come to a situation of, hey, we only got 2 applicants on Molokai, what should we do? I think we can do a better job of bringing that to you specifically as an example to see if there's something a red flag we should be looking out for.
I thought you said there were 4 applications.
I was just using that as an
just as a
example,
duh.
because I don't know off the top of my head how many applications were in for that program that year.
Okay.
But you have to use some basic common sense in that. And then it cannot necessarily always be brought to us, because then you don't want it to get political. That's why there's a third party there, so that you can be neutral in selecting, because then you put, oh, we like my favorite, or we want that favorite. And I always stay out of it. Whenever they come to me before and say, oh, you know, we want to pitch this to you because we want HTA, I go, you know what, I'm not picking. You go to HTA. If they don't want to give you at the time of day, that's up to them. But don't come to me. I'm not in any position to tell HTA which one of these vendors are the best. They got to be the one to pick it. So you guys are the one to make that decision.
So I think the committees do. I think the committees take the responsibility very seriously. They are neutral, and then it's up to HTA to approve the list or not.
Well, that's not what I always hear, but it's okay.
It's not. Yeah.
I would just add to what Tyler said on some of the events reoccurring, like some of them, like the marathon, Mary Monarch. So we have, you know, whether you call them signature events or whatever you call them, those are going to be reoccurring, Food and Wine Festival. But some of the other ones, you know, I talked to Tyler on Friday and this morning that we need to go over the list because, you know, now a lot of these people are waiting for their funding and it's not going to go through the board. We got to get some of that done quickly. And then, as I said earlier, the calendar year is going, the appropriation for funding is going to change to the calendar year. So when the budget gets approved in June, at least the people in July know that they're going to get the funding for next year's budget. And they don't have to wait till the last minute on July 1st. Am I going to get my money? And that is a change that we're going to have to make because it's not fair.
I think you folks are the challenge right now is that fiscal year begins July 1, but those funds don't actually get released all the way down to the agency until September maybe, which means it's not going to get to us till maybe October, and then 2 to 3 weeks business processing, assuming they've had their payment in. So if you're waiting in October for your event that happened in July, HTA and Kilohana both look very bad, even though technically it's just a factor of the state's releasing of funds. And so moving it to a calendar period would be a little more convenient because then the money would be in their coffers, would be able to have it in hand when the events are happening so they can budget better. Some of these events, I mean, they are really jeopardized by the fact that like they've been fronting the money themselves. And I mean, that's just a function of the way money is released. But yeah, that would be very helpful.
So, I guess we're wrapping up already, but I just wanted to say thank you guys, for being here. But if you can, Caroline, can you get back to us on all the questions? And if, you guys never write them down, it's all recorded for you guys to go back and review.
Our staff was writing it down.
But I think it's super important to get back and address, the questions that we've asked. And I think there was a lot to talk about today. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and you know.
Be noted that I'm the only committee chair that stays for that.
Yes. For the record, Senator Kim is the only committee member that stayed to the very end of the 6-hour.
That's not the chair.
Yeah, that's not the chair of the 6-hour info
And
briefing.
you were laughing when I told you this might go to 5 o'clock, right?
It didn't. It didn't.
Almost 50.
Don't push it.
But you know, I know that this hearing was pretty tough, but know that we just want answers and we want to path forward. So thank you, everyone. And this briefing is now adjourned.